Global gods, from Zerg Cultists to Multiversal lords, this video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Crushing. The two-headed Chimera appeared, and the 10th level Yagdra shocked the audience. Receive artifacts. Great Lord. Abatha obeys your will. Point in the divine space. Abatha hurriedly responded to Yuan's oracle piously. Point he was excited. Point ever since his breakthrough, he has always wanted a chance to play. Point finally, now is your chance. But, his powerful spiritual power instantly enveloped the army of 20,000 thunder beasts. Let's go and overcome all obstacles for the sake of the great master. Ouch. The army of thunder beasts looked up to the sky and howled, making an astonishing roar. Point immediately, it turned into an extremely neat array, and rushed towards the summoning door. Haha, the flame mammoth is really powerful. Zhu Dao couldn't help but praise him after seeing the flaming mammoth's devastating sweep on the battlefield. Point and in midair, with the help of the long-range attack methods below, the Dragon Eagle army was able to contain the opponent's alien dragon army. Point as long as the flame mammoth can achieve an overwhelming victory. Point by the time they were completely crushed in this divine battle, he must be a descendant of the family. Otherwise it would be impossible to have such a terrifying number of believers. TSK, excitement flashed in his eyes. Killing a member of a noble family might lead to huge gains. Boom. Boom boom. Seeing the devastating flaming mammoth on the battlefield, red-haired Morgan's eyes showed a look of fanaticism. Hahaha, it seems that your trump cards have been exhausted, so prepare to hand over the artifact. Moreover, your life will be completely taken away by my great god of fire. Red-haired Morgan, however, as soon as his voice fell, he saw the summoning door in the distance tremble suddenly. Point subsequently, the earth began to shake. Each one was 8 meters high, like a moving hill, and a powerful creature covered with a ferocious carapace rushed out of it. No, what is that? The smile on red-haired Morgan's face stopped suddenly. This aura is actually level 7? How is that possible? Zhu Dao's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he exclaimed in disbelief, why? Does he have a 7th level race? Is he a god with medium divine power? Seeing the mighty army of thunder beasts appear, Zhu Dao's voice of shock didn't stop. Point red-haired Morgan suddenly exclaimed, it seems there are more than 7 levels. Look, he raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly, Zhu Dao saw a huge figure emerging from behind the terrifying thunder beast army. Point huge head, ferocious carapace. Point, and there's a huge eyeball on the head. This aura is actually the 9th level. Zhu Dao felt his tone begin to tremble. No, it's impossible. A god with medium divine power cannot come at all. It will cause the Dragon Emperor to be dissatisfied and explode directly. He did not believe that a god with medium divine power could enter here. Point can the 7th level race in front of us and a 9th level terrifying existence are beyond the reach of a god with elementary divine power. Ouch. A uniform roar sounded. Point the huge, heavy, and terrifying thunder beast army finally began to charge. Point their direction was suddenly towards the powerful flaming mammoth. Point boom, boom, boom. The earth shook like a giant beating a drum. Point thunder light danced in the sky, making the scene eternal. Ouch. The flaming mammoth saw the army of thunder beasts rushing towards them, and the ferocity in their bones made them still attack. Point under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes on the broken battlefield. Point the two armies collided like a torrent. Boom. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the thunder beast, which was half taller than the flaming mammoth, slammed into it. Point just like an adult bullying a child, he knocked the flame mammoth to the ground. Point before they could react. Point from behind, Abatha's terrifying roar could already be heard. Swing with great force. Let go. Swish. From the forelimbs of the thunder beast, 2 pairs of single molecule giant blades have evolved, and they suddenly raised up at this time. Point the blades turned into several meters long and crossed instantly. PFFT. Click. There was only a crisp sound, and the sharp ivory of the flame mammoth was cut off with a single blow. Their heads were cut in half. The blood and brain matter instantly collapsed. From beginning to end, the Thunder Beast army did not pause at all. They simply charged forward and waved with great force. Charge forward and swing with great force. After a few rounds, most of the tens of thousands of flaming mammoths had been destroyed. Is this so fierce? In the distance, many gods who had been beaten and fled could not help but let out incredible screams. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Can even the flaming mammoth not stop it? It's amazing. I thought that red-haired Morgan could win the treasure, but now it seems that we were all wrong. That's right, I didn't expect that there is a hidden god. Just when everyone was shocked, red-haired Morgan roared furiously, damn it, Zudao, let your air force help. They can't fight against the air. After all, the other party is a god with elementary divine power, and his vision is higher than that of ordinary gods, although he saw that his flame mammoth suffered heavy losses. But red-haired Morgan immediately discovered the other party's problem. What? Can't it be against the air? Dragon. Eagle. Give it to me. Zoo. Dao also had red eyes. If these thunder beasts are not dealt with, the thunder placenta will have no chance at all. With a long roar, 20,000 dragon eagles suddenly separated from the sky. At the same time, from Zudao's summoning gate, the leader of the dragon eagle of the 7th level of the sun rushed out. Become the leader of the entire team and rushed towards the thunder beast army in the distance. Ultralisk cannot attack the air. As long as you can use Dragon Eagle to consume it remotely, you will have a chance to make a comeback. However, when watching the mighty Dragon Eagle rush towards before Lu Yuan could speak, Abatha had already jumped out from behind. Looking towards the sky, a lifetime of wailing emerges. Mental scream. An invisible spiritual cry came from his mouth. In just a moment, it turned into a powerful spiritual tide and enveloped the Dragon Eagle army in midair. Abatha has broken through the 9th level, and the power of this kind of mental scream is simply extraordinary. Just once. I saw a large piece of Dragon Eagle let out a shrill scream. Without warning, it began to fall from midair. The leader of the 7th level Dragon Eagle also let out a scream, but he did not bear the greatest damage head on, so he could still hold on. However, before he could react, suddenly a blazing light pierced the void in midair. Not but before Zudao's exclamation could end. That ray of light had instantly penetrated the head of the Dragon Eagle leader Evil Ire. At this moment, horrific killings erupted. Kill the 7th level Dragon Eagle leader in one blow. Even the Dragon Eagle leader was instantly killed. Far away, an army of 200,000 alien dragons had already marched towards Dragon Eagle in a mighty manner. Don't talk about hunting the Thunder Beast. Without the assistance of long-range attacks, they cannot even protect themselves. Damn waste, Zudao, you waste. The red-haired Morgan was furious. I wish I could end up in the end and shoot that 9th level creature to death. But he knew it was impossible. You want me to give up the artifact and dream? Red-haired Morgan roared. But suddenly, his summoning door shines brightly. Then, an extremely loud dragon roar came out. Next moment, one was 40 meters long, with a dark purple body, a pair of fleshy wings spread over 50 meters, and a two-headed dragon-like creature rushed out of it. Seeing this scene, Zudao couldn't help but scream in surprise. 9th level, two-headed chimera. Oh my god, god of creation, our chance has come. Two-headed chimera, a powerful creature from ancient times once loyal to the great goddess of nature. He has dragon blood in his body, but he is not a dragon. The two huge dragon heads hold the power of lightning and acid. Extremely tyrannical. Zudao never expected that red-haired Morgan could even get such a thing. However, unlike other races, this two-headed chimera had an extremely angry light flashing in its eyes. As soon as it appeared, it actually started roaring towards the sky. But on each of its 2 pages, a mysterious rune appears, which looks like a seal. Ouch. The violent shouts made the red-haired Morgan couldn't help but shout angrily. I swear in the name of the god of creation, if you help me kill that 9th level creature, I will give you your freedom. This two-headed dragon chimera was taken away by him. After he hunted and killed a god in the wild. Only, the other party actually refused to believe in him. Original. Red-haired Morgan planned to wait until the chimera completely surrendered before letting it go into battle. Unexpectedly, the situation has actually been pushed to this point. No way, we can only release the other party. Although the red-haired Morgan cannot be seen in the two-headed chimera. But, through the other party's seal, it can feel that the other party has sworn to the creator god. This means, if it can really kill the 9th level creature, it can be free. Can be free, who wants to be around a tyrannical god of fire. So, the two-headed chimera roared, flapped its wings, and rushed towards the bather in the distance. Ouch. Crack. A thick bolt of lightning spurted out from his mouth. It fell into the army of thunder beasts below. Just once, the running thunder beast was suddenly stunned, and its whole body was paralyzed by thunder and lightning. As soon as the thunder beast in front stopped, the thunder beast coming from behind had no time to stop. Suddenly, a series of sounds of thunder beasts falling emerged. It was just a random attack from the two-headed chimera. Whoosh. The distance of several thousand meters was only a blink of an eye under the chimera's full flight. Watching the giant-brained bather below quickly drew closer. The two-headed chimera couldn't help but get excited. All it takes is one breath of lightning and one mouthful of acid. Can end all this. However, it did not think of not waiting for it to come closer. Bather opened his mouth in the distance and heard a scream. The spirit screams. Chimera felt a sudden pain in both of her heads, as if she had been hit hard by a hammer. It forcibly flapped its wings, trying to stabilize its body in midair. At the moment it just stabilized itself. Sudden it felt like there was a shadow emerging above me. There was also a fiery breath approaching. The chimera's two heads subconsciously raised their heads. Just saw a creature with a wingspan of more than 50 meters and a body burning with flames rush towards him. Ouch. Didn't wait for it to react. Just hear a puff. Its body has been penetrated by the opponent's claws. A violent force instantly rushed into its body. It hit the ground hard. Puff. Two sharp claws pulled out of its wound. Suddenly, blood like a fountain gushes out from the wound crazily. Ouch. The two-headed chimera screamed and tried to raise its two heads to fight back. However, just heard a loud noise. Two sharp claws like hills stepped heavily on its two heads. There are corpses floating thousands of miles above the vast land. All living beings can see it at this moment. A dragon-like creature burning with flames was stepping heavily on the two-headed chimera. Its wings spread suddenly. Next moment, an earth-shaking roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Ouch. The deafening sound and the terrifying coercion emanating from the whole body. All the hostile races trembled violently and almost fell to the ground in fright. And, in midair, I saw Zudao and red-haired Morgan. Completely sluggish. 10th level. A long while, red-haired Morgan just started muttering to himself in disbelief. The 10th level is actually an upgraded creature. Good. This 10th level existence was the flame tyrant Yagra, who had completed his transformation and became the apex predator. As soon as Yagra appeared, suddenly the whole place was shaken. The gods who originally planned to watch the fun all closed their summoning gates as hard as they could. Because they no, the existence of a 10th level creature can completely crush the entire battlefield. Even if you have another 200,000 level 7 troops, it will be useless. So, they had given up any idea of fishing in troubled waters, and chose to escape. Seeing this scene, Yuan finally felt relieved. Finally, with a thought, a summoning door emerged from beside the thunder placenta. Next moment, his divine power began to burn, and an inexplicable force began to attract the thunder placenta. I want to send it into my own divine space. But, after all, he is only a demigod, and his own divinity is not strong enough. So, even if the placenta of thunder can be shaken, it will take a long time. Seeing this scene, red-haired Morgan's eyes suddenly flashed. Because he suddenly felt a familiar aura from Yuan's divine aura. Chapter 102. There is a little girl in the thunder placenta, plus 2 gods? Huh. Why do I feel like I've seen this breath somewhere before? A flash of surprise flashed in red-haired Morgan's eyes. This time, he completely lost the battle between gods. And lost heavily. Original. He was ready to give up point. But the breath just now actually gave him a familiar feeling point. Suddenly, red-haired Morgan was no longer calm point. Could it be someone he knows? But suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought that when he came, he seemed to have teased a demigod point very similar to this breath point. Suddenly, red-haired Morgan exclaimed subconsciously, "It's him. Impossible. He is just a demigod." "What? Morgan, who are you talking about?" Zhu Dao also suffered heavy losses, but he was a cunning man and immediately noticed something strange about Morgan. Suddenly, the steps that were originally planned to leave stopped. "Just a demigod," red-haired Morgan said subconsciously. "When I came here, I met a demigod, and the aura of divine power seemed to be very similar to that person." "What? You mean the black god has a race with a field rank? How can it be?" Zhu Dao couldn't help being surprised. "Nothing is impossible." A sinister smile flashed in red-haired Morgan's eyes. "This Dragon Emperor's tomb is likely to be like other ruins. Once you leave, it will be randomly teleported out point. But we just need to find a way and get back point. Maybe we can find that demigod." Zhu Dao's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Yes, since that demigod has arrived, he must be near the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb point. When the time comes, all we have to do is wait and see, and we will be able to find him. That's right. The two hit it off immediately. With a sudden thought, he left the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. As long as their spiritual thoughts return to their bodies, they will be teleported away by the fluctuations of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Others nearby waited until the artifacts from the Dragon Emperor's tomb were taken away. Relics that have lost their source of power will also be teleported away. And during this period, because of the wave coverage of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, even if the opponent's body is right in front of you, you can't feel it at all. 853 This is the rule left by the higher gods, unless a stronger god comes. But as soon as a stronger gods arrived, they caused the Dragon Emperor's tomb to self-destruct before they even got close. So this is unsolvable. But even so, this does not prevent the other party from finding Lu Yuan. So red-haired Morgan and Zhu Dao were ready to leave first, and then come back directly. As for other gods, if you didn't know Lu Yuan's aura, they thought the other party was a god of medium power who had used some powerful magic to sneak in. I can't get over it. Even if I run. How dare you come back and check again? At this time, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know the other party's plan. His attention had been completely focused on Thunder Placenta at the moment Yagra appeared. This placenta is dozens of meters in diameter. The terrifying thunder slurry inside was beating back and forth. Now, there was no way he could end it himself. It can only allow the summoning gate to collect artifacts bit by bit. This is a process a bit troublesome, but it doesn't matter. Lu Yuan knew that his rank was too low. As long as he breaks through, the speed of collecting gods will speed up. If Lu Yuan is now a god with medium divine power, then he only needs one thought to directly take away the Thunder Placenta. Over time. In the blink of an eye, nearly several hours passed. Finally, the huge Thunder Placenta was pulled by the divine power of the summoning gate, and was completely swallowed up by it. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt that the supporting force in the entire plane began to dissipate. Just hear a click. The plane began to collapse. It won't be long before it disappears completely. So it turns out that the power of the Thunder Placenta is used to support the operation of the entire plane. Can a god with medium power have such power? After being amazed, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and left this plane. Whoosh, he felt his will begin to return. The whole body begins to revive. But his head trembled and he finally woke up from his deep sleep. I turned around and looked around and found that I was still in the same position. Click. There was a loud noise, and in the distance, the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's tomb began to collapse. It was as if all the power was completely leaked. A huge puff of smoke swept away. Woohoo. Lu Yuan stood motionless in the smoke. This time, he didn't expect to be able to harvest the artifact. It's a pity that I didn't receive their godhead. He shook his head with some regret. Lu Yuan couldn't help but said with regret. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying wave of divine power emerging from his side. This fluctuation is very violent, somewhat similar to flames, only then did Lu Yuan sense it. This time, he instinctively let his divine power operate instantly. The body subconsciously jumped forward. At the critical moment, he avoided his vital point. Puff. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he realize that next to his shoulder, a flaming spear almost pierced his shoulder. How can a demigod who has not even condensed his godhead be able to dodge my attack? Far away, thousands of kilometers away, the figures of red-haired Morgan and Zhu Dao appeared. Those disdainful words came from Morgan's mouth. Haha, Morgan, I didn't expect that the mysterious strong man is really this demigod. A deep joy appeared on Zhu Dao's face. Morgan, fortunately you have met him before, otherwise you would have missed it. It would be extremely embarrassing if other gods knew that we were fooled by a demigod. Snort. The red-haired Morgan let out a ferocious laugh and quickly came through the air. Boy, it's useless even if you run away now. You can't escape in my hands. Obediently hand over the thunder placenta to me. And for those of your followers, I can spare your life and become my slaves. It's really impossible to escape. Lu Yuan saw the two people coming through the air, but his face didn't waver at all. A group of defeated generals. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. The moment the last word fell, Lu Yuan, who was originally calm, suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the frozen power of Japan burst out from his body. It instantly enveloped the two of them. Whoosh. Red-haired Morgan and Zhu Dao suddenly felt their bodies freeze, and a biting cold rushed into their bodies, trying to freeze their bodies. What a small trick. Red-haired Morgan snorted, and Zhu exploded. With just a click, the frozen power was instantly destroyed. However, at this moment, sudden, in front of their eyes, two identical Lu Yuan shot out in two directions. Flee quickly. Y2, Zhu Dao's expression changed, and he couldn't help but wonder, quick, he must have used some kind of clone item. Let's chase him separately. The red-haired Morgan said something, and quickly chased one of the figures. See the situation. Zhu Dao also dodged and chased in the other direction. Thanks to the help of this clone gem, I was able to separate the two of them. Lu Yuan flew quickly, while secretly thinking about how to escape. He knew that if two gods with elementary divine power came together to attack him, he had 100% no chance of escaping. But who knows, he had just escaped less than a few thousand kilometers when he sensed a powerful wave of divine power emerging behind him. Haha, boy, do you think I don't know your true identity is here? Red-haired Morgan held up a glowing gemstone in his hand. This tracking gem has already recorded your breath. When I discovered you. Even if you use the illusion gem, it is useless to record the breath of your soul. You can't escape. Red-haired Morgan laughed wildly. What he just said was just to scare Zhu Dao away. In this way, when you kill Lu Yuan, you can swallow all his things. Isn't it beautiful? However, before his thoughts dissipated, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan's breath disappear in front of him. Disappeared? How is that possible? Red-haired Morgan's expression changed. He never expected such a result. It's impossible. He must have hidden his aura. He definitely won't get far. The red-haired Morgan was not a fool. He immediately moved and spread his divine blessings. It instantly covered tens of thousands of meters in radius. At the moment when his spiritual thoughts spread, with a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, he directly brushed the edge of his spiritual thoughts and entered his own divine space. Call Lu Yuan, who rushed into the divine space, couldn't help but take a deep breath and force himself to calm down. As expected of a god with elementary divine power, even if I have so many priesthoods at my disposal, I still can't stand up to the hard steel. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, the elf goddess next to him rushed over. Master, how did you enter the divine space? Are you in danger? The elf goddess couldn't help but worry. That's right, the god outside who has attacked us before is chasing me. Lu Yuan nodded. I guess he will soon discover the spatial fluctuations here. If you don't make preparations, I'm afraid you'll find this place soon. What? The expression of the elf goddess changed. Master, let me go out and hold him back to buy you time to leave. She is now Lu Yuan's. He always thinks about the other person in everything, even if he goes to die himself. He doesn't care. Not needed for now. Lu Yuan shook his head. His current divine power, if it burns like crazy, can sustain him for a while. With that red-haired Morgan it may be a little difficult to kill the opponent. And Lu Yuan is even more worried that another Zhu Dao may catch up with his clone at any time and discover the problem. When facing a god with elementary divine power, he needs to go all out. If there were two of them, I'm afraid they would really be at a disadvantage. If it really doesn't work, we can only choose. He condensed his divine personality and broke through the ranks. Lu Yuan originally wanted to wait until he found the Dragon Emperor's godhead before making a breakthrough. Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid I really can't wait any longer. Suppress your anxiety for the time being. Lu Yuan subconsciously clicked on the message record on the god's domain interface. Record, your believer race killed the enemy believers with an overwhelming advantage. Record, you gained 500 million faith points. Record, your followers sacrificed flaming mammoths. Record, you gained 53,200 faith points. Ding. You have received an additional reward. 500 million faith points. Ding. You have received an additional reward. Mammoth blood. Among the dense records, Lu Yuan was only interested in a few. It seems that the system has no solution to the problem. The reason why Lu Yuan checked was to see if the system could produce any outstanding rewards. However, the result was not as good as his wife's factory ideal. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan suddenly landed on the Thunder Placenta artifact in the distance. By the way, maybe this artifact can help? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. His figure moved, and he instantly appeared in front of the huge Thunder Placenta. He himself possesses the Thunder Priesthood, and is not afraid of the power of Thunder. Then, Lu Yuan directly reached out, and touched the edge of Thunder's Placenta. But at this moment, the system beep sounded suddenly. Ding. The host obtains the Thunder Placenta of the god, triggering additional rewards, directly refining the artifact buzz. Lu Yuan felt his mind tremble, and a force of thunder rose from the placenta of thunder and rushed into his soul instantly. Next moment, he found that a thunder mark condensed in his soul, as if he could destroy the Thunder Placenta with just a thought. Same. That was the moment Lu Yuan gained control of Thunder Placenta. Suddenly, I sensed that there was something else in the Thunder Placenta. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and waved his hand subconsciously. Wow. Suddenly countless sticky thunder slurries rolled, and then, an extremely ancient stone platform full of complicated patterns rose up from it. And on top of it, there was actually lying a little girl who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old, and had a pair of dragon horns. The little girl was lying flat on the stone platform, her whole body wrapped in thunder plasma. Next to her, there were 2 fist-sized gods. Godhead? There are actually 2 godheads in here. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Little girl, 2 gods, what kind of plane is this Dragon Emperor doing? Chapter 103, Kill the gods with the sword of judgment. Will you choose a daughter or a mother? 2 divine heads, plus a little girl. Lu Yuan was completely confused now. He never thought that there would be such a thing hidden in this artifact. What is the origin of this little girl? Could it be that is it an artifact that the Dragon Emperor specially refined to save his daughter? But what the hell are those 2 godheads? Shouldn't the Dragon Emperor only have 1 godhead? A series of questions appeared in Lu's mind. He couldn't help but wonder. But he doesn't think about that much now, but his eyes fall on the 2 godheads. What he lacks most is his godhead. If these 2 divine heads could be broken down into the essence of the divine head. So, Lu Yuan raised his hand without hesitation and grabbed 2 divine pieces from the air. At the moment when 2 godheads were obtained. Tip, you have obtained the godhead of a medium power god. Tip, you have obtained the godhead of a medium power god. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Divine Thunder Prison. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Divine Lightning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, the Sword of Priestly Judgment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Priestly Raging Waves. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Priesthood Petrification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Revival of the Priesthood. I go even. Though Lu Yuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but be completely shocked after hearing so many reminders. The 6 major priesthoods actually gave him the 6 major priesthoods. None of the demigods he had received before had such many rewards. It was a huge profit point. Not only are there a large number of these 6 priests, but the quality of the priests is also extremely high point, except for the overlap between lightning and Lu Yuan's thunder. Almost all the others are priests that he does not have. System. Break down 2 godheads and the lightning priesthood for me, forcibly. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Lu Yuan directly turned these into the essence of the godhead point at the same time. Start integrating the other 5 major clergy point. Boom boom. The elf goddess next to her suddenly saw thunder and lightning all over Lu Yuan, and an even more terrifying aura came from his body. Here, has Master made another breakthrough? This is too scary. An uncontrollable look of admiration appeared in the eyes of the elf goddess pointer. Moment. General Lu Yuan. Thunder prison, sword of judgment, raging waves, petrification, and resurrection are all integrated point, including the previous acquisitions. It has reached the terrifying level of 19 kinds of priests at this moment. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and found that the system in his mind reminded him that the godhead had been decomposed point. The essence of the godhead that has been transformed into a lot exists in the system space point. Click. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, and a powerful feeling of strength emerged from his body. I wonder if I can beat the red-haired Morgan and Zhu now? Lu Yuan muttered to himself, and suddenly looked at the little girl with dragon horns who was still lying there. Could it be that something happened to the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Lu Yuan thought that the other party would wake up soon. Unexpectedly, he remained motionless. There wasn't even a trace of a heartbeat. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to check it out. After all, not only has he obtained the Thunder Placenta artifact, but he has also taken away the divine power. It's really unethical to leave someone's daughter alone. So, Lu Yuan moved and walked into the Thunder Pool. Come to the little girl. The little girl lay quietly on the stone platform, her eyes closed. A pretty face with a pink jade bracelet looks pitiful. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the other person's forehead. Suddenly, a spiritual thought quietly penetrated into the other party's body. He frowned and suddenly discovered a problem. There seemed to be a power sealed inside this little girl. Moreover, her vitality was also sealed. It seems that we can only give it a try. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, the power of the priesthood was activated. Suddenly, a vitality force entered the opponent's body along the palm of his blood. Time. Only a pop was heard. The heart, which had been silent for an unknown amount of time, actually started beating violently. It's done. Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that he would wake up the little girl with his vitality point. Just when he wanted to take back his palm. Sudden, the little girl lying flat in front of her suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes immediately fell on Lu Yuan. There was only a moment of hesitation. He suddenly sat up from the stone platform. He hugged Lu Yuan's arm and cried, "Daddy, Daddy, Dad." A black line suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's head. What's going on? I just gave her a chance of life. How could she turn into a daddy? Besides, I'm only a teenager. How could I give birth to a daughter as old as you? Ahem. Little girl, you are mistaken. I'm not your father. Lu Yuan coughed lightly and couldn't help but retort. But I heard Lu Yuan say this. The little girl burst into tears. Woo woo, daddy, daddy, you are my daddy, wow, wow. At this time, Lu Yuan didn't know what to do at all. Looking at the little girl crying in front of her, she was almost in tears. In addition, Lu Yuan did take something that belonged to his mother. In the end he could only nod. Okay, don't cry. Isn't it okay for me to be your father? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan agreed. The little girl burst into tears and burst into laughter. She rushed to Lu Yuan with a cheering face, hugged him and said, "Dad, hee Dad." Well, Lu Yuan reached out and patted the other person's back, suddenly realizing that something was wrong. Because just now the little girl's body was wrapped in thunder plasma. But now, there is nothing. Ahem. Daughter, you come down first. No, I want to hold daddy. Ahem. You have to get dressed. No, I want to hold daddy. Well. Lu Yuan let out a long sigh, stretched out his hand, grabbed a handful of thunder paste, turned into a lightning-like piece of clothing, and wrapped it around the little girl. Little Girl, what's your name? After hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then suddenly shook her head and said, Papa, I don't have a name. There's none. Yuan frowned. In that case, can Dad give you a name? Then. Let's call him Tuanchan. My nickname is Tuanchan. How about it? Yeah, Tuan has a name. After hearing this, Tuanchan clapped her little hands excitedly point next to her. The elf goddess couldn't help but twitching her lips. The master was very powerful, and his naming skills were beyond words. Okay, Tuanchan, you wait here for Dad. Dad will go and beat the bad guys away, and then come back to accompany you. Okay, Yuan said softly. No. Tuanchan wants Daddy to accompany him. For some reason, Yuan found that this bowl was extremely sticky to him point. But now time is running out point. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the two gods would really come to visit him point. But before he could say anything point suddenly, I heard the prompt message from the god's domain interface in my mind. Alert. An external force is rapidly invading the divine domain. Alert. It is expected to enter the divine realm in 1 minute. The countdown begins. Boom. As soon as the alarm sounded, Yuan saw a loud noise in his divine space point. Then at the southwest edge, a crack was violently torn open by the opponent point subsequently. Then I heard the arrogant laughter of red-haired Morgan. Ha, boy, let me see where you run this time. Behind him, Zudao was also rushing over this time. The gods of the 2 days actually appeared in Yuan's realm at the same time. I just said that he probably escaped into the divine space, but I didn't expect that he found the coordinates. A cold smile appeared on Zudao's face point. Then his eyes lit up, and he saw the artifact Thunder Placenta at a glance. Haha, the artifact is here. That's it. Zudao became excited instantly. I didn't expect that your divine space would be so large, and there would be so many powerful believer races. Haha, it's Allah's now. HMPH. What a shame. Yuan snorted coldly. It's not certain who will win among us. I was stunned for a moment when I heard this. Hahaha, just you? A loser who doesn't even have a godhead. How dare you say who will win? Suddenly, he raised his hand and shook it, and the sun pillar flame spear condensed out of his hand. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll nail you there first, and then slowly torture you, said he. Waved his arm, and a flame spear suddenly shot out from the void. Zero, please give me flowers. Shooting towards Yuan. Call out, seeing the spear coming. Yuan raised his hand and shook it, and the dragon slaying spear instantly appeared in his hand point. However, just waiting for him to take action point. But I heard the little Tuanchan in my arms say in a sweet voice, don't hurt my daddy. I saw her body move, and she actually took the initiative to break away from Yuan's body point, rushing towards the flame spear in midair. Round and round. Careful. Yuan and the elf goddess exclaimed at the same time point. However, it was too late to rescue point. Boom. Just hearing a loud noise, the flame spear filled with divine power instantly collided with the ball point. However, just when Yuan's eyes were about to burst, he was about to take action point. The expected screams did not come out point. Next moment, a shocking scene happened point. I saw, in midair, the spear stuck into Tuanchan's chest, was unable to move forward at all. How can it be? Red-haired Morgan looked at this scene with a surprised expression point. He couldn't understand why a lifeless little girl could block his own shot full of divine power. Before he could speak point, a powerful wave suddenly emitted from the little girl's body point. Immediately afterwards, countless thunder surged out of her body point. Buzz. Yuan was surprised to see that the small figure started to grow rapidly in the lightning point. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a figure nearly 1 meter tall. Miki, a stunning beauty with an exaggerated figure and a waist like a honeycomb point on her head. To curved horns belonging to the dragon tribe also extended. It looks full of dominance and majesty. If you dare to harm this emperor, you will be punished. A cold and magnetic voice came from the woman's mouth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the thunder placenta next to him. But time. Countless viscous thunder slurries turned into waves and converged towards her hand. Then it turned into a thunder sword that was more than 10 meters long. Is this the sword of judgment? When Lu Yuan saw this terrifying thunder sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because it is very similar to the priesthood he received. The divine aura erupted by the other party has suddenly reached the level of medium divine power. No, this is medium divine power. Zhu Dao's expression changed, and he subconsciously wanted to run away. However, at this moment, the sword in the hand of the stunning woman suddenly swung. Suddenly, the thunder in the sky turned into a thunder sword light that enveloped the red-haired Morgan and Zhu Dao. No, no, shouts of horror rang out from the two of them. Just for a moment, the lightning struck through their bodies in an instant. Click, with just one sword strike. The two gods with elementary divine power were instantly split in half. There was silence in the entire divine space. Even Lu Yuan has lost his voice. Because he could never imagine that Tuan Shen, who was calling daddy in his arms just a moment ago, could become so terrifying. And, seeing the other party like this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have doubts. Tuan Shen, is she really the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Saw the two gods completely fall. The lightning around the woman in midair had just subsided slightly. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at the other party and couldn't help but speak. Hey, are you? Before he could finish speaking, the figure of the other party disappeared. Lu Yuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. A slender soft cold hand was already pinching his throat. You dare to steal my godhead? A cold questioning voice sounded from the woman's mouth. Lu Yuan looked at the woman with peerless beauty in front of him and finally made up his mind. Other side, it's not her daughter at all, but herself. It must be that for some reason he became like that and slept in this thunder placenta. And myself, just now, I humiliated someone's godhead in front of them. Aren't you going to say yes? The woman's pretty face was cold. Then, go to hell. As she said that, she was about to hold it with her palm. But at this moment, a force suddenly rolled out of her body. She screamed in pain and instantly held her head with her hands. Immediately afterwards, the power around her began to fade crazily, and her figure suddenly turned into that of a 3 or 4-year-old. Chapter 104, 21 Kinds of Priesthood. Condensed Divine Personality, System Reward. 1000 drops of divine power. Daddy, Tuan Shen, who turned into a little girl, rushed towards Lu Yuan again. He hugged the other person and didn't let go. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little confused about this turn of events. He looked down at Tuan Shen for a long time. Suddenly said, Tuan, don't you know what just happened? I do not know. Tuan Shen tilted her head and looked at him. Tuan Shen only knows to protect daddy. Lu Yuan looked at Tuan Shen carefully for a long time and found that this person really didn't seem to know what had just happened. Could it be that this Dragon Emperor's memory has also been sealed along with the seal in her body? Lu Yuan thought to himself. I'm afraid that's the only way to explain it. Good boy, Tuan Shen, you did a great job just now. Lu Yuan smiled. Remember, don't show off in the future, you know? Dad is here to protect you. Yeah. Tuan Shen is protected by daddy. That's great. After coaxing for a long time, Lu Yuan finally coaxed Tuan down. He was given to the elf goddess to take away to find some clothes, to where he himself came to the two fallen gods. Tip, you have obtained a godhead. Tip, you have obtained a godhead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Priesthood burning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Divine flame. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Shadow of the priesthood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards. Priestly fear. Lu Yuan burst out laughing when he heard the voices of 4 more priests. The flames and burning were useless to him, and they decomposed directly. Rather, this shadow and fear came from that Zhu Dao. Mu thinks it was somewhat useful, so Lu Yuan chose to stay. In this way, Lu Yuan has 21 kinds of clergy. Coupled with the harvest of his godhead essence, Lu Yuan felt that it was time to condense his godhead. It is better to choose a day than to hit it. It just so happens that the dangers here have been removed. No one will be coming soon. It won't attract anyone else's attention. He thought for a while and decided to condense is divine personality and the divine space. To break through the ranks, a thought in my mind. Lu Yuan appeared directly in the void of God's domain. Everyone else has been blocked by him. Tuan Chuan is becoming more and more familiar with the elf goddess and can already play with her. There are countless voids and mists surrounding it. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly released his divine power. At the same time, the divinity of 21 kinds of priests was condensed, and the godhead began to be condensed. But, under the gathering of powerful divine power 21, the divinity began to gather in Lu Yuan's body and evolved into pillars to build a house. Click, click, click. Under Lu Yuan's control, the divine pillar directly turned into a mysterious prototype of the godhead. But at this moment, a scene that had happened appeared again. If it is not stopped, the godhead will collapse and the cohesion will fail. At this time, with a thought, Lu Yuan directly mobilized the essence of the godhead from the system space. But suddenly, a torrent of divine essence began to fill the entire divine being. It turns into glue that generally sticks every divinity to each other. Lu Yuan didn't even know how many levels of divine essence he had spent. Finally, he felt his godhead tremble and seemed to be completely stabilized. At this moment, he got a prompt from the God's domain interface. Tip, you have successfully condensed your godhead. Tip, your rank has been improved. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 1000 drops of divine power. Lu Yuan did not expect that he would be able to receive rewards by condensing a godhead. And it's still 1000 drops of divine power. It's a huge profit to know after condensing the godhead, more divine power will be consumed. Because I want to continue to improve my rank. In addition to reaching the standard of divine power, one also needs to further improve his ability to comprehend the priesthood. In other words, having the power of a giant, but not knowing how to use it, he is certainly not a powerful god. Originally, because of the rules of the main world, the gods were forced to have their own priesthood. This is equivalent to giving the gods an ultimate goal. As long as the understanding of evenness is raised to 100%, it is equivalent to completely mastering the rules of this priesthood. The gods who completely master the rules of the priesthood are called Yangshan. Only the Lord God can completely control the rules. Only by thoroughly mastering the rules can you consolidate your own kingdom of God. Before that, you can also try to condense the kingdom of God. But, even if the divine domain is forcibly transformed into the divine kingdom. Its own quality will also be greatly reduced. It is equivalent to the fact that the materials you used to build your house are all inferior materials. If one of them is bad, it will collapse directly. Or there is no way to resist the invasion of some powerful gods. Certainly, the main god is still a bit far away for Lu Yuan. After he ignited his godhood, he discovered that his progress in understanding the priesthood was actually less than 1%, and want to reach a higher level of understanding. You must continue to burn your divine power and enter the rule world of the main world to continue to understand the calendar area of the priesthood. When reaching 10% of the enlightenment level, plus the divine power reserve, reaches the standard point, you can directly step into the realm of weak divine power. Lu Yuan now has up to 21 kinds of clergy, and once the divine personality is condensed, it will be extremely solid. But similarly, if you want to make a breakthrough, you need to improve your priesthood perceptions in this way. How much divine power does he consume? It's simply impossible to calculate. Fortunately, when the system broke through, it rewarded so much divine power at once. Lu Yuan decided that after he reported to the capital of the Emerald Alliance, he could try to understand the priesthood. With a thought, Lu Yuan appeared directly in his divine realm. Just when he appeared, Zio Tuanshan, who was not far away, immediately spotted his figure. Daddy, she immediately let out a cry of surprise. Next moment, the figure had already rushed into Lu Yuan's arms. Daddy, I miss you so much, Zio. Tuanshan's little head kept rubbing against Lu Yuan's chest. Feeling extremely missed. Congratulations, Master, for condensing the divine power. The elf goddess smiled and bowed to Lu Yuan. She also felt the aura around Lu Yuan just now, which was more than 10 times higher than before. This made her happy, but also secretly frightened. Lu Yuan's strength is really terrifying. If this continues, it may not be impossible to become the Lord God in the future. Lu Yuan nodded. Tina, how long have I been gone? Well, almost 3 years, Master, the elf goddess spoke. 3 years? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. 3 years in God's domain is equivalent to 3 days outside point after all. I should go to the capital to report as soon as possible point. However, before that, it is necessary to arrange the power in the divine domain. Lu Yuan's eyes fell on the thunder placenta in the distance point. Although this thunder placenta is an artifact, it has no means of attack point. Its function is to nourish the Dragon Emperor so that he can wake up from his deep sleep point. It's just that something went wrong along the way, which led to the current situation. Lu Yuan has already thought about the arrangements for this artifact point. Very simple. He wanted the Thunder Beast to enter it and see if it could absorb the power of thunder so as to make yourself more comfortable. Abatha, let the Thunder Beast come over and enter the Thunder Placenta. Lu Yuan ordered Abatha. Yes, Lord. Abatha responded from afar. Not long after, a huge Thunder Beast came next to the Thunder Placenta point with a low roar. He walked directly into the Thunder Pool, where the Thunder Slurry was rolling. Ouch. As soon as he entered it, the terrifying power of thunder bloomed, instantly causing the Thunder Beast to let out a painful roar. The thick scales were beaten to pieces, looking extremely miserable point. But Lu Yuan did not take action at this time, because he could feel that the aura of this Thunder Beast was weakening rapidly point. But there is no real death point, and it seems to be absorbing the power of thunder and slowly recovering. There's a show. Lu Yuan was secretly happy. This Thunder Placenta was indeed magical. It could allow the Thunder Beast to absorb thunder. Maybe in a certain period of time, it would be able to give birth to a stronger Thunder Beast point. Certainly, this is because the vitality of the Thunder Beast is too tenacious to survive the gestation of the Thunder calendar. Otherwise, if you throw in a Springtail at random, it will turn into dust and be completely annihilated point. It seemed to take a long time, and Lu Yuan stopped paying attention point. Subsequently, he hugged Tuanshan and said with a smile, let's go, Tuanshan. Dad will take you to see something fun. Is it fun? Great, Tuan. Tuan's chubby little hands patted merrily, and the elf goddess got her a pink princess dress from nowhere. It was so cute. 0 bar. Lu Yuan kissed her little face unceremoniously point. Suddenly the little group burst into giggles. He looked at the elf goddess next to him and said, you come with me too. As he spoke, he moved and disappeared from the place point. When he reappeared, he saw a 10th level creature with flames all over his body appearing in front of him point. Of course it is Yagdra point. See Lu Yuan appear. Yagdra's arrogant head bowed respectfully. My lord, see you at Yagdra. Lu Yuan nodded and asked, how is Chimera? Return to my lord. He is not dead. Come on, take me to see it. As you command. Yagdra nodded, and then moved towards a valley not far away point. Soon, Lu Yuan and others saw the two-headed chimera imprisoned in the valley point. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, Yagdra had already broken off the opponent's wings. See Lu Yuan appear. The two-headed chimera suddenly let out an angry roar. Oh, you abominable gods, let me out. I won't believe in you, chimera. It's actually a chimera. Next to her, the elf goddess's eyes suddenly glowed when she saw chimera. This is our natural elf's best friend. Master, I didn't expect you to be able to gain such a believer. Lu Yuan smiled slightly after hearing this. This chimera is very unruly and is not a follower of mine. See if you can conquer it and believe in you. If not, I will sacrifice it directly. Really? That's great. The elf goddess was immediately pleasantly surprised when she heard this. If the chimera could be subdued, the strength of her followers would be greatly increased. So, she nodded and moved directly towards Chimera. Two-headed chimera, I'm the elf goddess Viviantina, representing the power of nature and elves. The ancient natural elves were once the most loyal partners and allies with the two-headed chimera clan. So, if you are willing to be loyal to me, I will give you a broader sky and a better living environment. Her words contained divine fluctuations, as if gods were communicating with believers. Generally speaking, this chimera, who has a natural affinity for elves, would probably choose to be loyal if she had no other choice. However, perhaps it's because this two-headed chimera has been tortured by red-haired Morgan for too long. Its eyes still glowed with angry fire. Dream. I, the chimera clan, will never believe in any gods, including you who are in league with demons. It's Roar has not yet completely subsided. At this time 3.5. Just a cold snort was heard. A terrifying coercion emerged out of thin air, pressing its body heavily on the ground like a mountain. It even made a huge hole in the ground. Puff. A cloud of blood mist burst out from the chimera's body, and countless scales began to crack. The severe pain almost made him faint completely. At the same time, a cold, indifferent voice without any emotion sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. I will give you 3 seconds to consider and be loyal to her, otherwise you will die. Chimera. A strong death crisis enveloped my heart. Chimera now clearly knows that if she really doesn't agree to the other party, so the only outcome is death. 3. Lu Yuan started counting down without even looking at it. I promise to surrender. Finally, after the last second, the two-headed chimera made a sound of surrender. The elf goddess was completely stunned. So directly tamed. Isn't this too easy? Original. Generally speaking, when encountering such a creature, many gods can't stand it and try to make the other party surrender to them. But Lu Yuan is better. He can do everything in 3 seconds with just 1 sentence. Actually, for Lu Yuan, this chimera is dispensable to him. When he said he wanted to kill, he really wanted to kill, not as a joke. This chimera dared to be so arrogant because it was sure that the other party would not kill it. It's good now, in the face of death, its arrogance was completely crushed by Lu Yuan. Chapter 105. Kill a god with 1 punch. Go to Jiushan University, have a welcome party for freshmen. A battle between gods? The two-headed chimera honestly signed a contract with the elf goddess, then she was taken directly back to her divine realm. After everything is done, Lu Yuan looked at the thunder beast that was still gestating in the thunder placenta. Then he was ready to leave the divine realm. He took too long. I need to rush back. 0 Tuan Chuan was originally stalking him to go out with him. But in the end, Lu Yuan was successfully attracted to the space of the elf goddess. In the space of the elf goddess, large areas of forest environment emerge. And there is a beautiful elf accompanying her, unlike here in Lu Yuan, where there are ugly bugs everywhere. After finishing the small group, Lu Yuan just had a thought in his mind and rushed out from the divine space. Lu Yuan landed and found that there was dead silence around him. There are no fluctuations. It seems that since the remains of the Dragon Emperor's tomb have disappeared. This plane was also completely silent. Whoosh. He moved and rushed directly in the direction of the pass. According to his speed, it would take 3 to 5 days to fly. But now, after condensing his divine power, Lu Yuan not only had a greatly increased speed, but also had 1,000 drops of divine power in his hand. Suddenly he felt a little unscrupulous. It only took him 1 day of the 3-day journey to see the teleportation station. It only takes a few hours at most for Lu Yuan to teleport back. However, at this moment, suddenly a wave of divine power appeared in the void. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly stopped. Next moment, a tall figure with explosive muscles landed from midair. You can actually meet demigods here, and he's still a demigod who has just condensed his godhood. TSK. It seems I got something unexpected from reading 5 gods today. Just as he was saying, the opponent landed in front of Lu Yuan from the void in the distance. The figure of more than 2 meters tall looked at Lu Yuan with a very arrogant look. Boy, open your divine realm. I only need to take away what I like and let you go. Click. The other party squeezed his palm. Don't force me, the god of brute strength, to take action. Otherwise, call out before he could finish his words. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. The next moment, appeared directly in front of him. So fast, the god of brute force's expression changed, and he subconsciously used his divine power. The brute force priesthood explodes instantly. HMPH, you dare to confront me with hard steel? It doesn't cost you $1 million. Disdain flashed in his eyes as a god with weak divine power. Isn't it easy to deal with a demigod who has just condensed his divine power? However, when his fist collided with Lu Yuan, he realized how wrong he was. Click. There was just a crisp sound, and a terrifying force like a volcanic eruption instantly bloomed from Lu Yuan's hand. A mysterious and complex clerical power erupted. Tearing his arm apart instantly. Puff. The god of brute force spurted out a mouthful of blood. But what surprised him was that his figure didn't fly upside down. Strange. He lowered his head subconsciously, and saw a huge hole in his chest. How can it be? He finally said only 4 words before falling to the ground with a thud point in Lu Yuan's hand. He had already taken out a godhead. Hint, you killed a god. Tip, you have obtained a godhead ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Priest brute force. The priesthood is good. I will accept it. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He just saw this god with weak divine power, and he just wanted to test his own strength. Just take action directly. Unexpectedly, with one punch, he actually instantly killed a god with weak divine power. This made Lu Yuan feel like he was encountering a god of red-haired Morgan's level. He has the confidence to kill the opponent directly. The god of brute force is just a sideshow. After Lu Yuan entered the teleportation station, he directly released the elf goddess. The two passed through the teleportation station together and teleported directly to the capital of the Emerald Alliance. That is the Emerald City. Emerald City as the capital of the Emerald Alliance. It is also the largest city in the Emerald Alliance. Its population has exceeded 1 billion. There are countless demigods among them. But even so, there are very few people who can be admitted to the 3 universities. Today is the last day of school for the next semester. According to annual practice, special admissions students who will be able to take the college entrance examination next year will be admitted in advance. Get access to additional resources and learning opportunities a full year in advance. It will be of great help to them to ignite the divine fire. Hey, Senior Lin, do we have to wait any longer? A girl with freckles on her face raised her hands to cover the sun and couldn't help but complain. It's already the last day. If you don't come by this point, there will probably be no more. Beside, a young man wearing a white shirt and looking honest shook his head after hearing this. Zhao Li, in 10 minutes, our mission will be over. You'd better sit back and relax. After all, anyone who can be admitted in advance at this time is basically a good candidate. Don't neglect it. Cut. Zhao Li curled her lips and said disapprovingly, Senior, you are too worried. Our orientation department has accepted special admissions for 2 years. No matter how talented they are still demigods. Do you think any of them can win a game at the special recruitment reception? It's not. The senior named Lin was about to refute, but suddenly, his words stopped abruptly. Because a slender handsome young man was walking quickly in his direction. Hello, is this the special admissions and welcome department of Jiushan University? Lu Yuan bowed slightly and asked. Yes, hello classmate, we are from the orientation department of Jiushan Student Union. Senior Lin couldn't help but laugh. My surname is Lin, how can I help you? Oh, hello, Senior Lin, I'm a special admissions student, and this is the admission notice. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. As soon as he stretched out his palm, a card appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Senior Lin reached out to take it and swept it in front of the machine in his hand. Lu Yuan's message appeared immediately. Hello, classmate Lu Yuan, you are the only one missing from the special admissions program. Senior Lin smiled after confirming the information. Zhao Li, take this classmate to settle in the dormitory and then take him to the school's orientation center. Senior Lin turned to the freckled girl next to him. I'm going to the academic affairs office to submit materials. I'll be there in a minute. Oh, got it. When Zhao Li heard that she wanted to take Lu Yuan to the dormitory, she reluctantly agreed. Let's go. Follow me. She stood up, turned around and walked away. Hurry up and catch up, freshman. Don't wait too long. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and didn't understand why this female senior seemed to have such a bad temper. Could it be that the study pressure is too intense and you are holding it back? Shook his head. He didn't intend to go into details and followed the other party in a few steps. Then he couldn't help but ask, Senior, what is this orientation center? HMPH, where else could it be? Of course it's the place where you were tortured. Zhao Li said angrily. Abused? What do you mean? Lu Yuan frowned. Never heard that people would be tortured. Just after entering this university, Zhao Li in front also realized that she had gone too far. Couldn't help but explain. Although you special recruits are special recruits, According to our school's rules, you must participate in the freshman orientation activities. To put it simply, the freshmen who have enrolled in the first half of the semester will challenge you to a divine battle point. If they win the challenge, they can get rewards. God's War? Are there any rewards? Yuan seemed to understand the rules, but he couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, if we win the challenge, won't there be any reward?" "You guys? Haha, Zao." Lee paused slightly and subconsciously looked back at Yuan. Then he couldn't help but laugh. "It's good if you can promise not to be beaten until you cry. Do you still want a reward?" Most of those students who are half a year ahead of you have already ignited the divine fire, and the believers in the divine realm are much stronger than you. If you don't get beaten up, you'll be fine, so don't think about the rewards. "Oh, is that so?" Yuan nodded thoughtfully. According to what this senior said, I'm afraid it's just to give them special admission students, to show off their power. Want to show off to me? I'm looking forward to it. Yuan licked his lips and seemed a little excited. The dormitory procedures are easy to handle. It was done quickly. After it was over, Zayoli took Yuan to a teaching building not far away. As soon as you walk inside, there is a huge, empty hall full of technology. On the door are written the 4 characters "Welcome new students." Needless to say, this is the orientation center. Yuan walked into the hall and saw many people already sitting in the hall. A rough count shows that there are dozens of them. So many special moves. Just when Yuan was confused, the dozens of special admission students who had arrived all looked at Yuan in unison. "Hey, the last one is finally here. Really? We've been waiting for 2 days in vain. It's not like you're the main god, so why do you make such a big show?" Seeing Yuan appear, a series of mocking voices suddenly sounded. Because Yuan arrived too late, the welcome party for new students that could have been held was delayed for more than a day. These people are naturally a little dissatisfied with Yuan. However, while everyone was discussing, sudden a cold voice sounded among the crowd. "Shut up, everyone." Whoosh. For a moment, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone looked at the young man with sharp edges and a stern face sitting in the front row and stopped talking. Because they all knew that this young man was none other than the most talented demigod from the Qin family in the capital. Qin Shi. The Qin family claims to have the blood of the dragon god, and the half-dragon believers under its command have long been famous throughout the Alliance 350. So, as soon as Qin Shi appeared, everyone immediately became involuntarily afraid. Unexpectedly, under everyone's gaze, Qin Shi suddenly stood up from his seat. "Stand up slowly." Turning to look at Yuan at the door. Immediately, he suddenly grinned. "Yuan, right? Hello, my name is Qin Shi, and my battle network nickname is Blade." "Blade?" Yuan's heart suddenly moved when he heard the name. It turns out that this guy is the Blade who ranks second in the combat power rankings since the last time he won the battle power replacement challenge. I have never been on battle.net again. I hadn't seen him for a few months, but I didn't expect Dao Feng to be admitted to Jiushan University in advance. "Hello, Yuan did not refuse the other party's greetings. He nodded slightly as a greeting. As for his nickname, Natural Disaster, he has no intention of exposing it. The Blade took a look and Yuan didn't say anything. Naturally, I did not continue to expose it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Come on, classmate Yuan, sit here." Yuan paused, then nodded and walked over. "Sit down next to the Blade." This move made everyone behind him have a lot of speculation about Yuan's identity. What is the origin of this guy? How can he be so valued by Mr. Qin? Yeah, I've never been to a family like the Lu family in the Alliance. Maybe we met on battle.net, right? Maybe he might be Mr. Qin's younger brother. While everyone was talking, Dao Feng couldn't help but leaned next to Yuan and spoke in a low voice. "Natural Disaster, you didn't expect us to meet here, did you?" When Yuan heard the other party speak, he knew that he must have discovered his identity. "Qin Shi, I didn't expect that you are from the Qin family." "Qin family? If you are not at Zhulang University, why are you here?" Qin Shi smiled slightly. "Of course I'm here for you. You are the first man who can defeat me on battle.net. so I have to get this debt back. Really? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, saying that he could not give in to a warm admin like Qin Point. Moreover, he believed that, even if the other party had lit the divine fire, it would not be his opponent. Qin wanted to say more, but then he saw a teacher walking in with a dozen students. Before anyone could react, an extremely rough voice sounded from the teacher's mouth. Students, are you ready to be abused? Chapter 106. Two consecutive defeats. Qin takes action personally. Priests clash. Half-dragon army. Abused. Humph. It's not certain who will abuse whom. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, someone couldn't help but refute. The freshmen present were specially recruited. In one's own place, one can be considered a genius to some extent. Geniuses naturally have their own arrogance. Even if the teacher speaks, they will not be convinced. That's right. Isn't it just a battle between gods? Who is afraid of whom? Come on. I don't believe it. How strong could you be in half a year? Come on. Come on. Don't waste our time. When the teacher heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Okay, very good. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Meng, and I'm also your practical course teacher at Jiushan University. I'm glad you have such confidence. Now let me announce the welcome party rewards. Each side selects 5 students to participate in the divine battle. The competition system adopts a team elimination system. That is, until all members of one team are defeated, it is considered a failure. At the end of the competition, all students on the winning side will receive a basic reward of 100 credits. And participating students can receive additional credit rewards based on their performance. Remember, the number of credits will directly determine the number of times you enter the main tower. So, come on, Chen. Meng touched his beard and smiled. Now, I give you 5 minutes to select your team members. The voice fell. Many special admission students glanced at each other, eager to try. But their eyes naturally fell on Qin in front. Young Master Qin, we are the most trustworthy in your strength. How about you choose this team member? Everyone in the Qin family and the capital naturally believed in it. That's fine, Qin. Xianxi nodded and did not refuse. Students, here, I have already investigated your information before coming here. Whoever I click on will go into battle. Zhao, Xintong, Liuo, Zhao Chuan Wu. The faces of the 3 classmates who were named one after another had a look of surprise on their faces. In their view, as long as they win, they can get additional rewards. Where can I find such benefits? Including Qin himself. There are already 4 people. Many people looked at Qin with expectation, hoping that the other party would choose them. However, Qin finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Yuan next to him. Also, classmate Lu Yuan. When everyone heard Qin last name, they couldn't help showing surprise. Huh. It's actually him. The Zhao family, the Zhao family, and the Li family are all families with backgrounds in the Jade Alliance. Where did this kid come from? I just checked. This Lu Yuan is from Kayan City. He has no background. What are you doing? We trust Mr. Qin, but we can't act recklessly. Isn't this giving victory to others? Shh. Keep your voice down. If you lose, you lose. If you offend Mr. Qin, you won't be able to live with it. Everyone's discussion was naturally heard by Lu Yuan and Qin. But Qin still had a smile on his face and looked at Lu Yuan and said, how is it? Classmate Lu Yuan, you are under a lot of pressure. If you lose, you will take the blame. Yeah? Lu Yuan smiled lightly. I think that as the decision maker, you have a greater responsibility. Haha, okay, don't worry, with me here, we can't lose, Qin. Xianxi laughed loudly, looking quite confident. Oh, then I'll just wait and see. Lu Yuan shrugged non-committally. Although he still doesn't know what kind of benefits the credits will have for the main tower, but he knew that the place linked to the Lord God was definitely not simple. You guys go up first. I'll be the finale. Qin waved his hand and said very calmly. Naturally, others have no objection to this. See that the team has been selected. The teacher Chen Meng also grinned. Ah, you ready? Which of you will be the first to come first? After he finished speaking, an unattractive boy stepped out behind him. It has been shown that the other party is the first to appear. Come, Zhao. Chuan Wu was born tall and powerful, so he should take the first step. Okay, then log in nearby. Chen Meng took a look and nodded. Next to it, a row of landing cabins has been prepared. However, when Zhao Chuan Wu walked into the lodging cabin minding his own business, however, everyone discovered that the opponent on the opposite side was still standing there and did not move. The expressions of the special admissions students who saw this scene suddenly changed. Little did they know that the other party had already lit the divine fire. The student who ignited the divine fire in the middle of the semester, needless to say, they must be a very talented group. HMPH. So what if we light the divine fire? We may not have no chance. By now, everyone knew they had to bite the bullet. At least, there is still hope. If not, the momentum will be weak. Chen Meng didn't pay much attention to the reaction to the special enrollment. He turned on the big screen in the hall with a calm expression. Moment. The virtual battle interface between the two people opened directly. The battle soon began. As a special admission student, Zhao Chuan Wu does have his own background. Although the divine fire was not lit. As soon as he came up, he took out the 3rd level leopard-headed warriors to lead the battle. It is different from other conventional troop configurations. Zhao Chuan Wu's leopard-headed man is characterized by mobility as its main highlight. 30,000 leopard-headed warriors act as guerrillas to kill the backline force. As for the front, 20,000 rock iron-backed turtle knights were used as frontal advancement. Paired with a large number of archers in the back row and a small amount of level 3 mage support. Not to mention the defense of the rock iron back itself. Coupled with the turtle shell shields of fellow warriors, they can greatly resist the damage of the opponent. If you want to attack the back row, you must tear apart the defense of the front row. However, seeing the special admission students configured in this way, they couldn't help but express surprise. Only their surprise has not yet been spoken. When he saw that the other party had lit the divine fire, Lao Sheng raised his hand, and a stream of hidden mist priesthood was directly released. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. This concealing fog is similar to the fog of war, but more advanced than fog of war because it highlights the word hidden in it. As long as the friendly units are within it, they can obtain the maximum concealment effect. But the other party was completely revealed, as if he had been marked. Just as a look of panic appeared in Zhao Chuan Wu's eyes, he was preparing to defend himself against the opponent's attack. The surprise attack from the Desert Scorpion Knight launched an attack directly from the opponent's back row. The Scorpion Tail Needle exerted its poisonous ability. The mage group was completely annihilated in less than 10 minutes. By the time the Rock Ironback Turtle Knight reacted, it was already over. Although the leopard-headed warriors are fast enough, they cannot perform well in the hidden fog. In the end, they were killed one after another before they underestimated the opponent's figure. In the first game, Lao Sheng wins. Does the winner choose to continue or leave? An expected sneer appeared on Chen Meng's face. Then he asked, "Teacher Chen, I'm enough to deal with these wastes by myself. I will continue." The old student sitting in the front row nodded with a sneer on his face. "Maid, who are you calling useless?" Zhao Chuan Wu, who had just come out of the lodging cabin, stopped immediately when he heard this. "If you hadn't created that fog and used such despicable methods, how could I have lost?" Zhao Chuan Wu suddenly became angry. "That's right, the battle between gods must be fought openly and openly. What kind of man are you, hiding your head and showing your tail?" Zhao Zintong, the only female special admission student selected, couldn't help but refute. Even the girls spoke. Others followed up one after another. "I have never seen such a despicable and shameless guy. Yes, if I had known earlier, I would have just used the priesthood to defeat the opponent." Listening to the increasingly lively discussion, the expression on Chen Meng's face suddenly turned cold. Sudden a loud roar suddenly sounded from his mouth. "That's enough, shut up." This loud shout was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The whole hall fell silent instantly. "What do you think God War is? Are children playing house? Will you still be fair and follow the rules with me here?" Chen Meng's fierce gaze swept across the audience like a tiger. If you really go to the battlefield outside the territory, will the enemy still treat you fairly? Does the Abyss Demon also want to be fair with you? Do devils in hell also want to be fair? Since it is a battle between gods, then use all possible means. If you can win, that is the most important thing. If you don't even understand this, get out of here as soon as possible. Jiushan University doesn't need ignorant trash like you. After being yelled at by Chen Meng, the special admission students who were still a little dissatisfied became completely honest. Yes, even if it is a virtual divine war, it is still a divine war. There is no reason for them not to allow each other to use the priesthood. Seeing everyone's silence, Chen Meng honestly spoke after a moment. Next one. Who of you will come on? I come. Zhao Zintong, who had just been severely criticized by Chen Meng, stood up unconvinced. Entered the login cabin. Not long after, the second divine battle began directly. Seemingly knowing the opponent's missed priesthood, Zhao Zintong unleashed his own priesthood storm. As soon as he came up, prevent the opponent from appearing in a hidden fog. This time, the opponent did not choose to fight in hiding, but directly sent out an army of 300,000 more desert scorpions, completely crushing the opponent. Even Zhao Zintong's trump card is the crow man who can fly under the strong wind. It can't withstand the long range attack of the desert scorpion man and the scorpion tail needle. At this moment, only then did everyone realize that those tall third level desert scorpion men had mutated into powerful units with long range attack methods. The second game ended at a faster pace. At this time, everyone realized this seemingly humble student actually possesses terrifying power from the front. Having lost 2 places in a row, the psychological pressure on the entire special admissions program has been great. If we lose another game, it will be impossible to come back. Even Kinshyansi, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but frown at this moment. He is indeed here for the Yuan. But, as a proud member of a noble family, he was not allowed to have such a failure. If this reached his grandfather's ears, he would probably be scolded. Take me in. So, when teacher Chen Meng asked who was next, Kinshyansi said directly, "Oh my god, did Mr. Qin actually take action so early?" "Yes, with Master Qin taking action, this wave will definitely be stable. HMPH, that old man's army is too single. It only has desert scorpions, so they will definitely be defeated." Just as he was talking, teacher Chen Meng said to Kinshyansi, "Come on, then enter the login cabin and get ready to start. There will be no replacements on his side, so you can continue." "Sorry, teacher, I don't need to enter the login cabin." Kinshyansi shook his head and smiled after hearing this, and then, with a thought in his mind, he directly connected to the god's domain interface. Hiss. Okay, everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasped. "Let me go." "Has Mr. Qin lit the divine fire? So fast. Steady, steady, we will win this time." Kinshyansi actually lit the divine fire, which was a shot in the arm for all the special recruits. Even Chen Meng, after hearing Kinshyansi's words, he also stared hard. He is truly a genius of the Qin family. Even the divine fire was lit. It's a pity that I brought people today to show off your special recruits. How can you be unprepared, teacher?" Chen Meng suddenly sneered in his heart. At this time, on the big screen, the armies of believers of the 2 gods were ready. It's similar to what Lu Yuan once saw. This time Kinshyansi had 50,000 and a half dragon knights in the front row to charge. However, compared with last time, the number of half dragons this time has increased a lot. And even the ranks have all reached the 4th level. The tens of thousands of long range troops in the back row also expanded in number. Many of the ranks in the mage group have reached the 4th level. Where's the night demon? Tikin. Kinshyansi used those as his trump card before. Don't know to what extent. Before he could think for a moment, the divine battle between the 2 began completely. Brush. As soon as it started, the concealing fog instantly emerged from the battlefield and surged towards Kinshyansi. However, when Kinshyansi saw this scene, he immediately thought, and a strong wind burst out from the void. Start blowing this mist back. The 4th level half dragon knight began to charge towards the opponent with heavy steps. It didn't take long for the troops of both sides to descend on the plain. Chapter 107 Lu Yuan challenges the teacher. Level 6 War Elephant Gryphon Knight. Level 8 Elf Dragon. Collision. When an army of half dragons up to the 4th level face the desert scorpion men of the 3rd level, they would definitely destroy the opponent. It is also true. After the first wave of collision, Kinshyansi indeed gained an overwhelming advantage. However, just when he thought everything was 1 point sudden, a large number of Vulture Knights appeared in the sky. The number exceeds 50,000. And every one of them is a 3rd level professional. The mighty force came towards Kinshyansi's half dragons. Haha, the half dragons are indeed strong enough, but unfortunately, their biggest shortcoming is their inability to fight in the air. Next to him, Teacher Chen Meng had a smile on his face. What he wants is absolute crushing. This may seem unfair, but this is the reality. New students must learn lessons. HMPH. Is it against the air? In the virtual divine realm, Kinshyansi couldn't help but snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Next moment, he directly mobilized his divine power and displayed his divine power instantly. Brush. A black sky appeared quickly, covering the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Outside, Lu Yuan saw Kinshyansi's move. I knew that he was preparing to unleash his trump card, the Night Demon. Really, the moment night falls, large swaths of night demons begin to soar. The number is actually still 5,000. However, they have all reached the 4th level. Taking off silently, under the cover of the night, it approached the Vulture Knight in the sky. Quack. The vulture under the Vulture Knight made an uneasy cry. The Vulture man above was also trying his best to comfort him. It seemed that they were unaware of the night demon's approach. That's not right. From a god's perspective, Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Someone next to me asked subconsciously. Although those vultures screamed in alarm, their formation was not in disorder. Lu Yuan was confused. If the other party was really afraid, wouldn't vultures fly all over the sky? But at this moment, everyone suddenly saw that behind tens of thousands of Vulture Knights, there were actually a dozen human figures with white beards and holding staffs, and their clothes clearly belonged to the role of healing priests. 363 level 4 priest. Oh no. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously exclaimed. At this moment, more than a dozen priests suddenly started singing loudly. The next moment, the sun's blazing light suddenly bloomed from the sky. 4th level. Divine art. Holy light art. Dazzling. White light bloomed instantly in the sky. The Vulture Knight, who had been prepared for a long time, heard screams at this moment. Each and every one of them had donned lenses that looked like sunglasses from nowhere. And far away, the Night Demon, who originally thought everything was under control, was instantly shaken by this blazing white light and screamed repeatedly. Ah! Damn it, I'm blind. No, I can't see it. Holy light, my body. Not only are they invisible, but as hell demons, they are under this purifying holy light technique. He was immediately hit hard. There is no way to overcome species conflicts. So, next, what greeted the Night Demon was the powerful attack of 50,000 Vulture Knights. Completely annihilated. This moment, all special admission students were completely silent. It's over. Completely over. Even the strongest Kinshyansi was completely defeated. What chance is there to win? Certainly, not being able to win is secondary. More importantly, they feel that the gap between them and the old students is a bit big. Suddenly, the arrogance and pride that he had originally disappeared in an instant. Chen Meng couldn't help but nod secretly when he saw this scene. This is what the school hopes to achieve. Now, just take care of the remaining 2. The purpose of this welcome party for new students has been completely achieved. After all, long before he came, he had obtained all the special admissions information. Among them, Kinshyansi, who was listed as the top seed, was studied by Chen Meng for targeting tactics. Otherwise, why is it such a coincidence that there are more than a dozen 4th level priests standing above the Vulture Knight? I heard that Liu Luo has the Xiang Warrior's trump card, and he can also deal with it in the air. Chen Meng glanced at the remaining 2 students. As for that Lu Yuan, I heard that he is a disciple of the Zerg tribe. Haha, the ranks are generally low. He can deal with ordinary demigods, but cannot deal with high-level soldiers. To be honest, when Chen Meng was specifying tactics, He was a little dismissive of Lu Yuan's information point in his opinion. The reason why the opponent was able to obtain the special recruitment spot was because of his insect-seed tactics. It is actually not difficult to solve this tactic point. That is to use high level units with high defense and high attack, combined with high level mage units that can cause large scale damage. Point it can achieve effective killing point. No matter how many low level Zerg there are, they are just serving food point. Just as he was thinking about it, Kinshyansi next to him also opened his eyes from his seat point in the plane of the main world. Gods can only connect to the divine space through divine fire. Point it is impossible to teleport directly in. Point Kinshyansi's face was naturally very ugly when he woke up. Point needless to say, he knew that he was being targeted. Kin Shiansi raised his hands to applaud, stood up and bowed to Teacher Chen Meng. Teacher, Chen's plan is perfect. Kinshyansi is convinced that he will lose. Chen Meng looked at Kinshyansi's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Ah, you really convinced? I have arranged a 4th level priest in advance to restrain your clerical power. Haha, if you lose, you lose. There is nothing to complain about. Shiansi smiled and shook his head. I think there is no need to compare the rest. Point we have a special enrollment and we admitted our defeats today. The special admission students who heard this couldn't help but fell silent. Point they want to be unconvinced. Point it was obvious that Chen Meng was no match for them in terms of preparation and strength. Point I saw no one spoke. Point Chen Meng also nodded. Since the goal was achieved. Point there is no point in doing it any further. Okay, since you agree, then we will. However, just as he was about to finish speaking, a dull voice came from the side. Teacher Chen Meng, I have a question. Chen Meng turned his head and saw Lu Yuan sitting there, saying calmly, what is the problem? Chen Meng said subconsciously. Lu Yuan thought for a while. I would like to ask, if I win 1 versus 5, can my own credits be doubled? What? When Chen Meng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed. Haha, I can't tell, but your ambition is quite big. Chen Meng's expression gradually turned cold. Point he thought the effect this time was already very good. Point, but I didn't expect that someone would jump out at the last minute. Point what made him even more unexpected was that the other party actually wanted to fight against 5. This is simply Kai Guoguo's provocation. Point a thorn, an absolute thorn. Point in an instant, Teacher Chen Meng decided that he must give this new student some color. Yes. Once you win normally, in addition to the basic reward of 100 credits, an additional 100 credits will be awarded. Point. If you win all 5 times, it will be 600 points more. Chen Meng's bearded face suddenly pressed toward Lu Yuan. Dad, if you win 1 versus 5, in addition to the 600 credits, add 400 to give you 1000 credits. It seemed that Lu Yuan was a little unhappy with his calm expression. Point Teacher Chen Meng added again. If you are not convinced, you can directly challenge this teacher. As long as you can persist for 1 minute under my attack, I will personally give you another 1000 credits. Hiss, teacher. Chen Meng's deep voice made everyone take a breath of air. Old students who are familiar with Chen Meng know that this practical class teacher is angry. Point Chen Meng was very angry, and the consequences were serious. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yuan would not agree, Lu Yuan spit out 2 words, make a deal. As he spoke, he stretched and looked at Chen Meng with a smile on his face. Teacher, remember what you said, and prepare your credits. Hiss, it's over. This kid is crazy. Challenge the teacher? He doesn't want his life. Teacher Chen Meng is a god with elementary divine power, and his followers are not comparable to those of us freshmen who have just entered college. You don't overestimate your capabilities. This kind of person can actually be specially recruited. Look how he was beaten by Teacher Chen Meng. 1 minute in reality and 6 hours in the divine world. I guess Teacher Chen Meng can tear him into pieces for a few times. I heard everyone talking. Point Kinshyansi next to him couldn't help but take a deep look at Lu Yuan. Point then, give me a thumbs up. NIU. Brother, if you dare to agree to this challenge, I admire you. Point. If you can win, I will recognize you as my big brother. I don't want a useless little brother like you. Lu Yuan smiled lightly and shook his head. Point Kinshyansi was speechless. This was the first time he heard someone dare to talk to him like this. You Win first and then talk about it. Ha ha ha. Okay, very good, teacher. Chen Meng reacted and laughed wildly. However, no matter how you listen to this laughter, it makes people feel a little chilling. Okay, come on, let me see what you are capable of, and dare to say such big words. Teacher Chen Meng couldn't wait to teach this thorn in front of him a lesson. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and did not move in his seat. However, the moment he closed his eyes, his divine thoughts were already connected to the divine world. Everyone who saw this scene was suddenly stunned. The same question popped up in my mind. He actually lit the divine fire. Originally, it was thought that among the many special admission students, only Kanshai and Si, who had the richest background, would ignite the divine fire. Now, did not expect Lu Yuan actually lit the divine fire. For a moment, the special admission students who originally thought they were bound to lose, gradually had some thoughts. Only, this thought has not arisen yet. He was ruthlessly killed by the old student opposite him. Don't light it up and interact with teacher Chen Meng's elementary divine power. Is there any difference? Lu Yuan once again entered the familiar god's domain interface. The virtual god battle is no different from the previous rules. Create your own terrain and simulate the invasion of the divine domain. Soon, everything is ready. At this moment, the god realm prompt also sounded. Tip, the virtual god war begins. In the vast divine space, a huge space crack emerged from the void. Before everyone could react, he heard the earth shaking and a sound like beating a drum. Boom, 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 boom. The speed seems to be getting faster and faster, more and more urgent. Mid-air, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed. Next moment, everyone saw that a giant elephant with a head height of 5 meters and tusks galloped out of the crack. That deep sound was nothing else. It's the sound they make when they run. Level 6 war elephant. My god, is teacher Chen Meng planning to crush it at the beginning? How can we fight this? We can't beat him at all. Such a terrifying big guy. Just stepping on it can kill a piece of it. Among the people discussing, 50,000 war elephants came galloping forward. Without any pause, he rushed into Lu Yuan's divine realm. Behind the war elephant, a troll with a fang and a height of more than 3 meters stared at its copper bell-like eyes. The spear in his hand was raised high, ready to take action at any time. Level 5 troll spear thrower, 100,000. Oh my god, is this the power of teacher Chen Meng? All the students were almost completely stunned by this powerful Linux. It's far from over. Above the troll spear throwers, 50,000 Griffin Knights soared in the sky. Even if he is not a professional, the 5th level Griffin Knight is enough to scare people. What's even more frightening is that every Griffin Knight's body is flashing with lightning. It is rumored that the Griffin Knight can also control the power of thunder and lightning, and can launch terrifying thunder attacks. Behind the troll, 10,000 shamans wearing white robes and pig-headed bodies were holding staffs raised high. In just one move, a series of 2nd level bloodthirsty spells were released. Ouch. Both the war elephant and the troll spear thrower roared loudly, and their attack power increased accordingly. However, just when everyone thought that this was all Mr. Chen Meng's methods could do. From behind, suddenly a deep dragon roar sounded. Next moment, a total of 10 tall 8-level elf dragon cubs flew over. For a moment, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 108. Who is the student? Lu Yuan, who conquers every step of the way. Oh my god. Elf dragon. Shitao. Did teacher Chen Meng rob the elf dragon's lair? The moment they saw the elf dragon appear, everyone was completely shocked. Legend has it that the elf dragon, also called the butterfly dragon, has extremely high dragon blood in its body. But it's not a real dragon. Once he reaches adulthood, he possesses more than 10 levels of terrifying power. However, the knowledge in front of me is still young, so it has reached the 8th level. They also have a title called Mage Killer. Because not only is the elf dragon fast enough, but it is also immune to most spell damage on the battlefield. Once they are rushed into the back row, any mage unit can only wait to die. This time, you can see it. The gap between teachers and students from the beginning. Teacher Chen Meng directly used ground troops, long-range attacks, and mage assistance. Air Force auxiliary. Then the final configuration of countermeasures against the enemy mage was fully revealed. This is a complete and ridiculously powerful army. And look at the other side. There is nothing more than endless mountains in Yuan point unexpectedly. There is no trace of the believer race point. The only strange thing is that there is no soil visible on the earth point. It's all slippery ground like thick moss. Huh. What does he mean? Surrender. Haha, I think I was frightened when I saw Teacher Chen's army. TSK, you're going to die. If you do it, it doesn't make any sense. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the special admission students were a little puzzled. However, only Kanchai and C couldn't help but frown. He knew that Yuan's Zerg army was very strange. Maybe you can get out of the ground and give the opponent a surprise attack. And when Teacher Chen Meng saw the quiet situation in Yuan Divine Realm very cautiously, he stopped the army. It stopped thousands of meters away from the horseshoe-shaped mountains. In the distance, Yuan, I know that your Zerg followers can hide underground, so there is no need to use this trick. Teacher Chen Meng's words rang out. Above the void, Yuan's calm voice came. Since Teacher Chen Meng knows me so clearly, hasn't he thought of a way to crack it? How to crack it? Chen Meng's voice paused slightly, and then he laughed. My method is simple and crude. Just crush them over, he said and waved his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying army of 50,000 war elephants burst into action. With heavy steps, he ran towards the mountains in the distance. Your method is nothing more than burying the insects in the shallow soil, and my war elephants are not only as high as 6 levels, but each one weighs more than 10 tons. If such a heavy body is crushed on the ground, no matter how tough your bug is, it still won't be able to withstand it. Teacher Chen Meng had a confident smile on his face. Either they come out and are killed by war elephants, or they are trampled to death underground. Yuan, it's your choice how to do it. Just as he was talking, Chen Meng suddenly raised his hand. An earthy yellow halo directly enveloped all the war elephants. Gravity halo? Can it be increased by using it in reverse? Yuan's voice sounded. Teacher Chen Meng really did his best for me. Humph, the teacher is teaching you. No matter what opponent you face, you must go all out and not give the enemy a chance to come back. Do you understand? Chen Meng's words fell. Then he saw that the bodies of the 50,000 war elephants sank slightly, and the heaven and earth were right. Dimples began to appear on the slippery soil. Can be seen. This kind of terrifying pressure is indeed not something that ordinary Zerg can bear. Boom. Boom boom. Everyone only saw 50,000 war elephants running all the way to the bottom of the mountain range with the blessing of a double gravity halo. However, Yuan remained silent at all. This time, even Teacher Chen Meng couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Isn't it hidden underground? Teacher Chen Meng said to himself. If he had such an army of Zerg. I will definitely not give up such an excellent ability. A sudden attack from the ground is far more cost effective than using hard steel from the front. Just when he hesitated. Opposite, Yuan's calm voice sounded again with a joking voice. Teacher Chen, are you also wondering why I haven't done anything yet? Do you think that if my Zerg were buried underground, you might trample them to death? But Yuan suddenly changed the subject. You seem to have overlooked something very important. What's the matter, teacher? Chen Meng asked subconsciously. If it were just a level 23 Zerg, I'm afraid it would really be trampled to death by you. But what if they are all 5th level? Impossible. You are only a few years old. How could it be possible, teacher? Chen Meng really wanted to say, are you kidding? However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the ground below was heard shaking. Immediately afterwards, they have ferocious sharp thorns, are ugly in appearance, and are wearing heavy armor. The Hydra roared and rearmed the Zergling warriors, then rushed out from the ground, where the war elephant had just stepped 10 times. Ouch. Everyone who was still a little stunned at first saw the bug rushing out. There was an extremely shocked look on every face. Because these bugs are all of the 5th level. How could 200,000 level 5 heavy armed warriors be unable to withstand the opponent's stampede on the ground? 5th level, how is it possible? He actually has so many 5th levels. Not only the freshmen, but also the old students were completely sluggish. The 5th level, and the 5th level of 200,000. Rushing out of the ground, a 5th level troll spear thrower was caught off guard in an instant. At this time, Yuan chuckled even more in midair. Teacher Chen Meng, I also want to thank you for putting the long-range troops in front of me. The 200,000 Hydra heavily equipped tearing worms beat the long-range troll spear throwers. It's also the 5th level, but if it gets close to you, the troll spear throwers were unable to withstand the unprofessional Hydra Tearling Zerglings. What's more, a professional. So, armor blast, iron hoof attack, one set goes down. You can see tens of thousands of fountains spurting blood. In midair it looks extremely spectacular and beautiful. Among the people watching the battle, there are no words to describe it. The extremely powerful teacher Chen Meng, who was as high as a mountain in their hearts, was actually seriously injured in the first wave of offensive. With the long-range army divided, the war elephants cannot turn around and come back at once. The control of this kind of fighter plane is simply astonishing. Cheyenne-Ci's eyes were as bright as lightning, and there was a faint flash of excitement. He felt that after not seeing him for a long time, this Lu Yuan had become more powerful than before. Certainly, after all, Chen Meng is a teacher with elementary divine power here. It is not only reflected in divine power, but also reflected in on-the-spot response. The troll spear throwers are fighting in close combat, and the war elephants are turning around from the back row. Ignore the trolls. Charge directly and crush them all. Although Chen Meng's face looked ugly, his orders were orderly. He quickly grasped the essence of this divine battle. After all, this is a virtual battle between gods, so it doesn't matter if you die. So, let the war elephant turn around and charge directly towards the battlefield. Even if all the trolls are wiped out. Also annihilated were 200,000. Professional Zerg from the other side. If you exchange 100,000 Yuan for the other party's 200,000 Yuan, then this transaction is not a loss, right? Shaman Legion, exert negative halo, Griffin Knight Legion, mid-air support. The moment the command is delivered. One after another, negative halos from the 10,000 shaman army fell one after another. Aura of dullness, aura of stiffness, aura of thorns. These large-scale magical auras can immediately weaken the opponent's attack power and reaction power. It will cause greater damage to the charge after the war elephant turns around. Ouch. In mid-air, the huge Griffin army finally suppressed them. Each of the Griffin Knights holds a Warhammer. Thunderlight danced above the Warhammer with a slight sway. A bolt of lightning came through the air and attacked the Hydra's heavily armored tearing zombie warrior below. Naturally, heavily armored warriors have no way to resist the power of thunder and lightning. In an instant, considerable results were obtained. At this time, the army of war elephants was originally in the front, maintaining a charging posture. Finally turned his body around. The charge is imminent. In Chen Meng's opinion, it only takes 1 minute to resolve the crisis here. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly grinned in mid-air and said something that made Chen Meng's expression change. Teacher Chen Meng, you have been fooled. What? Chen Meng's expression changed, but then, I saw that the mountain range behind the war elephant suddenly collapsed. One after another, 7 meters high, with extremely thick carapace all over the body. In front of them was a huge Zerg with 4 terrifying blades several meters long, rushing out of the mountains. A 7th level Zerg, the Thunder Beast is dispatched. Powerful. Swing, a roar. A full 20,000 Thunder Beasts waved the single molecule giant blades in their hands at the same time. Puff, puff. When the war elephants were unprepared, the mana molecular knife instantly cut their bodies in half. Puff, blood, and war elephant heads flew into the air. There seemed to be some incomprehension left in those eyes that were as huge as light bulbs, just like the people outside who were all stunned. They simply couldn't believe what was going on here. What exactly are these giant beasts? 7th level? How can it be 7th level? There is not even a 7th level in my entire divine domain. Gilu, zero kin. Cheyenne-Ci swallowed hard. He was so shocked. It is undeniable that, although he lost just now, he still has a trump card that he has not used yet. He has a 7th level black dragon cub that has not been dispatched yet. It's not that Cheyenne-Ci doesn't want to, but it's because he finally gained the cub's trust. If you are beaten in this virtual battle between gods, the other party's belief in you will weaken. Then the gain outweighs the loss. But he never expected that Lu Yuan not only had 7th level units, more than 20,000 heads were taken out. Is this guy a monster? 7th level. When Chen Meng saw the large group of thunder beasts, he couldn't help, but his eyes widened. How could he have the 7th level? Chen Meng really couldn't figure it out. It had only been just over 2 months. How did Lu Yuan have so many 7th level units? But now, whether it makes sense or not is no longer important point at this moment. In response to the immediate crisis, Chen Meng asked the war elephant to turn around again. Be prepared for an attack from these giant beasts. At the same time, the Griffin army in midair was already preparing to attack the thunder beast. In his opinion, these 100,000 trolls were about to give up. If the griffins are not allowed to quickly support the war elephants, I'm afraid that all my war elephants will be wiped out. But everything seems to have been calculated accurately by Lu Yuan. The Griffin Legion has just taken action. Then he saw countless 5th order alien dragon armies rising from behind the mountain range. A rough estimate is that it is at least more than 300,000. 300,000 versus 50,000. How to fight this? Barstool. I don't know which classmate it was, but he fell off the chair because he was too surprised. But he didn't realize it at all. Level 5 flying race. Who is the teacher? From the beginning to now, all the methods used by teacher Chen Meng have been targeted by Lu Yuan. The opponent's troops are not inferior in quantity or quality. This actually gave them an illusion. It seems that Lu Yuan is the teacher in the practical class, and teacher Chen Meng is like the student being instructed. Elf Dragon, attack the Air Force. The Air Force. At this time, Chen Meng was already a little panicked. He hurriedly issued an oracle and ordered the 10 8th level elf dragons that had originally raided the formation to rush towards the alien dragon army in the distance. After all, the 4th level and the 5th level are 3 levels higher. Even if the opponent rushes in, he will be like a tiger among the sheep, killing at will. Ouch. 10 8th level elf dragons roared into the air. Magical waves emanate from their bodies, already prepared to deal fatal blows to the alien dragon army. The magic is brewing, and the distance is getting closer. But just as the elf dragons were getting ready to attack, sudden, an extremely ear-piercing scream sounded from a distance. At the same time, their spiritual seas are rolling together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. The Elf Dragon Self-Destructs. The Emerald Dream. Teacher Chen Meng's Priesthood. Tide plus tier 10 Tide Titan. Ouch. This scream was the long howl coming from the spiritual level, and it appeared very suddenly. The 10 8th level elf dragons were caught off guard. Their strength is indeed strong. It can even be immune to most spell attacks. But the only thing he was not immune to was the mental scream from Abatha. This explosion of spiritual power directly impacts the opponent's spiritual C. In other words, straight to the soul. What power can withstand the soul from being harmed? So, at the moment, when the scream appeared, 10 8th level elf dragons let out a scream. He fell suddenly from midair. Severe pain, an unprecedented pain passed through their minds. Watching, their bodies are about to fall. And at this time, on the mountain range, countless flame-thorn demons finally appeared. Whoosh, countless flame spines are ready to go. Just seize the opportunity of these 10 elf dragons to lower their height and enter the shooting range. A rain of arrows enveloped the entire scene at this moment. No, what kind of power is this? Can it actually affect the elf dragon? At this time, teacher Chen Meng was completely confused. But before he could discover the culprit, suddenly, the blazing rain of arrows in midair has shrouded them. Ouch. The elf dragon screamed. But, after all, it is an 8th level race, and its own defense and strength are extremely strong. Even if there is a dense rain of arrows covering it, it cannot cause much damage in a short period of time. At most, it is to suppress the flying height of the 887, and prevent them from taking off for a while. As a result, the alien dragon army in midair has begun to crush the Griffin Knights with its numerical advantage. Ouch. The elf dragon who saw this scene was already angered. A roar came from their mouths finally stabilized his body point. Although the ranged mental attack was powerful, it did not cause them any real harm. So, as long as they can return to high altitude, they can directly gain air superiority point. But, everything is not as beautiful as they thought. The elf dragon had just adjusted its posture, and was preparing to fight back. Suddenly saw on the mountains in the distance. The huge figure of the sun suddenly appeared in the center of the opponent's ugly and ferocious head. An extremely hot light is condensing. Next moment, Bloom suddenly call out. The evil eye light that had been brewing for a long time finally took action at this time. Ouch. A blazing light flashed across hundreds of meters of void, instantly piercing the head of an elf dragon. The screams, mixed with blood and brains, bloomed into a brilliant flower in the sky. And all this is just the beginning. Call out. The second evil eye ray tore through the void instantly. This time, although there was a slight deviation, it penetrated the wings of one of the elf dragons, let it fall to the ground instantly. Boom. Boom. On the ground, the thunder beast, which had been prepared for a long time, had already rushed towards the elf dragon with terrifying steps. The 8th level elf dragon is indeed higher than the 7th level thunder beast. This does not mean that they can withstand the single molecule giant blade of the thunder beast. So, puff, blood splattered, and an elf dragon screamed and fell. Just a moment, the 2 elf dragons fell directly. The remaining 8 heads finally broke through the blockade at this moment. They rocked and prepared for liftoff. However, at this moment, a bather, who had been brewing for a long time, heard another scream. Mental scream. The purpose is not to kill, but to make the opponent lower his height again. Ouch. The elf dragon screamed again, having encountered 2 mental attacks in a row. Unable to bear it any longer, he fell from midair. This time, Thunder Beast was immediately given a chance. They roared, waving their single molecule giant blades, and rushed towards the 3 elf dragons that fell to the ground. The 3-headed elf dragon didn't know how terrifying the other party was. Even if their rank is high, once they are approached by the opponent, they will not gain any benefit. So, at the critical moment, they have begun to burn the calendar area in their bodies crazily. Time. A powerful breath rushed out of the body. Want to rush from the ground to the sky. However, the ground rolled, and mouths that were hundreds of meters long shot out one after another. They landed directly on the elf dragon in dense numbers. Ouch. The elf dragon pulled hard, and only the mouthparts of the 5th level infected insect were immediately torn off. There was no sympathy in Lu Yuan's eyes, just a virtual battle of gods. There is no point in dying anymore. A group of infected insects used their own mental paralysis to wrap around the elf dragon. When one group dies, another group follows. Hundreds of thousands of infected insects restricted 3 elven dragons at their fingertips. Finally, in the unbelievable gazes of Chen Meng and everyone else, the 3 elven dragons were torn to pieces by the giant blade of the thunder beast. Half of the 10 8th level elf dragons died in just a few moments. The whole place was dead silent. All the audience stared at the big screen without blinking. Looking at the bloody and cruel scene. Terrible. Is this a strength that a freshman can have? Someone spoke in disbelief. Is this even better than the teacher? I'm not dreaming, boss. No, this is a giant maid. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with him. Kin Xianxi sat there with a wry smile in his eyes. Original. He came here just to compete with Lu Yuan. Only. He was already defeated before he even started. At the freshman welcome party, he appeared as the final strength, but was restrained everywhere. If you don't even win a single journey, you'll get 100 times more. And now, Lu Yuan not only challenged the teacher, but also suppressed Chen Meng from beginning to end. This level of strength has completely surpassed him. Do I really want to become his little brother? Kin Xianxi couldn't believe that Lu Yuan could actually defeat the teacher. However, as soon as his thoughts came to his mind, he saw on the screen that teacher Chen Meng's face instantly became extremely livid. Okay, I didn't expect that this special admissions class gave me a surprise. His furious voice echoed throughout the battlefield with an infinitely suppressed voice. However, I want to see where your limits are. Burn. Elf. Free. The Emerald Dream. The Oracle of Gungan suddenly sounded from the mouth of teacher Chen Meng. Next moment. The remaining 5 elf dragons suddenly roared loudly. In full view of the public. He shrank suddenly. But a strange wave of magic power came. Their figures suddenly turned into a giant egg with a height of more than 5 meters. The dome is crystal clear, as if it has dreamlike colors. Before everyone could react. Those emerald-like giant eggs all exploded. Boom. Boom boom. Domes exploded one after another. It turned into extremely crystal clear light, covering the whole place with the power of bright spots of light. A moment, the entire battlefield was affected by this crystal clear airwave. This is. Lu Yuan frowned, feeling something was wrong. Sudden, he suddenly discovered that just where all the airwaves passed by, his Zerg army had all stopped. Boom. Boom. Regardless of the thunder beast, the flame stinging demon, the infected insect, or even a bather, they all froze in place. Their consciousness seems to have entered a strange space. There is no way to escape. Even the alien dragon army in midair became sluggish at this moment, falling from the sky like dumplings. They weren't the only ones that fell. Even the remaining thousands of Gryphon knights looked like this, falling from the sky. Outside the venue, many spectators couldn't help being surprised when they saw this scene. Immediately afterwards, an old student suddenly screamed, "Emerald Dream." I remembered that this is the method of mutual destruction used by teacher Chen Meng through the self-destruction of the elf dragon. All creatures shrouded in the emerald dream will fall into a strange dream and cannot escape. It's useless. Even if everyone falls into a deep sleep, there is no way to decide the outcome unless everyone suddenly looked towards the big screen. Only saw in the hands of teacher Chen Meng. The divine power is constantly burning at this moment. 0 Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I admit that I did underestimate you. In so many years, you are the first person who, as a freshman, has forced me into this situation. As Chen Meng spoke, his figure emerged from midair at this moment. The divine power all over his body was beating. A powerful aura from elementary divine power bloomed from his body. However, I still want to tell you that the gap in rank is a gap that you can never make up for. Next, the teacher will let you see how powerful the divine power released by the gods with elementary divine power is. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hands. Suddenly, a violent vibration sounded from his divine domain. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the teacher's job is called Tide. Boom. There was a loud noise, and everyone saw it in horror. A terrifying wave hundreds of meters high surged up from the mountains. The rolling waves, like moving mountains, shrouded the army below that fell into the emerald dream. Oh my god, is this a tide? This is obviously a tsunami. Okay, haha. Even if you hit the 9th level with this terrifying water wall, you won't get any benefits. It's over. It's over. Are you going to smash all the legions to death in one day? But then teacher Chen Meng will have no race to use. Who said there is no more? Look, what is it? At this time, everyone suddenly discovered. At the top of the tsunami, a huge figure 10 meters high stepped on the wave's terrifying height. Huge body, light blue skin with dense mysterious lines. A terrifying figure that seemed to have come from ancient times. Just standing there is enough to make people feel intimidated. Just when everyone was surprised. In midair, teacher Chen Meng's proud voice sounded. Lu Yuan, the combination of the 10th level tidal titan and the power of the priesthood. If I had used this trick from the beginning, you would have been defeated. What? A 7th order tidal titan? Me in the sky. The ancient titan is actually an ancient titan. It's over. It's over. This kind of fighting race that existed in the Age of Gods was very powerful. One of them is enough to equal an army. Yes, the tidal titan can control the power of the tide, which perfectly overlaps with the divine power of teacher Chen Meng. Only then can such destructive power be unleashed. Once you've accepted it, the teacher is the teacher. I really don't know what methods I can use until the last moment. This moment, everyone, no one thinks that Lu Yuan still has a chance of winning. The 10th level tidal titan, coupled with the terrifying tide like a tsunami. Teacher Chen Meng has completely established his victory. Even though 0.4 they know that it is a bit embarrassing for a teacher to be forced into this, but it is much better than losing this game. Rumble. Terrifying tidal waves crushed every inch of land. Ancient trees and rocks were crushed into pieces by the terrifying waves at the top of the tide. The tall tide titan's eyes flashed with contempt for everything, ready to destroy everything. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly chuckled in midair. Teacher Chen Meng, your strength does surprise me, but I do have a lesson to tell you. That is, never underestimate your opponent. Control the earth. Rise. Boom. Hearing a loud noise, Lu Yuan held his hands, and an earth wall nearly 100 meters high suddenly trembled from the horizon and bulged out of thin air. As soon as this earth wall came out, most of the Zerg army was immediately separated from the opponent's tide. However, Chen Meng smiled coldly when he saw this scene. Lu Yuan, do you think your earthen walls can withstand such a massive tide? Haha, who said I have to resist the tide? I just want to insulate myself from the temperature. Lu Yuan chuckled and waved again. Priesthood. Freeze. Activate. Priesthood. Fierce wind. Activate. In an instant, rolling divine power began to burn crazily from his hands. Woohoo. Amid the roaring wind, a biting coldness suddenly bloomed from the void. Immediately, Chen Meng's expression changed drastically when he saw that the tide in the front row actually started to condense under the strong wind. Chapter 110 Crush. Great rewards. Titan factor. Blood of elf dragon. Griffin factor. Ice and storm priesthood. There was also the earth control priesthood before. Oh my god, how many priesthoods does this guy have? Everyone who saw this scene was immediately surprised. Regarding the priesthood, if a person can have 2 or 3 kinds, that is already a lot. And most of them are priests with the same attributes. After a while, Lu Yuan actually performed 3 divine powers with different attributes one after another. It's useless. Teacher Chen Meng is a god with elementary divine power. The total amount and quality of his divine power are higher than him. Some students couldn't help but refute. He wants to use frozen power to resist the tide. Let's not say whether he can succeed. Even if he can succeed, it will consume a huge amount of divine power. Only when his voice fell, Qin Shiansi, whose eyes had widened, suddenly shook his head and spoke. It's not ice, it's Feng Feng. His priesthood is more terrifying than ice. Just as he was saying, in the screen, countless ice powers bloomed in front of the terrifying tide. Click, click, click. Chen Meng began to freeze in his extremely surprised gaze. How come you have so much divine power? Chen Meng spoke in disbelief. To freeze a large area of tide, how much divine power does this priestly power need to consume? 10 drops, 50, even 100. No matter which one, how could a being of Lu Yuan's level be able to accumulate it? Also, the level of understanding of the priesthood is simply not enough to bring the frozen priesthood to such a terrifying level, unless, teacher. Chen Meng suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. You have condensed your divine power, correct? Answer, haha, but there is no reward. The expression on Lu Yuan's face suddenly condensed, and he held his outstretched palm far away. Seal it to me. Kakaka. The terrifying tidal power was blocked by ice and strong winds, and solidified in front of the hard earth wall. Even the lower body of the tidal titan above the tide was tightly frozen in the ice. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Only the struggling roar of the tidal titan sounded in the divine space. Ouch. He roared, and the huge anchor in his hand struck the ice hard. This frozen power can seal the tide, but it cannot seal his body. As long as he breaks free. It can sweep all the sleeping Zerg on the opposite side. By the time, the victory in this battle still belongs to his master. However, before he could break free from the frozen water, a large group of shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. Subsequently, an extremely loud dragon roar sounded. Ouch. A huge creature with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters turned into a shadow and swooped towards him. Flame Tyrant Yagdra, 10th level. You actually have Cheyenne level. This time, even teacher Chen Meng's voice began to tremble. The same as level 10. Half of one part his body has been frozen. The momentum of the other side was like a rainbow, and the whole body was burning with raging flames. Compare the 2. Make a judgment, teacher Chen Meng. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice sounded in the air. I would like to thank you for teaching me a lesson and letting me know that the power of the priesthood can be combined with my own race of believers. So, before he finished speaking, He flicked his finger subsequently. The flames of destruction that only consumed a little bit of divine power enveloped Yagdra's body. Raw. Yagdra opened his mouth and spat out, and a terrifying pillar of fire with the flames of destruction spewed out of his mouth. The tidal titan was instantly enveloped like a living target. Oh no. The tidal titan only let out a scream and was instantly turned into a burning man. Boom. Yagdra grabbed his body hard with a pair of sharp claws and stepped on the frozen tide. Raising his head towards the sky, he let out a deafening roar. Ouch. This moment, everyone was deeply shocked by seeing this scene. They never expected that such a special admission student actually overwhelmed the practical class teachers on the first day of school. A deity of primary divine power next. Unless teacher Chen Meng still has a trump card. Otherwise, even if the Zerg army cannot wake up. Just a 10th level Yagdra can slaughter the entire opponent's army. It's just that it's a matter of time. Teacher Chen Meng obviously also knew that there was no point in struggling any longer. He sighed. Okay, Lu Yuan, you win, both from the perspective of the believer race and the priesthood. You have defeated me. This time, I gave up. As Chen Meng finished speaking, Lu Yuan also heard the settlement prompt from the god's domain interface. Tip, your believer race crushed the enemy with absolute superiority. Hint, you have won this virtual god battle. Tip, your believers feel the power of divine power and their faith increases. Tip, you have gained 50 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. 50 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations on getting the extra reward. Tidal Titan factor. Ding. Congratulations on getting the additional reward. Blood of the Elf Dragon. Consumable. Ding. Congratulations on getting the additional reward. Griffin factor. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the additional reward, the 2nd level divine spell Bloodthirsty. Tidal Titan factor. From a branch of the ancient Titan race, the extracted factor contains the powerful blood of the Titans. At the same time, it is also comfortable to fight in the ocean. Elf dragon blood mixed with elemental power. Once fused, dragon blood and magic resistance will be greatly improved. Gryphon factor, a factor limited to the fusion of flying units, allowing them to become stronger, with a probability of increasing their genetic potential and breaking through the ranks. Bloodthirsty, the spell location extracted from the shaman. It is suitable for assembly of mage units with high intelligence attributes. It can only be assembled once. Read all the tips and introductions. Lu Yuan almost burst into laughter. I have to say that the resources of the academy are really powerful. Compared with the scattered gods in Wilderness City, they are simply incomparable. This was completely different from his original belief that academic strongmen were not good enough. Actually, it is the resources obtained by the academy itself are allocated by the entire alliance. At the same time, if actual combat training is strengthened. The clerical power of both the believer's race and their own deity is not generally high. This time, if he hadn't accumulated 1000 drops of divine power in his hand, it might have been a bit difficult. Just by using his divine power a few times, he had already consumed nearly 200 drops of divine power. This kind of consumption is simply terrifying. But, although Lu Yuan felt happy because of his victory, he couldn't show it too much. A thought in my mind. He directly withdrew his thoughts from the divine space. At this moment, teacher Chen Meng opposite also opened his eyes. See the situation. Lu Yuan took the initiative to stand up and nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher Chen, for showing mercy and allowing the students to achieve such a victory. No need to find steps for me to get off. Although Chen Meng is a rough man, he has a straightforward personality. With your strength, it's normal for you to win. Even if it's not a virtual battle between gods, I probably can't beat you. Chen Meng looked at Lu Yuan and suddenly laughed. Hahaha, okay, I didn't expect that Argyushan University actually recruited a monster this time. I believe that with your strength, you should be able to crush the other 2 universities very quickly. Teacher Chen Meng, thank you very much. Lu Yuan smiled modestly. Teacher, I won. Is this a credit? 1. Yard owned by Yard. He worked so hard, just for the reward of those credits. Naturally, we cannot forget it at this time. Hahaha, don't worry, I'm willing to admit defeat, and the credits will naturally be yours. Chen Meng laughed and said, in addition to your 2000 credits, I will give you an extra 500. Lu Yuan, your potential is very high. Don't waste too much time on your studies. The right way is to go to the main god tower early to improve yourself. Lu Yuan couldn't help being stunned when he heard Chen Meng's words. This was the first time he heard that a teacher told him not to focus on his studies. What? The main tower is the key to your becoming stronger, Chen. Meng glared at him. He raised his head and said, okay, that's it for today's welcome party. Special admission students receive 100 credits each. No matter old students or freshmen, you all should learn from Lu Yuan. They are both from Jiushan University. Why is the gap so big? Let's go. With that said, he left the hall directly. Damn it, 2,500 credits. He has to apply to the school. Otherwise it would be too heartbreaking. Teacher Chen Meng was seen leaving. Naturally, a group of old students will not stay here any longer. As for the remaining special admissions, everyone involuntarily surrounded Lu Yuan. Now, everyone knows that Lu Yuan is the real boss. Young Master Yuan, you are really amazing. Can I treat you to a meal if you have time, brother? Yuan, I have some tightness in my chest. I wonder if you have time to help me take a look. Get up, Mr. Yuan. From now on you will be my idol, and I will hang out with you. Please, hug your thighs, even if you have leg hair. Everyone changed their previous disdainful attitude towards Lu Yuan. He transformed into a male and female licking dog and began to lick Lu Yuan wildly. Lu Yuan frowned and looked at the faces of these people. Of course he didn't care. However, being surrounded by everyone, he couldn't get out at all. Just when he was about to get angry, suddenly there was a cold shout from the side. Get out of my way. As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously looked towards the speaker after seeing that the other party was actually Qin Shianzi. None of them spoke. After all, even if Qin Shianzi loses, he is still stronger than the people here. And the Qin family behind them is not something they can afford to offend. Don't you know how to block the road here, Qin Shianzi scolded. 827 with a cold face. He separated the crowd on both sides. Immediately, he walked to the other party in a few steps. With an extremely flattering smile on his face, he said, brother, thanks to your help today, I specially set up a table in the monster residence. Please be sure to reward me. Bang. Bang. The sound of fainting appeared all around. Mr. Qin, you lick others with such righteousness. You are worthy of your own identity. However, Qin Shianzi didn't care at all about this. He is a good member of a noble family, but the reason why he is arrogant on weekdays is because no one can catch his eye. Now, a genius appeared who was countless times higher than his potential. He knows better than anyone else how to unite the other party. When it comes to looking at people, who can compare with the children of their aristocratic family? Okay, don't hang around here. I've ordered a big package, and you can go together to pick up the wind for brother Yuan. Ouch. Young Master Qin is mighty. Brother Yuan is mighty. Suddenly, everyone cheered. Can you call me young Master Yuan, brother Yuan? Qin Shianzi scolded and then bowed to Lu Yuan flatteringly. Brother Yuan, please. Lu Yuan looked at Qin Shianzi's appearance and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Who said that the children of aristocratic families are all brainless villains. My mind is spinning so fast. Bring everyone with you in the name of catching the wind. Not only did he praise himself, but he did not leave anyone else behind. It is hard to imagine that such a smooth method would appear from a war madman. For the family to be able to stand firm in the Emerald Alliance, it seems that they still have their own way of doing it. Nodding, Lu Yuan did not refuse. Everyone left Jiushan University and went straight to the nearest monster residence. That's why it's called Monster Home. It's because the dishes at this restaurant are all made with various monsters as the main ingredients, either from hell or from the abyss. Not only does it taste great, it also has great benefits for the body. It didn't take long. Everyone took their seats. Lu Yuan was given the throne by Qin Shianzi. Unknowingly, this batch of special admission students was headed by Lu Yuan. Come, let us celebrate the victory that brother Yuan brought us today. Cheers. Qin Shianzi raised his wine glass high and said to everyone, come, respect young Master Yuan. Cheers. The Wine has passed 3 rounds, and the food has passed the 5 flavors. Everyone became more and more familiar with each other. At this time, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask Qin Shi and see next to him a question that had been in his mind for a long time. Young Master Qin, what does this main tower mean? Chapter 111, The Dangerous Main Tower. Lu Yuan's life experience, son of a fallen person from hell. The main tower. Lu Yuan's question also made everyone at the table stop. Their eyes looked towards Qin Shi and see. Apparently the same curiosity flashed in his eyes seeing everyone's gaze. Qin Shi and see put down the wine glass in his hand. Brother Yuan, since you want to hear it, let me introduce it to you. Qin Shi and see glanced across the audience. Since everyone is specially recruited, they all know that our status is a bit embarrassing. To the old students, we are equivalent to jumping in the queue. So naturally I don't welcome you. I'm telling you something today because we are all our own people. Don't worry, Master Qin, Master Yuan, we naturally understand that from now on, you two will be the main ones for our special admissions. Yes, you two are our backbone. Everyone present is naturally a smart person. Qin Shi and see said this because he naturally wanted to win them over to his side. Naturally, they all spoke. Hey, it's good for everyone to understand, but I want to emphasize one point. From now on, we will still focus on Brother Yuan. Qin Shi and see naturally did not forget to support Lu Yuan at all times. Say it. He just cleared his throat and continued. The origin of the main god tower is the founder of our Emerald Alliance, that is, the founder of our Jiushan University, a powerful main god. A master artifact refined using the master god's laws and various materials. Main artifact. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and a look of shock could not help appearing on their faces. The main artifact. They don't even have the most common lower level artifact. Not to mention the main artifact. The main artifact is also the most important symbol that distinguishes our 3 top universities from other universities. Qin Shi and see continued, because as long as our students spend their credits, they can actually teleport to different planes through the main artifact. Directly participate in the plane war. Plane war? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, when you talk about plane war, what plane do you mean? Humans, elves, undead, orcs? Qin Shi and see explained, all those powerful planes that want to resist the rule of the main world and are ready to counterattack the main world at any time. Of course, the most powerful things here are the abyss and hell. Everyone knows that the most important reason why our main world can rule the entire world is that we can create gods in batches. But those planes suppressed by us are always trying to subvert our rule. As for who is right and who is wrong, we simply cannot think about it. It can only be said that history is written by the victors. It's that simple. Shaking his head, Qin Shi and see did not dwell too much on this matter. Instead, he continued, then, the functions of the main tower are divided into 2 types. To put it simply, they are fast and long. The so-called fast means that time is fast because there are 2 modes on the main tower. One is virtual level entry. The main tower has 99 floors. If you go through the level virtually, you will encounter different powerful races on each floor. No matter what method the level breaker uses, the faster he passes a level, the more rewards he will receive. Of course, each level has a clearance list. The higher your ranking, the more credits you will be awarded. The challenge can be repeated, but the speed of each challenge must be faster than the previous one. Otherwise there will be no reward. Qin Shi and see smiled when he said this. Do you know why speed is used to measure the standard for level entry? Everyone shook their heads. Because, to put it bluntly, virtual breakthroughs are just for you to commit suicide at the last moment. No matter what the cost, just seek greater damage to the opponent. Qin Shi and see raised his hand to stop the students who wanted to ask questions. As for the reason, it's because of the second mode. He glanced at Lu Yuan. The second mode is what we call the transmission mode. After paying the credits in one go, you can be directly transported to a new dimension. This is the key to your becoming a god. Because the main tower has a protective rule for every teleported student. You can understand him as a kind of protective shield. With this protective cover, no matter which plane you appear in, you can ignore all attacks below the main god level. B. His eyes suddenly became serious. What? I want to say is that you cannot take the initiative to launch any attacks and can only conduct divine battles through the summoning gate point once you actively mobilize the priesthood or attack. This protective shield will disappear at that time. You will face endless attacks from hostile believers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. People will really die when the time comes. Hiss, everyone who heard this couldn't help but gasp. Fall. This is the real fall. Many people secretly vowed in their hearts at this moment that they would not take the initiative, even if all their followers died. Then, how do we get back after we were teleported there? Suddenly, some students couldn't help but ask, haha, let's talk about the power of the main tower here, kin. Chyancy laughed. Your shield protects us from harm. The main tower will give you a token when you are teleporting. As long as you crush the token, you will be summoned by the main tower was sent back directly. Certainly, this transfer takes a certain amount of time. Specifically, the length of time varies depending on the plane. However, the average value is between 10 to 20 seconds. Don't think that this time is very fast. In fact, if you take action without permission, it only takes 10 seconds, and you may be targeted by the other party's gods. If those gods want to kill you, they may not even need a second point. And, if you are unlucky, you encounter a hostile main god point. If you take action directly, you will die. Therefore, even with the protection of the main tower, it is not absolutely safe. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fell silent. It turns out that this main tower is so dangerous. Seeing that everyone's atmosphere suddenly became heavy, Chyancy couldn't help but laugh. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. After all, these lord gods also have some hidden rules and will not take action easily. Because once it goes too far, what if our main god goes to their plane and starts killing people? So, don't be too pessimistic. Come on. Don't talk about this anymore. Drink and drink. Under Chyancy's mobilization, the atmosphere became heated again. But Yuan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. This main tower is indeed a treasure for the students. As long as you don't take action, it's equivalent to having an extra layer of talisman. And the rewards obtained by believers in battle must be many. In this way, you can not only reap rewards, but also have the help of an artifact that can ensure safety. Why worry about the strength not improving? By the way, does Teacher Chen Meng's title Titan come from the main tower? Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but ask. Almost, because not only us, but also the teachers will enter the main tower. As long as the price is marked on the resources they brought back from the main tower, we can redeem them with credits from the school. Therefore, many good things were actually brought back from the main tower. Nodding, Yuan now understood completely. He felt that he must seize the time to improve his strength. Next, it's time to enter the main tower. The atmosphere at the entire dinner table became lively again. Only they do not know, because of Yuan's horrific performance at the orientation meeting, it has been completely spread among the students at Jiushan University. Even there was an uproar throughout the university. What? The special admission student who just came here actually killed Teacher Chen Meng? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Fart. If you don't believe it, go to the forum and see for yourself. The freshmen who participated have already posted their battle posts. Soon, countless people started to visit this post with the title, Shocked. Specially recruited teacher of violent practice class. Crushing elementary divine power. I'll go. Is it true? Whose monster is this? He's too fierce. Yuan? Still from Kayan City? He's from my hometown. While there is a lot of discussion on the internet, in the school's academic affairs center, Teacher Chen Meng was standing in front of the school and narrating the entire incident. Next to them sat several senior school executives. The energetic white-haired old man sitting next to the main seat was none other than Bai Guang, the vice principal who recruited Yuan. Teachers, my narrative is almost finished, teacher, Chen Meng said in a deep voice. Although this child has only condensed his divine power, I feel that his use of the priesthood and the total amount of his divine power are already comparable to those of gods with elementary divine power. Hey, is this kid really that powerful? Principal Meng, you have found a treasure. The director of the teaching department couldn't help but smile on his face. What he loves most is that the school has such geniuses. Haha. Then, Can my vision be any worse? Ning. Kigwang's face was extremely proud. He looked towards the director of the archives department. Director. Ma, I asked you to check Lu Yuan's detailed information. Is there any result? Hearing the words, Director Ma, who was wearing glasses, nodded and opened the information in his hand. Principal. Ning, I conducted an in-depth analysis and unlocking of the genes you brought back, and I came to the conclusion that there is indeed nothing wrong with this Lu Yuan on the surface. But, his voice paused, but, what? Ning. Kigwan raised his eyebrows. He felt something was wrong with Director Ma's expression. If the test results are good, he seems to be the son of the fallen from hell. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone had an incredible look on their faces. Shen seemed to have heard a shocking secret. Chapter 112 advanced again. The flame lion dragon, the thunder beast that came out of the placenta. What? Ning. Kigwang's expression suddenly changed. Hellfallen. Are you sure? Everyone present had deep memories of the ancient and long historical years. This name has always been a pain in their hearts. It can't be wrong. Director Ma said seriously. Director Ma has been in charge of the entire archives department of Jiushan University for who knows how many years. There is absolute authority for this kind of thing. Since he said that Lu Yuan is the son of a fallen person from hell, it is almost the same. Principal, if this is really the case, does Lu Yuan have the aura left by the god of natural disasters in his body? If you are corrupted by him, there will be safety risks, won't? Ning. Kigwang shook his head and said, before the Lord God of Nature fell, it was because he spent a lot of magical power to eliminate the influence of the god of natural disasters on children, that hell found the opportunity. Tempting and corrupting. For many years, we have wanted to find her whereabouts and save her from suffering. Unfortunately they all failed. I believe that she would never have left any hidden dangers. But we are not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Do we need to examine this Lu Yuan? A supervisor couldn't help but hesitate. No, Ning. Kigwang shook his head. If it is handed over to the Alliance Review Department, their stubborn old guys will definitely rather kill the wrong person than let it go. But if we don't tell them, how will we explain it if they find out? Explain, Ning. Kigwang's brows also frowned tightly. Although he didn't like those old guys, it was undeniable that they had absolute authority. All the supervisors around could not help but fell silent after hearing this. They don't want to give up such a monster genius, but there is no good solution for those people in the censorship department. Just when everyone 043 was hesitating. Sudden, next to Ning Kigwang. On the main seat in the middle, a ray of light suddenly lit up. As the light comes on, an unimaginable terrifying pressure instantly emerged. Everyone couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw this scene. They hurriedly stood up and saluted towards the human figure condensed with light. See, the Lord God. All the supervisors knew that this projection suddenly appeared on the main seat. It is a powerful projection from the Lord God of Death, the founder of the entire Jiushan University. I already know about this new student. If you train him well, the censorship department won't show up. The other part. His voice was cold, and there was no hint of emotion or anger. Just after saying this sentence, he disappeared directly. But everyone who heard this sentence knew that the position from the Lord God of Death had been made clear. Try to protect Lu Yuan. Everyone who thought of this couldn't help but take a breath. Unexpectedly, this new student Lu Yuan actually attracted the attention of the main god. This is simply a huge blessing. At the same time, in a distant, inexplicable void. A huge ancient divine kingdom, completely condensed by rules, is floating in the sky. In the kingdom of God, there is a towering bone throne. A beautiful woman with a stunning figure and beautiful face opened her eyes from her sleep. Tick-tock. A tear actually fell from the corner of her eye. If someone sees it, their jaws will drop. One of the four main gods of the Jade Alliance, the main god of death, Acha, has always been known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Actually, there are times when I shed tears. Daff, the Lord God of Death, looked at his vast and boundless kingdom from a distance, but a rare excitement appeared on his face. Sister, I promised you that I would protect your child, and now, I finally found him. She slowly clenched her slender jade hands, even if her nails pierced her palms, causing blood to flow from her body. She didn't notice anything. There was even a smile on his face. I will use my life to protect him when he grows up, for sure. At this time, Yuan naturally didn't know that he had received the attention of the school and even the main god. At this time, he had knocked down everyone including Qinshai and C. Perhaps it's because he received too much physical attribute enhancement from the system. Although the main world suppressed their strength, their drinking capacity was not suppressed. So, Yuan finally called someone and sent them back to school. And he returned directly to the dormitory. Just took a quick shower. Yuan sent a message to the elf goddess. Ask the other person how their renting a house off campus is going. And how is Zhao Tuanshuan's current situation. The reply I got was that the house had been reconciled. Everything else is going well for Zhao Tuanshuan, except that he always wants to find his father. After Yuan found out, he agreed to go back to see her in a few days. He felt relieved leaving Zhao Tuanshuan in the care of the elf goddess. After solving the trivial matters, Yuan finally had time to enter his divine space again. He has not forgotten the rewards he received before. It's time to upgrade your Zerg army. But Yuan's thoughts surfaced in God's realm again. Suddenly, countless Zerg troops knelt on the ground and worshipped Yuan devoutly. Looking at the Zerg army of nearly 10 million, Yuan fell into deep thought. Although he won the contest with teacher Chen Meng. But I also discovered my own problems. Yuan is a cautious person. Even if he wins, he still has to reflect on himself. He gradually discovered that he had certain shortcomings in the Air Force. Although the 5th level alien dragon has good strength, its single body defense is too fragile. Even with the addition of the flame demon factor, it can only increase the damage, but the real health value and defense have not been improved. On the other hand, Chen Meng's Griffin Knights, those lion-like birds, have powerful melee attack capabilities and higher defense. If it weren't for the large number of Yuan's Air Force. 1-on-1, the 5th level alien dragon is really no match for A. Fortunately, Yuan obtained the Griffin factor this time. He has decided to integrate such excellent genes into the flame dragon army system. Fuse all the mutant dragons with the Griffin factor for me, Yuan said directly. Ding. Start merging. Ouch. The originally mighty army of 500,000 alien dragons began to transform under the roar of pain. Their heads as a whole still retained the appearance of the Zerg. The originally thin body began to become thicker in the blink of an eye. It transformed into the size of a lion. The wingspan of the wings became wider. The original claws became thicker and sharper, as if they could tear the steel plates into pieces with just a little force. Moreover, the entire aura began to rise continuously. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Flame Lion Dragon, Fire Lion Dragon. This name is a bit domineering. A smile appeared on Yuan's face. He did not expect that. After fusing the eagle factor, his potential, which had been on the decline, actually broke its shackles and improved again. Name, Flame Lion Dragon. Category, Zerg stage, level 6, left square bracket ability, flame burning, blade insect attack, main, dragon regeneration, thunder hammer, main, life. 35, sudden increase in blood volume, strength. 28, strength is not a strong point, agility. 38, this is not the speed that level 6 should have, intelligence. 13. Barely considered smart. Evaluation. Under the premise of ensuring speed, the blood volume and strength have been greatly improved. More importantly, in addition to the blade insects, there are more magic attacks. Thunder Hammer concentrates the power of thunder and turns it into hammer-shaped lightning to attack the opponent. The damage is powerful, but the casting time is long. What an unexpected surprise. Yuan grinned. Unexpectedly, the army of alien dragons fused with the Griffin factor not only turned into a stronger Flame Lion Dragon, but also added a magic attack point. Even though it takes a long time, once it breaks out, you can imagine the power of the thunder attack point in this way. Quickly attack with the knife point. Once the opponent gets close, all flame lion dragons will fire a volley of thunder hammers. If you are caught off guard, you can definitely surprise her. Other party point. A griffin factor allowed Lu Yuan to achieve such a gain point he couldn't help but look forward to it. Point. What a surprise another tidal titan factor could bring him. System, can the tidal titan factor be used to fuse springtails? Lu Yuan suddenly said to the system. Ding. No, the power of the titan factor is too strong, and it cannot be integrated with the Hell and Abyss genes. The most suitable target for the current host is the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. It looks like what I thought. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded when he heard the system prompt. Point. Ultralisk's genes are indeed suitable for such a large tidal titan factor. However, neither the Abyss nor Hell can be fused with the titan factor. This was something he didn't expect. Point. But it doesn't matter. He looked directly at the army of crawling thunder beasts in the distance, about to fuse with them. Point. But at this moment, a prompt message actually came from the god's domain interface. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Thunder Behemoth. Point. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the Thunder Placenta artifact in the distance. Point. Only saw a ferocious beast that was 8 meters tall and covered with thunderlight jumped out from the Thunder Placenta. Point. This moment, like thunder coming to the world, it is extremely majestic. Chapter 113, Fusion Transformation, Titan Thunder Beast, Yagdra transforms to level 11 again. Boom. Amidst the thunder, a giant beast bathed in thunderlight stepped out. Point. Its appearance hasn't changed much from before. Point. However, the entire figure has grown taller. There was a mark of thunder all over his body. Point. It turns into lines and looks extremely mysterious. It's really long. Lu Yuan saw this thunder beast that transformed into a thunder beast. Point. Under the influence of Thunder Placenta's artifact, the other party directly completed a huge transformation. Point. The 8th level thunder beast is simply terrifying. Point. But after Lu Yuan saw this 8th level thunder beast, he couldn't help but have a flash of excitement in his eyes. The light became brighter and brighter and finally burned like a flame. Point. That's right, he was indeed moved. Point. Because he wanted to use this tidal titan factor to fuse with the Thunder Behemoth. Point. If the fusion is successful, it may be possible to create a more powerful unit. System, first give this thunder beast the power to fuse with the tidal titan. Ding. Start merging. Dots of light dispersed in the sky and then turned into a curtain of rain, covering this giant thunder beast. Ouch. The thunder beast suddenly roared. Point. It didn't expect that it had just crawled out alive from the thunder's placenta. Point. A new round of torture and transformation was actually about to begin. Point. This is the power of the tidal titan, a powerful bloodline from ancient times. That is to say, a rough-skinned and thick-skinned existence like the thunder beast can adapt. Point. If it were any other Zerg, they would have been torn apart by this violent blood pulse. Point. And, just a moment, the aura of the thunder beast in front of him actually grew again. Point. The figure began to continue to swell. Point. The originally brown carapace began to turn towards light blue. Point. Becomes thicker at the same time. It is densely covered with dark blue thunder patterns. The original 2 pairs of single molecule giant blades actually grew another pair, turning into 3 pairs, and there was lightning flashing above it. Tip, your believer's race has mutated. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Titan Thunder Beast. Titan Thunderman? Why does it sound so awkward? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling that the system's naming skills were not very good. But, looking at the Titan Thunder Beast that had expanded to more than 9 meters high, he automatically ignored other news. Name, Titan Thunder Beast. Category, Zerg Stage 9th level. Ability, Mana Molecule Giant Blade. Strengthen Immune System, Iron Wall. Sensory Movement Control, Huge Power Swing. Main, Thunderblade Cutting. Main, Advanced Lightning Resistance. Titan Power Titan Skin. Wave Control. Main, Life. 55. The blood volume is beyond imagination. Power : 55. Power is everything. Agility. 35. The speed is indeed a bit slower. Intelligence. 19. Has a special affinity for tides. Evaluation. Fusion of the power of Titan and Thunder makes them more powerful. Even in the deep sea, they can display terrifying strength. Regarding abilities, Lu Yuan didn't need to read too much. He could tell the general function just from the literal meaning. It's just that when you see the attributes he couldn't help but be surprised. If you compare the blood volume and strength purely by attributes, it has almost reached the 11th level. Such a terrifying existence would be a nightmare if approached. It's just that mass production is a bit difficult. Yuan couldn't help but shook his head and said with some regret. After all, Titan Thunder once needed to be conceived through the Thunder placenta before it could undergo transformation. This gestation process takes almost 10 years to give birth to a Thunder behemoth. Even if Yuan forced 3 or 5 of them into the Thunder placenta, the number could not be in the tens of thousands. There is no other way. Yuan can only consider treating them as surprise soldiers in this regard. Yuan didn't feel too uncomfortable. After all, Thunder placenta was slower, but he can reverse the operation and first merge the power of the tidal titan with the Thunder Beast. Give it a makeover. This can first create a group of powerful Titan Thunder Beast armies. So, next, Yuan selected 50,000 Thunder Beasts that had been hatched. Note, the hatching time of Thunder Beasts is relatively slow, and it is very rare to be able to accumulate 50,000 now. Directly let the system carry out mutation fusion. Really, according to Yuan's guess, all the 7th order H beasts turned into 8th order Titan Thunder Beasts. The strength and ability are more than 1 level stronger than before. Seeing the 58,000 level Titan Thunder Beast army, Yuan also had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There is one last reward left that has not been used. That is the blood of the elven dragon. Who should give this elf dragon blood to? When Yuan saw the blood of the elf dragon, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. After all, this is a consumable item. Logically speaking, Yagdra has reached the 10th level. It's Abatha's turn to fuse. But Yuan suddenly discovered that once factors such as Abyss and Hell Breath were combined, they would be somewhat repulsive to other substances. Although, now the blood of the elf dragon can be fused to him. But, I don't know if it can reach the maximum. According to Yuan's conjecture, Abatha, who has already integrated the Hell Hydra factor, would be more suitable to be able to integrate the factor of Hell's aura. So, Yuan finally decided to fuse and absorb his elven dragon blood with Yagdra. Yagdra possesses the fusion of Abyss and Tulan power. After fusing the blood of the elf dragon, it might be possible to transform again. Thinking of this, Yuan did not hesitate to fuse the blood of the elf dragon into Yagdra's body. And the transformation begins at this moment. Ouch. Yagdra, whose whole body was burning with the flames of the abyss, began to struggle and twist. It was as if he was suffering from a terrible pain. Yuan can feel it. In its body, the blood of the elf dragon seems to be pulled by the power of 2 bloodlines, a kind of bloodline power belonging to the dragon clan, and I wanted to further enhance the purity of the dragon clan's bloodline. The other one is moving closer to the power of the element. I wanted to further strengthen the power of the abyss. This kind of struggle is not ideal in Yuan's opinion. His current strength is no better than before. After achieving godhood, his horizons were much wider than before. So, in his mind, a bold idea suddenly appeared. That is the power to intervene on the other side. For a moment, Yuan had a thought in his mind. His huge spiritual thoughts suddenly fell down at this moment. It penetrated directly and roughly into Yagdra's body. He used his divine aura to forcefully tear the center of the elf dragon's blood apart. Tsk. An invisible voice sounded. I saw that the elemental power that originally belonged to the elf dragon and the dragon power were separated at the same time. Immediately afterwards, they were instantly swallowed up by 2 auras belonging to the abyss and the bone dragon. Ouch. At this moment, Yagdra let out an extremely painful cry. His huge body began to grow and transform. Please ask for flowers. A pair of huge flesh wings became even bigger. As soon as the wings were spread out, it had already exceeded 100 meters. His head also became more ferocious. 2 dragon horns grow out on both sides. Suddenly, a flame with the aura of the abyss rose up from its body. Yuan took a closer look and saw that it was actually the fire of the abyss, more terrifying than ordinary flames. At the same time, the message from the god's domain interface also popped up directly. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, your believers have witnessed the terror of divine power, and their faith has increased. Tip, you have gained 130 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully intervening in a mutation. Ding. Additional reward, Priesthood Dreamland. Ding. Additional reward, Dragon's Blood, exclusively for the host. Can this also be rewarding? Yuan was originally immersed in the joy of Yagdra's advancement, but he never expected that he would also benefit from running more point. And it's also a priestly dream point. This was an unexpected surprise for Yuan. Point before, he once killed a god and gained the priestly brute strength point. It was then that Yuan realized that, even if he had condensed his godhead, he could continue to integrate his priesthood point. That is equivalent to adding support to the already built house point only. This also requires more divine essence for bonding point. This is no problem for Yuan. Point. He has a system that can decompose the priesthood, and he can also decompose the godhead point. I don't know how much trouble and cost it will save compared to buying directly. Point. More importantly, Yuan can continue to increase his priesthood point. It is equivalent to continuing to increase one's own strength point. The blood of another giant dragon is equivalent to further strengthening the dragon bloodline in Yuan's body point, thereby comprehensively improving one's body's basic attributes. Ouch. Yagdra roared happily, making Yuan come back to his senses from his thoughts. Name: Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category: Zerg stage 11th level. Ability: Strengthen Tier. Flame Spine Spray. Main: Sacrificial Fire. Balrog Summoning. Main: Flame Breath. Main: Death Burning. Main: Command of the Dead Magic Immunity. Fire of the Abyss Life. 61. Powerful is not enough to describe it. Strength. 62. Strong increase in strength. Agility. 59. Already very fast. Intelligence. 55. Very powerful. Evaluation. Transformed by flames and watered by dragon blood, it feels more and more that it is not like a bug, but a giant dragon. Point. Powerful. Very powerful. Yuan was extremely happy about Yagzora's changes. Yagdra, who has broken through the 11th level, has almost no shortcomings. After considering many aspects, it is not too far away from the legendary level point. After looking at it for a while, Yuan looked back. Point. There is only a level 2 bloodthirsty spell left. Yuan thought for a while, and could only assemble it for a bather who had nothing. Point. This kind of group released spell is only suitable for long range commanders like a bather at this time. All the rewards have been completely consumed by Yuan. Point. Seeing that the entire army has become like this, Yuan can't wait to find someone to have a divine battle now. Point. But it's late at night. Where can I go to find the god of war? By the way, I can go to battle.net. Yuan, who hadn't been there for a long time, suddenly had an idea flash in his mind and said this. Chapter 114 Tyrannosaurus Paladin Legion. Invincible under the protection of the Holy Light. That's it. Battle Network. Yuan has not appeared for a long time, since he came up last time. Point. It just so happens that at this time, I don't have the opportunity to discuss with others. He couldn't help but be happy to see leaks in and entered the Battle Network. Point. Yuan, who has already condensed his godhood, naturally cannot be in the previous demigod area. Point. He found his own area directly. Point. Subconsciously, he looked towards his rank. This, you actually took Duan away. Yuan looked at his rank and saw that it was bronze. Isn't this too harsh? Even if you lose a paragraph, how long will it take to get it done? No point. When he took a closer look, he realized that he had made a mistake. Point. His previous rank was the demigod rank without igniting the divine fire point, but the current rank has become a being who ignites the divine fire and possesses divine status. In other words, if he wants to fight against the strong, he must start from scratch. Point. This is troublesome. Shaking his head, Yuan subconsciously swept towards the combat power list. Point. It's the beginning of the season now, and the combat power values are not very high. Point. Only, what surprised him a little was that he actually saw a familiar nickname at the bottom of the combat power list. Huh. Isn't this the Blood Shadow? The one who was number 1 on the previous combat power list. Yuan is somewhat impressed by this nickname. 2, 6, 7 was just something he didn't expect. Point. Not only did the opponent gather his divine power, but he also reached the top 100 in the combat power list. Point. It has to be said that the other party is very talented. Who are you challenging? Yuan glanced at it, preparing to find the person ranked first on the combat power list to challenge. Point. But he didn't wait for the challenge. Point. Suddenly I received a challenge letter. Lu Yuan opened it and saw that the signature was Shadow of Blood point. However, what he didn't expect was that the Blood Shadow would actually challenge him to replace his combat power, but he needs to raise it because the other party's challenges have been exhausted. Point shook his head. Lu Yuan directly rejected his challenge application. Point just kidding. He just wanted to test how strong his race is. Doesn't it mean that the combat power has to be replaced? Besides, it's not that Lu Yuan is arrogant, except that the challenge of ranking first is still interesting. Point the rest really didn't interest him. Point so, in order to make the other party give up, Lu Yuan was very arrogant and replied when he refused. Combat power replacement is too low end. If you want to play, play big. If you lose, be the opponent's god. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. How did he know that his reply had just been sent out? The Blood Shadow on the other side opened directly. Boom. Hua. Ruoing, who had short purple hair, punched the table hard. Arrogant. I didn't expect this natural disaster to be even more arrogant than I thought. An angry sneer appeared on the corner of Hua Ruoing's mouth. Okay, you belong to God, right? I wonder if you dare to play. So, as soon as she thought about it, she called Lu Yuan back. Come on, come on. Whoever loses will be considered god to the other party. Okay. Huh. Lu Yuan opened it and took a look, but he didn't expect that the Shadow of Blood would actually confront him. Shadow of Blood, right? Since you want to be tortured, I'll let you see it. Lu Yuan smiled and sent one directly. Man, you can't say no. Come on, I'll be with you anytime. Hurry up, don't grind like a Sci-Fi. Hua Ruoing's silver teeth were almost broken when she saw it. Point she was born into a military family, and she was the daughter of the entire Hua family. Point when did anyone dare to say that about her? In anger, Hua Ruoing opened a room directly. Point an invitation was sent to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan naturally agreed directly. Point entered the room. Point as soon as he entered the room, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Blood Shadow, if you're scared, forget it. I'm about to challenge the one with the strongest combat power, and I don't have time to mess around with you. HMPH, just wait for me, and let you know the consequences of messing with me. The voice of Blood Shadow rang out. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Point damn, what's going on? The Shadow of Blood is actually a woman. Before Lu Yuan could react, the room opened. Tip, the virtual divine war is about to begin. Please use us to arrange the divine domain as soon as possible. Tip, countdown to 5 minutes. Regarding this, Lu Yuan felt that it was meaningless. Although the other party is a girl, it is still related to a divine issue. Point I can do without her as a god, but I can't lose. Point it's that simple. Point after just setting up a mountain range to block the army, it's done. Tip, the countdown is over, and the battle of gods begins. TSK, the familiar space cracks were once again pulled apart from the virtual divine domain. Lu Yuan glanced at it. Upon discovering the opponent's army, they immediately launched a charge. Point only. What makes Lu Yuan a little surprised is that this Blood Shadow one's ranked first in the demigod combat power list. Point it turns out that humans are the main believers. Point front row, sitting on top of a 5-meter tall Tyrannosaurus were human knights wearing heavy armor. The rank of each Tyrannosaurus is actually as high as 5th level. It's actually Tyrannosaurus Knight. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at it with surprise. Point these tyrannosaurs are similar to the ancient behemoth Tyrannosaurus Rex from Blue Star in its previous life. Point however, they are cruel and bloodthirsty by nature and are difficult to tame. Point I didn't expect that the other party could actually tame them with humans and use them as mounts. Lu Yuan scans the system information. Point these Tyrannosaurus Knights are clearly professionals. Tyrannosaurus Heavy Paladin. Point there is an extra holy word. Can it be treated? Lu Yuan feels very interesting. Point if you want to become a paladin, you must not only have a strong body and strength. Point what's more, you need to understand the power of magic. Point in other words, it is a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. The average race simply cannot do it. Point moreover, it takes a long time to cultivate and is troublesome. Point jabby, these paladins are not only able to withstand the enemy's heavy armor charge head on the battlefield. Point it can also release a buff aura to teammates. Even treatment To restore blood is no problem. Its function far exceeds that of ordinary heavy armored knights and such a difficult to train paladin. This blood shadow not only has, and he also took out as much as 20,000 Yuan at once. In the middle of the gap between the 20,000 holy knights. There are ordinary Tyrannosaurus heavy armor knights. The number is as high as 50,000. It's also level 5. At the rear, there were a large number of human archers and musketeers. High level mage group, priest group. Similarly, Lu Yuan saw more than 50,000 Dragon Eagle Knights in the sky. He had seen this kind of knight before. It's fast, does high damage, and has a crispy skin just like the Allosaurus. In total, the entire army has exceeded 150,000 and is close to 200,000. Such a torrent is considered outstanding even among gods, who have condensed their divine personality. What's more, the other party may not know what other trump cards they have. But, even so what, for Lu Yuan, let alone your 200,000 level 5th level army, 0 even a 200,000 level 6th level army is useless. Seeing the opponent's figure constantly moving forward, Lu Yuan didn't even bother to lay out tactics. He shouted directly to Abatha, "Give it to you." "Yes, my lord." Abatha will definitely let the glory of the god of natural disasters shine in every corner of the world. Abatha bowed and nodded. Immediately, a long roar sounded. Titan, Thunder Beast, charge. Simple and crude. The 50,000 8th order Titan Thunder Beast still showed no fear in the face of an army of 200,000 people. Because the one who is afraid should be the other side. The other side, before the Titan Ultralisk came out. Uaruoing also looked towards Lu Yuan through the crack. HMPH. "Let's see how you deal with it under my legion of holy knights." In the cold snort, she actually didn't see where the opponent's army was just when she was about to ask a question. Sudden Abatha's roar came from the sky. The next moment, because of a movement from the top of the mountain range, 50,000 8th order Titan Thunder Beasts took terrifying steps that tore apart everything. From the shape of the mountain. And launched a charge towards her army. What are these? The moment the Thunder Beast appeared, Ruo was completely shocked. "Monster? How is that possible?" She has never seen the other party's believer race. She originally thought that the opponent could defeat Kinshiansi, but it was just a matter of quantity or troop restraint. Even if she thought about it with her hair, she wouldn't think of it. Lu Yuan can actually possess 8th level troops. Moreover, it is still an 8th level soldier with 50,000 soldiers. Boom. The ground shook continuously, making deafening roars. The 50,000 Thunder Beast army, like 50,000 teals of heavy tanks, rolled towards the opponent with terrifying momentum. Ahead, the leaders of the Paladin Legion have been hoodwinked. Seeing that the army of Thunder Beasts had rushed to less than 20 meters away. Only then did he react and let out a hoarse roar. Quick, holy light protection, brilliant halo, defense halo, thorn halo, courage halo. 2.6 In an instant, dazzling holy lights burst out from the paladin's body. The entire city was surrounded by a huge force, covering the entire front row of the army. TSK, the long sword was drawn out and ready to attack. At this time, the terrifying Thunder Beast army has already crushed them. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the two armies collided instantly. However, Lu Yuan thought he could easily crush the situation, but there was a slight change. Because his own Thunder Beast army was actually blocked when it hit the Holy Knight's Holy Light. Blocked? Is it the Holy Light Guardian? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously checked this ability. Guardian of Holy Light, defensive magic, resisting any attack from enemies not higher than the 1st level, lasting for several seconds. Invincible? Lu Yuan subconsciously thought that the opponent was invincible for a few seconds, but when he saw the limitations of the rank, he realized that he was not truly invincible. If it is level 6, it can still be resisted for a few seconds, but at the 8th level it can only be resisted for a moment. So, this state only lasted for a moment, and it would be broken without the protection of the Holy Light. Next, the only thing we will face is crushing and pushing. Chapter 115 One body and two sides. The vampire's consciousness awakens. I will be your god. Invincible? That's it? Lu Yuan's chuckle sounded point. The entire Thunder Beast army only stood in a stalemate with the Paladin Legion for a moment point. Subsequently, the protection of the Holy Light broke instantly point. The first thing that greeted them was the crushing blow from the single molecule giant blade. Crack, click, click. It's like tens of thousands of scissors merging at the same time point as the single molecule giant blade closed. The Tyrannosaurus below the paladin was cut directly by the scissors. The paladin, who reacted quickly, jumped up and rushed into the air. However, before they could react point, the Thunder Beast army had already crushed them point. Whether it's trampling or waving a single molecule giant blade point, there is no need to release any abilities at all, and the battle has been solved with overwhelming force. Countless screams were heard point. This is the most brutal and unsuspense battle that the human army has ever faced. 8th level? How is it possible? Hua. Ruoying was completely stunned point. As arrogant as she is, she always thought that she could be regarded as a being of the same level point. But when Lu Yuan's 8th level Thunder Beast appeared, her heart seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer. That feeling was simply extremely uncomfortable and painful point. Mid-air, the Dragon Eagle army reacted and was preparing to provide long-range support point. But, in their view, this kind of support is almost in vain point. But just in between hesitation point in mid-air, numerous flaming lion dragons appeared point. They roared ferociously one by one point like a burning cloud. It surged towards the Dragon Eagle army point. This time, in order to achieve Lu Yuan's goal of training 30 soldiers, Abatha did not let the flame lion dragon army attack with blade insects. Instead, they are brewing their own thunder hammers one by one point. Be prepared to give the opponent an instant kill. Put 200,000 thunder hammers were shot at the same time point before the 50,000 Dragon Eagle army could react. The hairs on their hair stood on end from the electric shock point, completely stiff point. Immediately afterwards, the released flame lion dragon army rushed towards them crazily point with their strong bodies. They are not inferior even in close combat point. Scoff point. A Dragon Eagle was torn apart by sharp claws. The scene was extremely cruel and terrifying point. Seeing the scene that was completely out of control, Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Okay, beauty, it's time to finish the end. You're dreaming, Hua. Ruoying clearly remembered that she made a godly bet with others. If she loses, her life will be ruined point. So, in an instant, a special bloodline began to revive in her body. The originally short purple hair actually began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye point. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a head of long blood-colored hair that exceeded the waist point. At this moment, on her face, above her delicate red lips, two fangs flashing with cold light stretched out point. The smile in her eyes suddenly turned evil. TSK, 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 look at you. You are really miserable. A voice full of sarcasm and coquettishness came from his mouth point. It was completely different from the female voice that was full of energy just now. Why? Suddenly, the voice let out a long sigh. Every time you ask me to help you solve problems, how should you repay them? Heck, why not just give your body to me completely? Ha ha ha, said she. Raised her hand. A bloody light bloomed from his hand. Is this a natural disaster? Haha, I forgot to tell you. Our god's name is the god of light and blood. A charming voice echoed from the divine space point, spreading far away in the direction of Lu Yuan. God of light and blood. Why doesn't the sound right? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. It feels like things have changed a bit point. Subsequently, he suddenly saw a flash of blood blooming from the opponent's divine realm point. Immediately afterwards, on the ground, coffins rose up from the ground point. They are densely packed, with more than 100,000 in number. Giggle, come out, my children. It's time to taste blood. Boom. Boom boom. The sound of countless coffins being opened was heard point. I saw, on the earth, there are 100,000 human figures wearing black cloaks and having ferocious fangs. They actually opened their eyes at the same time point. Next moment, their figures disappeared from the place instantly point. When he reappeared, he was already in mid-air. Vampire or undead vampire? Lu Yuan couldn't help but raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene and became a little interested. Vampires themselves are classified as undead. This kind is the undead creature that the dead turned into under the drive of the undead power. The level is not high and the lethality is limited. Can if it were a vampire. This is different. As a vampire of the vampire clan, he is a hand that plays with blood. They feed on blood. Nearly immortal. Not only that, by sucking blood, you can also improve your strength and break through the ranks. The potential is extraordinary. But in front of them, there were these densely packed hundreds of thousands of blood vampires. The lowest ones have actually reached the 3rd level. However, the high level ones actually reach the 7th level. Quantities vary though. However, it is also terrifying. Sure enough, the one who can crush everyone in the demigod world is probably this trump card, right? Yuan's eyes narrowed. There was no need for him to speak. 200,000 flame lion dragons have already rushed towards these vampires. Hiss, blood, for the god of blood. On the blue-white faces, all the vampires opened their mouths showing sharp fangs. He actually collided with an army of 200,000 griffins in midair. Bloodlust, Abatha roared and cast a bloodthirsty spell directly on the group. Fortunately, the level of this bloodthirsty technique is not high. Otherwise, it will not be fully covered. The flame lion dragon, blessed by the bloodthirsty spell, immediately had a greatly increased combat effectiveness. TSK, a 2nd level vampire had one of its arms ripped off by the flame lion dragon. However, an amazing scene happened. The vampire shouted the god of blood and actually made his arm grow again. Huh. Is this regeneration? Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect that these vampires have such strong regenerative abilities. Next, the same scene happened one after another among the entire vampire army. All vampires, even if their chests are pierced, can recover their bodies immediately. At this moment, they are simply like lunatics without fear. He only knows killing and sucking blood. Giggle, little natural disaster. My army of vampires can't be killed. In midair, Huaruoing, who looked charming, said with a smile, no matter how large your army is, there will always be a time when they will all be killed. Admit defeat. My army is invincible. Oh, is it so? Hearing Huaruoing's words, Yuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. If my guess is correct, the reason why these vampires can regenerate so powerfully. Is it because of your priesthood? As soon as these words came out, Huaruoing's face suddenly condensed, and a touch of bloodthirsty and ferociousness broke out in her originally alluring blood-colored eyes. You're not talking anymore, are you? It seems I guessed it right. Yuan shook his head and smiled. It's actually very simple to deal with people like you. As long as my priesthood can suppress you, it will be fine. Said, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed it towards the void. Priesthood. Thunder prison. Boom. Endless, terrifying thunder condensed from the void and turned into a huge thunder prison, instantly covering countless vampire armies. At the moment when the thunder prison enveloped the vampire army. Huaruoing, who looked charming, suddenly felt a pain in her head. The power of the priesthood. The light of blood was cut off in an instant. Damn it, she cursed, but there was nothing she could do. Thunder and lightning are also the nemesis of the clergy. TSK. Why can't my body be repaired? Oops, it's the god of blood. Run away, all. The vampires screamed at this moment and wanted to escape from this battlefield. However, as soon as 390 in their figures emerged, they were completely annihilated by the thunder that struck from the sky. In the thunder prison, no living being can get out. Next, of course there is no need to say more. All vampires, after losing their ability to regenerate, are simply unable to resist the flame lion and dragon army. After a while, they were completely broken into pieces and all fell. At this time, a scream suddenly sounded from Huaruoing's mouth. She clutched her head in pain. Followed closely and saw it. His long hair began to shrink and finally turned from blood red to purple. It turned into short shoulder length hair and then stopped. At last, the blood colored pupils in her eyes also returned to clarity. Huaruoing's other consciousness took control of her body again. Just if Yuan hadn't cut off her divine power in time. I'm afraid her mind will be affected even more. He gave Lu Yuan a complicated look. Ruoing just said, you win, natural disaster, I'm willing to admit defeat, and can be your god. Where are you? I can find you. Signing. A contract must be done in person. That's why Ruoing asked the other party. No need. Lu Yuan waved his hand. It was just a discussion. There was no need for him to threaten the other party with such a thing. Ours is just a virtual battle between gods. You go back and improve yourself so that you can fight again if you have a chance. With that said, Lu Yuan was ready to leave the war, but Ruoing stopped after hearing this. No, she shouted coldly, I, Ruoing, have always been willing to admit defeat and stick to my word. Tell me the address and I'll come find you. But as soon as she finished speaking, she discovered that Lu Yuan was already offline. No, I have to do what I say, otherwise, wouldn't I be just like that cunning woman? Ruoing clenched her fist seriously and had made up her mind. As for the cunning woman in her mouth, in fact, it was herself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. 5 consecutive draws equals 5 consecutive explosions. A cockroach is born. The principal wants to give him a magic weapon. This shadow of blood seems to possess the dual responsibilities of light and blood. It is precisely because of the existence of the power of light that it can suppress the bloodline of blood. Lu Yuan left the battle network and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could feel that the power of the other party's blood seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If you can't suppress it, I'm afraid you may turn into the kind of vampire who only knows how to kill. Shook his head. Lu Yuan didn't think much about it. After all, he believed that the other party should have known about this problem a long time ago. Will definitely find a way to solve it. Don't worry about it yourself. Although there was not much suspense in this divine battle, Lu Yuan did gain something. That is the super regenerative ability of the opponent shrouded in the priesthood. If he hadn't cut off the power of the other party's priesthood, this super strong regeneration really gave him a headache. And even if this divine battle is won, the system also did not prompt any rewards regarding regeneration. Certainly, even if there is a prompt about the reward for regeneration, if it is related to the blood clan, Lu Yuan said it is not unusual. The power of the vampires will only make people crave blood even more. And thus lose your mind. If given to the Zerg, it would not be easy to control. Since the system hasn't exploded, should I give it a try by drawing a lottery? This thought suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. He hasn't drawn a lottery for a while. Maybe the European energy accumulated during this period can be released at this time. Whether it is drawing a regenerative ability or drawing other items that can increase the level, it is also good. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan first opened his own god's domain interface. User, Lu Yuan, god's name, god of natural disasters. Faith value 510 million. Rank, demigod. Priesthood, drought, brute force, dream sacred fire, ignite supernatural power. 789 drops. 15 wisps. Divine head, condensed, faith race, Tearer Springtail, insect hive larvae, insect mother hive, believer, fanatic believer. 9.75 million, more than 500 million faith points. It was all accumulated by Lu Yuan in the past 2 days. However, compared to the 1000 drops of divine power given by the system, this little bit of faith really pales into insignificance. I equals I% this time. Lu Yuan was not prepared to spend too much faith value lottery at once. He prepared to pump little by little. Mainly to experience the thrill of the lottery. System, draw a prize for me, Lu Yuan said directly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 3rd level cockroach hull. This is a hit. Lu Yuan didn't expect that he was really full of European energy and gained a brand new race in one go. Take advantage of this European style luck, Lu Yuan subconsciously said to the system. Smoke it again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 4th level cockroach. Smoke it again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the 5th level cockroach. Smoke W again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of level 6 cockroaches. Smoke it again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining faith value plus 100. It wasn't until the 5th stroke that Yuan suddenly stopped. 5 draws in a row. 4 hits in a row. How wonderful is this luck? Yuan could no longer remain calm. Quickly check the introduction of this cockroach. Cockroach insect, the Xantha insect, that once lived deep in the Gaxus mountains, has super self-healing ability, and can spit out terrible acid that corrodes everything. After genetic mutation, it became a powerful Zerg unit. The roach. In a one-on-one battle, few creatures can resist their rapid recovery ability. Super healing. Yuan feels that he is really lucky. It really comes to whatever comes to mind. I need someone with super regenerative abilities. Result. The system sent a race with super healing abilities. He just wanted to give it 10,000 likes for such a considerate system. The initial gene is as high as level 3. Yuan guessed that this is another Zerg unit with higher potential than Zerglings. Nothing said. Yuan immediately entered his divine space. 200,000 larvae were directly selected and mutated. Seeing the earth, patches upon patches, have turned into Zerg species in Xiangpao. He knew that it would take time to transform. Yuan withdrew his thoughts from the divine space. He fell asleep directly on the bed. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. He subconsciously entered the divine space to take a look. Did not expect some of the larvae that were originally undergoing mutation have actually mutated successfully. Name: cockroach. Category: Zerg stage 3rd level. Ability: acid spitting. Main: heavy carapace. High density claws. Burrowing. Main: rapid penetration and regeneration. Main: life. 17. Rich blood volume. Strength. 16. Excellent strength talent. Agility. 11. Speed is slightly weak. Intelligence. 10. Don't think about spells or anything like that. Evaluation: the thick carapace provides excellent defense, and they perform well in long-range ground attacks and close combat. The important thing is that they can recover quickly, even if they are seriously injured. Rapid penetration and regeneration. Under the soil, nutrients in the soil can be quickly absorbed through special epithelial cells, thereby rapidly dividing and regenerating cells to restore one's own injuries. Yuan does not need to understand other abilities, only this item made him examine it carefully. Although I don't want the perverted recovery of the vampires, but it doesn't require any clerical assistance. And it won't have any impact on your temperament. Their super recovery ability and heavy duty carapace give them more room to maneuver. If interspersed among Hydra's heavily armored Ripper Zerglings, it can provide powerful long range support before the opponent gets close. Corrode the opponent's armor first, so that the Tearing Springtail can have more powerful damage. In one breath, Yuan fused the remaining 456 level genes. Now, Yuan no longer likes units below the 5th level. It doesn't have much effect at all. Even if he is used as cannon fodder, Yuan will find it troublesome. After doing all this, Yuan was not idle. Because he received a call request from the vice principal, Ning Kigwen. Principal Ning. Yuan couldn't help but wonder. He had just entered school. Why was the principal looking for him? Although he was confused, he still subconsciously answered the other party's call request. Hello, Principal Ning. Yuan pretended to be a good boy and said to Ning Kigwen, Yuan, your performance at the freshman welcome party was very good. Ning Kigwen said with a smile. Oh, has everything reached your ears? Yuan couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then smiled sheepishly. I'll make you laugh, Principal. Haha, there is no need to be modest. Your talent is the best I have ever seen in my career. Ning Kigwen praised. Come here, the school has special resource rewards for monster geniuses like you. Oh, really? When Yuan heard this, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. There is no reason not to accept the benefits of having them delivered to your door. He nodded immediately. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll go over now. After Hanging up the call, Lu Yuan washed up and hurriedly left the dormitory. Go to the teaching office. Arriving at Ning Kigwon's office, Lu Yuan saw that Ning Kigwon was already waiting there. He, sit down. Ning Kigwon looked very enthusiastic. As soon as Lu Yuan sat down, Ning Kigwon stood up and took something out of the safe next to him and handed it to him. Well, this is the reward the school gives you. This is a necklace? Lu Yuan looked at this necklace that could barely be considered a man's with some weirdness. Doesn't this school consider appearance when giving out awards? Principal, what is this necklace? Ning Kigwon couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Yuan's doubts. There is suppression by the rules of the main world here, so you can't tell. He shook his head. Forget it, let's not give in. This is a low-level artifact called Enlightenment Necklace. What? A lower level artifact? Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the school's gesture was too big. Right, give yourself an artifact directly. Don't be surprised. Although lower level artifacts are rare, the school still has a few. Ning Kigwon waved his hand. Considering that you have already condensed your divine personality, you may need to spend a lot of divine power to comprehend the divine calendar's own point. Although this low-level artifact has no attack power, it can assist you in improving your perception efficiency when comprehending the power of the priesthood point. This is equivalent to saving your divine power in disguise. Thank you, Principal. After hearing the explanation, Lu Yuan put the necklace into his pocket without hesitation. This is an artifact. Even if the appearance, MOKANZAO, is not good, it is practical. I'm worried that I have to spend a lot of divine power to understand the priesthood. You're welcome. Work hard. The school is very optimistic about you. Ning Kigwon smiled. Okay, let's go back and realize it. Don't waste time. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to turn around and leave point, but he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but turn around and ask, Principal, Ning, isn't Teacher Ning Yuan here? Where have you been recently? Haha, it's rare that you still remember your class teacher. Ning Kigwon laughed after hearing this. She currently works in the Anomaly Investigation Division and has been tracking down news about the Fallen Temple recently. Fallen Temple. Lu Yuan has not forgotten this organization. An existence that specifically confronts the main world. Knowing the whereabouts of Teacher Ning Yuan, Lu Yuan did not ask any more questions. He turned around and left the office. After his figure disappeared, Ning Kigwon made a thought and entered his own divine realm interface. He raised his hand and sent a message to the other party. Lord God, your artifact has been closed. Originally, the school discussed secretly giving Lu Yuan a semi-artifact. Only Lord Data, the main god, suddenly intervened and said that she had a lower level artifact to give to Lu Yuan in the name of the school. Now Ning Kigwon is planning to restore the Lord God. Soon, the Lord God will reply with the message. Very good. Chapter 117. With the improvement of priesthood perception, when did a beautiful woman stand guard at the door? In the kingdom of God. Archa slowly opened his eyes. There was a faint smile on his face. Sister, with the help of the artifact, I can sense his location at any time. Only in this way can I protect him better for you. Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory and hung the necklace directly around his neck. A cold touch came from his neck, almost subconsciously. Lu Yuan mobilized his spiritual thoughts and integrated them into the necklace. Suddenly, the prompt for the God's domain interface appears. Tip, you have obtained a lower level artifact. Tip, artifact information starts to be bound. Tip, binding completed. As the prompt emerged, Lu Yuan felt that his connection with the artifact became closer in an instant. Suddenly, the function of the entire artifact appeared in his mind. It's it to enhance your perception? Lu Yuan felt that his brain became more active. Just like drinking a can of energy drink, the whole person feels much more energetic. If you now enter the world of God's domain to understand the power of rules, the efficiency will indeed be much faster than before. This is really a treasure. Lu Yuan grinned. Artifacts are generally divided into low level, middle level, and higher level categories, and the top ones are the main artifacts. Most of the artifacts that ordinary gods can possess are low level artifacts, and even mid level artifacts are pitiful. Lu Yuan now suddenly possesses 2 lower level artifacts, the Thunder Placenta and the Enlightenment Necklace point. If word gets out, I'm afraid people will envy them to death point. Unfortunately, he currently lacks attack artifacts. If you can get one, you can not only increase your attack power, but also enhance your priesthood, and save your divine power point. Shook his head. Lu Yuan suppressed these unrealistic thoughts for the time being point with the help of this enlightenment artifact. He felt that the most important thing for him now was to understand the power of his priesthood point. He has too many priesthoods. If the enlightenment progress can be improved, it will be 090 point. Even if they are improved a little, the superimposed effect will be very terrifying point. With a thought, Lu Yuan entered the divine realm interface again point. I directly found the option to comprehend the priesthood. Brush. He felt that he had consumed a drop of divine power in an instant, and his entire consciousness was once again pulled into that huge, complex, and mysterious time and space. Lu Yuan's consciousness condensed in the entire ocean of priesthood point. He didn't waste any time, and went straight to the marked clerical rules point. Soon, Lu Yuan was immersed in realization point. As he comprehended, he suddenly discovered that the more he comprehended, the deeper his respect for the rules became point. They seemed to form the basic skeleton of the entire world point. If you only have one, you can live in this world like a fish in water point. But, if you want to fully understand a rule, the difficulty cannot be memorized point. Generally speaking, except for the requirements of divine power in terms of the progress of rule comprehension alone, the levels of gods can be divided point. For gods with divine status, the enlightenment progress is less than 1%, reaching 10% as a basic threshold. For gods with weak divine power, 20%. For primary divine powers, in fact, he is a lower god point. Only here can we truly cross the threshold of the gods. Of course, this is just the threshold. 50% is a god with medium divine power, also called a middle god point. With this threshold, almost anyone can play point. Once you cross it, you have become a mainstay among the gods. 70% are gods with high divine power, also called superior gods. To this extent, the use of priesthood, both in terms of power and flexibility, is no longer comparable to whispers. It can be said that a high-ranking god can suppress the cooperation of 10 middle-ranking gods on the battlefield with his own priesthood alone point. It's just that powerful point. And go one step further, when 90% progress is reached point known as the quasi-main god point. If the upper gods are rare, then the quasi-lord gods are rare treasures, because they are the first people under the main god, and can easily suppress any god including the upper gods, and the one who can suppress them is the existence with 100% understanding of the rules. This kind of existence is called the lord god point. The main god who can completely master a rule can easily kill a group of high-ranking gods. If you are above, you need to understand the higher order above the rules, which is called rules point. Certainly, not everyone can understand this law point. To go straight to the source, the time and energy spent on it is hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in order to improve their own strength, most lord gods will choose to continue to understand other rules. These are, of course, things for later. At this moment, Lu Yuan was completely immersed in the understanding of the rules. Already lost track of time point. As a result, nearly half a month passed in the blink of an eye point. On this day, Lu Yuan was still comprehending the priesthood in his dormitory point. But, outside his dormitory, there was already an additional figure point. The dormitory in college is much better than in high school point. In addition, Lu Yuan himself is a monster. He was moved directly to a separate villa point outside the villa. It faces the passageway leading to the teaching building for students. There are people coming and going almost every day point. But at this time, outside the gate of Lu Yuan's dormitory and villa, Yi was wearing an ice blue dress, with her long hair hanging down her head point. Tall figure, ultimate good looks, curves that are perfect to the extreme point. 1 point more means fatter, 1 point less means thinner. Such a figure actually stood so firmly outside Lu Yuan's gate. Here, who is this? So beautiful? When did our Jiushan University have a campus beauty? A passing student couldn't help but say something when he saw this scene. Brother, did your village just get access to the internet? At that time, Liu Ruan was said to be a special admission student, and he had just arrived at the school a few days ago. What? Is it the Bingshan school beauty Liu Ruan who caused a sensation in the whole school on the first day, and caused countless principals to launch a crazy attack and confession offensive against her? That's right. It's her, it's just that they don't seem to even pay attention to those sweeters. I've been waiting at the door of villa number 198 for half a day every day. Oh no, I'm sore. Dabk, who the hell lives in this house and can let the Bingshan school bell wait patiently? I have inquired about it a long time ago, and I heard that this is the boyfriend of the Bingshan school beauty, the kind who has a lifelong relationship. However, it seems that the other party has just moved here and has not shown his face yet. TSK, let a goddess wait outside for so many days. I would definitely not be able to bear it. In response to everyone's comments, Liu Ruan's pretty face showed no expression at all. She had been delayed for some time because of something very important and came a few days late. Originally, there was no chance of entering Jiushan University if one was late for admission. But Liu Ruan, who wanted to give it a try, didn't expect that she was let in without any hindrance. The real reason is actually because of Liu Yuan. Liu Ruan was defeated by Liu Yuan for the first time since the exchange competition. In her heart, she has completely determined that the other person will be her boyfriend. Now, it was because of him that she entered Jiushan University, which further strengthened her inner thoughts. So, after getting the position where Liu Yuan moved from principal, she comes to the door every day and waits. Won't you come out again today? Knocking gently on the door, Liu Ruan couldn't help but whisper to herself. If she hadn't known that Liu Yuan was staying in the villa, she would have doubted whether someone was there. Liu Ruan, you can't give up. You can't overcome this difficulty. How can you get Liu Yuan's love? She looked like ice on the outside, but secretly cheered herself up in her heart. At the same time, he began to think about what he should say when he and Liu Yuan met for the first time. Do you just rush up and hug him, or say hello politely? When Liu Ruan was struggling, Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes from the room. Made hot chicken. After more than 10 years, it is only 3%. Liu Yuan couldn't help complaining. If it weren't for his magical power, he would only have about 300 drops left. He might still have to stay in there. In more than 10 years, Liu Yuan has increased the progress of all his priesthood realizations to 3%. If this result were known to others, they would probably be scared to death. Because the average person, let alone more than 10 years, will realize 3%, even if it has increased by 1% in 30 years. I'm already overjoyed. This is just a priesthood. As for Liu Yuan, all of his priesthoods have actually been increased by 3%. Even with the assistance of the divine artifact, he can be described as a monster, but he actually felt dissatisfied. Liu Yuan, who had not eaten for more than 10 days, couldn't help but feel a sense of hunger. He was about to leave his consciousness from the world of God's realm, but suddenly he saw a series of messages coming from the God's realm interface. The person who sent the message turned out to be the elf goddess. So much, Liu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You must have missed me, right? He slapped his forehead and quickly sent a call request to the elf goddess unexpectedly. As soon as the call was sent, the other party connected directly. Daddy, I want daddy. As soon as the call was connected, Liu Yuan heard a small group of crying voices coming from the other end of the phone. Then the elf goddess comforted her for a moment. After, the elf goddess said apologetically, Master, Princess Tuanchan has missed you so much these past 2 days. I can't control it. Blame me. Liu Yuan patted his head. I said I went to see her, but I forgot about the time. So I'll go there now. Master, no need, because I really don't know how to explain to her. I have already taken her to the gate of Jiushan University. The elf goddess tone was full of apology. It was pretty good at first. I usually call her mommy. I'm sorry, Master, I know I've caused you trouble, but I really. Before she could finish speaking, Liu Yuan interrupted. Now that she's here, let her come in. I'll just tell the school and register her. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yuan got up and started washing and tidy up the whole house. After all, when your daughter comes, you can't see her father's room too messy. After he finished cleaning up, he was ready to go out to meet Tuanchan. But who knows, as soon as the door opened, Liu Yuan was stunned. What's going on? Since when did a beautiful woman stand guard at my door? And does it look familiar? Chapter 118 Scumbag. It's real. Yuan and his daughter, the elf goddess and Yuan meet for the first time. Are you Yuan? Yuan stared at each other for a long time. Only then did he realize that the opponent was actually Yuan, who had lost to him in the exchange competition. Seeing Yuan appear, Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile like a blooming iceberg and snow lotus. Yuan, I've been waiting for you. Yuan thought she would fail again this time. I never expected that there would be a surprise. Saw Yuan appear. Wait. For me? Have you been waiting here for me? Yuan couldn't help but look at Yuan with a little doubt. Yes, I just came to the university 5 days ago, and I've been waiting here for you every day. Yuan smiled. Why don't you knock on the door? Yuan couldn't help but look at her in surprise. Although his consciousness entered the divine space. But also pay attention to the situation outside. If you knock on the door, you might be able to hear it. I knocked lightly, but I heard from Principal Ning that you might be comprehending the priesthood, so I was afraid of disturbing you. Yuan smiled cutely. This won't happen. Yuan was still very touched that Yuan thought of him so much. And such an iceberg-like beauty actually showed such a cowardly attitude to herself. Those who say they can't be moved are all eunuchs. Now that he's here, Yuan can't just drive them away. Right, that's too straight. Here, you go sit in the room first. I'll go out for a while. Yuan turned sideways, signaling the smoke to come in. But when Yuan heard that Yuan was leaving, she suddenly felt a little panicked. She finally found Yuan's person. What if he leaves again? Where are you going? How about I come with you? No, I'll pick someone up, and I'll be back soon. Yuan shook his head and was about to explain. But at this time, suddenly there was a crisp, tender, numbing sound in the distance. Daddy. Yuan subconsciously turned his head to look and happened to see a little girl wearing a pink princess dress and white stockings, opening her arms and rushing toward him as if she was running. Hey, Tuanshan. Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but smile on his face. Regardless of whether Tuanshan will turn into the Dragon Emperor, she is still his daughter now. Yuan has always been patient enough with his daughter. He ran 2 steps, squatted down subconsciously, opened his arms, and let the other party rush into his arms just once. Yuan felt a delicate touch that filled his arms. He smiled and picked up the other person and spun him around in circles a few times. Suddenly, the little Tuanshan let out a cheerful giggle. Yuan was completely confused when she saw this scene. What's going on? You are only a few days late, and you already have a child. She had asked Yuan before if he didn't have a girlfriend yet. This moment, Yuan was completely confused. Besides, what does the girl with elf features at the back mean? Why is the other party coming towards Yuan? For a moment, Yuan felt like her heart had been filled with lemon juice. At this moment, Yuan saw the elf goddess walking in the distance and waved to her. He turned around and said to Yuan, who was standing at the door, "Let me introduce. This is the woman I recognize, Tuanshan." "Hello, Tuanshan." Yuan forced a smile on her face, but her heart was completely broken. Daughter? She is really a daughter, MMP. A daughter is just a daughter. Why should she be considered a daughter? Do you think I will believe it? At this time, a mysterious hormone in her body stimulated her to suddenly speak. What about this one? Is she the child's mother? Oh, she is not. She is my god. Yuan introduced casually. You can call her Tina. Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth, barely maintaining the image of an iceberg beauty. But he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Edit. Keep editing. Do you think I will believe it? That little girl is so cute. Who is she? If it's not the elf girl. Just as she was thinking about it, Tuanshan turned his head and shouted towards the elf goddess. Mom. Hurry up. Crack. A thunderbolt flashed through Yuan's mind, and even her mother screamed. How the hell is this not true? Finished. She felt that her life was dark. I thought that she had already suppressed that little girl Chen Lingshan. You can reap the benefits by yourself. But someone got there first. And have children. Liu Ruan began to think crazily about how Lu Yuan and the elf goddess met. A burning jealousy began to spread in his heart. She immediately snorted coldly. I feel particularly wronged. Lu Yuan, why did you deceive me like this? The sudden sound made Lu Yuan, who was teasing Zero to Anshan, couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong? I lied to you? Where do you start with this? Humph, she already calls her mother. Are you still lying to me? After hearing this, Lu Yuan finally understood what Liu Ruan meant. He smiled and shook his head. You misunderstood. She is the little girl I picked up outside Wilderness City, and Tina is indeed my god. As he spoke, he glanced at the elf goddess next to him. The elf goddess understood directly and took the initiative to speak. Yes, I also met the master outside Wilderness City. The master helped me save my life. HMPH. I won't believe your nonsense. Liu Ruan felt that her efforts over the past few days were completely in vain. An unconcealable heartache came to my mind. So she just said a word, turned around and fled from here. Vaguely, two crystal tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This kind of scene has been completely seen by the students passing by. Here, this is too dramatic, isn't it? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act like this. Yes, is the man whom the ice and snow goddess has been guarding for so long actually a married man? You scumbag, you are so stone thumped. Do you only know this if you don't look at the goddess? I just don't understand. Why is he? Because he is handsome. Why is that elf wife so beautiful too? Condemn. This unfair behavior must be strongly condemned. Yes, we will go online to condemn this scumbag now. Remember his appearance, find his information, and expose him to me. C. A group of classmates who were filled with indignation against him walked away. Lu Yuan couldn't help but patted his forehead speechlessly. What is this? What I said is the truth. It's all a misunderstanding. Soon, Lu Yuan's name was completely hyped on the school forum. Bingshan School Beauty was cheated by a married man, a scumbag. It's true. Under such a title, countless comments started to follow up like crazy. What kind of world is this? Don't you even have this bit of morality as a human being? Scumbag. I hate being a scumbag. Because I can't be one. Condemn you for bullying our Bingshan School Beauty. I want to challenge you to a divine battle. Please. Give me flowers. Yes, I want to fight naked for my goddess. Just accept it as a man. All the comments started to attack Lu Yuan one-sidedly, calling him a scumbag. The heat lasted for the whole day and was getting worse. And at the same time, Lu Yuan naturally doesn't know everything that happens on the internet. Certainly, even if he knew, he didn't care. I took the little group around the campus and went to the amusement park for a whole day. Finally, Zero to Anshan was made happy. At night, Lu Yuan asked the elf goddess to leave the school with Zero to Anshan. Lu Yuan has no plans to leave school for the time being. He also wanted to go to the main tower to have a look. Moreover, with Zero to Anshan by his side, even if he went to do something with the elf goddess, he would still be on tenterhooks. Only just when Lu Yuan was playing wildly with Zero to Anshan. Liu Ruan, who left angrily, ran back to her dormitory with tears in her eyes. I fell on my bed and cried for a long time. Wait until you are tired of crying. She suddenly reacted. Lu Yuan didn't sound like he was lying. Did he misunderstand? 0.0 Thinking of this, a little expectation suddenly came to mind. She got up, connected to the computer, and began to search for news about Wilderness City. Although the Liu family is not as powerful as the Qin family or the Ning family. But there is no problem if you want to check the teleport station records in Wilderness City. Really, before long, Liu Ruan discovered the records that Lu Yuan sent all the way to Wilderness City. And when he went there, he was the only one delivering the message. When he came back and headed to the capital, He saw the record of the elf goddess and the teleportation station point, and that little Tuan Chuan was also the identity information that Lu Yuan helped her register for the first time in the capital point to know. In order to avoid invasion by outsiders, the main world conducts a census every year. So, if it was really a previous birth, it would be impossible to register your own identity information point. After a series of comparisons, Liu Ruan suddenly discovered to her surprise, it seemed that he had really wronged Lu Yuan. Oh, that's terrible. Liu Ruan, how can you agree? Liu Ruan hammered her chest hard several times, her pretty face full of regret. Why can't you listen to other people's explanations more? Do you have to be so impulsive? She cursed herself secretly in her heart. But suddenly, she thought of the elf goddess's expression suddenly changed. Oops, even if they have nothing now, but that elf goddess is obviously interested in Lu Yuan, and he even called him master. For a moment, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Ruan's heart. She had heard people say that if she really belonged to God, the master can do anything to God. At that time, if you really fall into it, your identity as a god is likely to be confused. At that time, do you still have a chance? No. Liu Ruan made up her mind in an instant. She was going to fight back. So, just as Lu Yuan was walking back to the door of his villa, suddenly I received a text message from Liu Ruan. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened it and took a look. He was immediately startled. Liu Ruan, farewell, Lu Yuan, damn it, what do you want this BCH to do? Lu Yuan couldn't help but cursed angrily. When he saw this piece of news, he was a little panicked. Chapter 119. Liu Ruan, you actually plotted against me in the bathroom? This girl is kidding. When Lu Yuan saw the news, he subconsciously came up with this idea. His palm was already on the door handle. Click. The door opens, looking at the spacious living room. Lu Yuan suddenly stopped walking. What? If this girl really can't think about it? Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Liu Ruan had publicly said in the exchange competition that he would chase him. Can bear fruit, but encountered this situation. Although this is just a misunderstanding. But I can't help people thinking too much. Original. Lu Yuan didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Unexpectedly, this Liu Ruan actually sent such a message to herself. Nimmer, if this is true, I feel like Principal Liu will rush to the capital and tear me apart. Lu Yuan shuddered. No matter what the purpose, it is always good for him to go and see. At least, we can't let anything happen to her. He subconsciously initiated a call request to the other party, but as expected, no one answered. This time, Lu Yuan's worry became more intense. Where does she live? Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. If he wants to go take a look, he must know the place. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. By the way, Principal Ning School 190 must know. It's after 8 o'clock in the evening now. Lu Yuan directly initiated a call request to Principal Ning. Fortunately, the other party connected directly after a few seconds. Lu Yuan, what do you want at this late hour? Ning Kiguan couldn't help but ask in his pajamas. As people get older, they have to go to bed early and get up early. Principal, let me ask, do you know which dormitory Liu Ruan lives in? Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Liu Ruan? I know. Why are you asking her? Ning Kiguan asked subconsciously. It's okay. I have something to send to her, but I don't know where she lives. I contacted her, but she didn't reply to me. Lu Yuan made up a random reason. Oh, it's at number 234 in the villa area. Ning Kiguan nodded subconsciously and suddenly laughed. Lu Yuan, if it weren't for you, she would have been expelled for being late, let alone directly arrange a villa, but you are. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Lu Yuan hang up the call. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the call, Ning Kiguan couldn't help but curled his lips silently. Young man, are you also anxious now? Whoosh. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and ran towards villa number 234. After continuous improvement. His own physical fitness is already amazing. He's very fast. In less than 5 minutes, I ran to the door of villa number 234. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. I found that the door of the villa was actually open. It's over. Not even the door is locked. It's even more possible. Whoosh. Lu Yuan rushed over in one step. His eyes swept across the living room. Didn't see the other party's figure point at this moment. On the second floor of the villa, inside the bedroom point there was the sound of running water. Oops. Bathroom. Yuan ran up the stairs. He rushed straight towards the bedroom bathroom point. Many people choose to commit suicide in the bathroom, on their wrists, etc. point, although I don't know why, but Yuan has already figured it out on his own. Ruan, hold on. However, when Yuan rushed into the bathroom, but he found that in the entire bathroom, there was a pool of clear water in the huge bathtub point above. Bright red rose petals float point next to it. There was actually a tray with red wine on it point, and inside, Ruan's suicide was not seen at all. What's going on? Yuan spoke subconsciously in confusion point, but at this moment, behind him, a voice suddenly sounded. Yuan. Yuan looked back subconsciously point, only saw Ruan was wearing a nice blue silk lace pajamas. Her hair is as long as a waterfall. There was a burning light in his eyes. Yuan was suddenly stunned when he saw this scene point. The next moment, Ruan suddenly took a step forward, and the smooth silk lace pajama slipped point. There was a shy rosiness on her face, like a winter girl who saw the arrival of early spring point. He stretched out his hands and pushed Yuan on the chest. Yuan's center of gravity was unstable, and he subconsciously fell towards the bathtub behind him point. At this time, he just vaguely heard the words whispered in Ruan's mouth. "You are mine." Last minute, or thought flashed through Yuan's mind. He was really just here to save her. A night without words. The next morning, when Yuan woke up from his deep sleep point, it was discovered that Ruan was still as sleepy as a kitten point. He got up quietly point, put on pants. Before I could put on my clothes, I heard a knock on the door from the first floor. A girl's voice sounded from outside. "Senior sister, are you at home? Who is this?" Yuan frowned and looked back to see Ruan still sleeping soundly point. He walked out of the bedroom and hurried downstairs point. Mount. Outside the door 4 or 5 girls were waiting there point. The leading girl couldn't help but turn around and said to the classmates beside her, "Everyone, listen up. Today we are here to help the schoolgirl and punish the scumbag. Later, I must sleep with my schoolgirl and break up with that scumbag to the end. Yes. Our student union must help these new schoolgirls, especially those who have been deceived by men." Yes, I didn't expect that Yuan, who looks quite handsome, would dare to do such a morally corrupt thing behind his back. Don't let me touch him. If I do, I just, as he was saying, the door clicked and opened point. A half-length figure of Yuan instantly appeared at the door. He looked at the group of female students in confusion point. He couldn't help but frown. "Hello, is there something wrong?" Crack. All the girls felt as if lightning had struck their heads at this moment point. He froze in place for a moment point. "Aren't you the scumbag you promised to be? Didn't he say that Ruan came back crying? Didn't you agree to punish the other party?" Result: the other party actually appeared just like that. Moreover, judging from this, he actually slept here last night point. Several female classmates. "You look at me, I look at you point." Suddenly, the leading female classmate yelled angrily, "Scumbag." Immediately, he turned around and left, as if he was running away with someone point. "Nimmer, everyone is already living here. Do you think you will be humiliating yourself if you stay here any longer?" Baffling. Yuan looked at the running girls speechlessly point. "Why do you call yourself a scumbag when we meet?" Shook his head. He closed the door subconsciously. Point 0. Looking back, I saw Ruan coming down wearing his shirt at some point. I heard it. Ruan had a lively smile on her face point. She felt that her plan was successful point. And when she saw yesterday, Yuan rushed over to look for her so quickly point. Everything so called is no longer important. Is the misunderstanding so big now? Yuan couldn't help but said speechlessly, "It's more than that." Ruan smiled and opened her computer and linked to the interface of the school forum. "Come and see." After a while, Yuan just understood why there was such a situation. "Oh, forget it. Just misunderstand it." He shook his head, didn't pay too much attention to it point. After all, we can't let him explain it to each other one by one point. Looking at Ruan, Yuan suddenly reacted and remembered what happened last night. "Okay, I just remembered that you had a premeditated plan. I heard Lu Yuan say. A blush suddenly appeared on Liu Ruan's face. No, I just, before she could react, she screamed and was carried by Lu Yuan. An hour later, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, by the way, why did you come a few days late? You know that, if you are late, the consequences will be serious. Liu Ruan suddenly sighed softly after hearing this, and a hint of sadness flashed across his face. I originally planned to try to awaken my bloodline. If it goes well, I can complete it before the start of school. My grandfather said that the main tower of Jiushan University is a very dangerous place. It would be of greater help to me if I could awaken my bloodline as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it still failed. Lu Yuan looked at her and asked why. He knew that some powerful families had the blood of ancient gods passed down, because the purity of the ice blood in my body is not high enough. The awakening itself has a probability of failure. While Liu Ruan sighed. Not only that, I almost got seriously injured because of the failed bloodline awakening. And the time I wasted was because my grandpa was helping me find a way to recover in 4.3. Suddenly, she looked at Lu Yuan with burning eyes. Do you know why I look forward to being with you so much? Why? Lu Yuan said, because our Liu family has a rule that clan members who fail to awaken their bloodline will be married off. Perhaps it touched a taboo deep in her heart. Lu Yuan saw a crystal tear falling from the corner of her eye, but there was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. But don't worry, even if I can't resist the family's decision, at least before my life is affected, I left my best things to you. This moment, her eyes were filled with tears, but there was still a happy smile on her lips. This is my happiness. Sudden, Lu Yuan felt something strange in his chest, which was a distressing feeling. No one knew that this iceberg beauty was in front of them and seemed to be inaccessible to strangers struggling to escape his fate. Suddenly, he reached out and took the other person into his arms, caressed each other's hair, said word by word, from now on, I have the final say on your fate. Chapter 120. The plane battle begins. Descending to the frost plane, killing the snow fox, and the night demon disappears. Lu Yuan is not a dedicated person, but he is not a heartless person either. Naturally, his own woman cannot watch the other person's fate being influenced by others. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Liu Ruan felt like she was full of happiness. She felt that her choice was not wrong. PFFT. She broke down into tears and smiled, comforting her. Don't worry, my grandfather is also one of the principals of the Liu family. He will not fail to help me. It's not that bad. Lu Yuan did not delve into this issue. In his opinion, the solution to the problem is nothing more than 2 words. Become fishy. Only by becoming strong enough, whether it is yourself or the people around you. Only then are you qualified to control your own destiny. The place to improve your strength is the main god tower. Lu Yuan and Liu Ruan went to the cafeteria to eat together. Then they held hands again and headed to the main tower. Along the way, I naturally received countless envious, jealous, and hateful looks. But Lu Yuan ignored them all. They were just a bunch of guys who couldn't eat the grapes. The main tower is considered a landmark building in the entire Jiushan University. Right in the deepest part of the entire school. Every day, the flow of people here is the largest in the entire university. On the way, Lu Yuan explained to Liu Ruan the relevant information he knew about the main god tower. So, if you can get some ice type treasures, maybe you can improve your bloodline? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Theoretically, this is a possibility. Liu Ruan nodded. However, this kind of treasure that can improve bloodline is rare in the entire main world, let alone in other planes, and 30 sometimes, even if you encounter it, you may not be able to take it or fuse it in time. Some of them have a certain timeliness and cannot be brought out at all. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yuan nodded. Originally, he thought that Liu Ruan's bloodline had been fixed and there would be no chance to improve it again. But I didn't expect that it could be improved now. This was an unexpected surprise. The 2 of them said that and walked into the main tower. Seeing Liu Ruan and Lu Yuan appear, many students who were originally in the main god tower began to move towards them. The first is because Liu Ruan is so beautiful. Especially the iceberg beauty's temperament is simply outstanding. As for the second, It is because the image of Lu Yuan as a scumbag was hyped on the internet yesterday, and photos of both of them have been posted. Naturally, he was recognized by others. TSK, I didn't expect that this scumbag would still have such a year. Awesome. The two of them seem to have reconciled. No, what a good goddess. She was ruined by a scumbag. I heard that some people from the student union went there this morning, and I bumped into the two of them living together. Oh my god. I'm afraid someone is going to be furious. Among the people discussing, Lu Yuan led Liu Yuan towards the entrance of the main tower at this time. Qin Shiance's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Hello, brother Yuan. Hello, sister-in-law. Qin Shiance trotted over and bowed to say hello to Lu Yuan. Liu Yuan next to him turned red after hearing this, but did not refute. Young Master Qin, you came early. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Yes, this is not a credit reward. In addition, I sold some resources yesterday and collected 1,000 credits to prepare for the plane battle. Qin Shiance smiled. Plane warfare is a mode of truly teleporting to a plane battlefield. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately became interested. Planner battle? Just right. I want to try it too. Really? That's great. Brother Yuan, can you take me with you? Let's go and form a team. Qin Shiance's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If a strong teammate like Lu Yuan can join, not only will the believers suffer a small loss, maybe there will be greater gains. Regarding Qin Shiance's proposal, Lu Yuan naturally understood the other party's plan point, but he thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I just happen to take Yuan with me, and the three of us will go as a team. That's great. Brother Yuan is so awesome. Qin Shiance clapped his hands and applauded. However, he glanced around and suddenly whispered into Lu Yuan's ear. Brother Yuan, I heard that Yuan's, a sophomore, has failed to chat up his sister-in-law several times before. Now that he knows that you two are together, I'm afraid he will come over to make trouble. Oh, is he so boring? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. As a college student, I don't focus on improving my strength all day long. I always think about the things of these men and women, and what's the future? He is just a playboy. With the genius of Yuan in the Qiu family, he started to give up on himself. Qin Shiance explained. But, brother Yuan, don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to do anything. I'm just telling you in advance. Nodding, Lu Yuan naturally knew the meaning of Qin Shiance's words. Okay, I will take you with me. Don't worry about his matters for the time being. Okay, Qin Shiance hurriedly took Lu Yuan and Liu Yuan to the registration office of the main tower. It was only after registration was completed that Lu Yuan realized that it would cost as much as 1,000 credits to conduct a plane battle. No wonder Qin Shiance said to teleport once and try to stay in there for as long as possible, just for a while. The design of the main god tower is actually not much different from the teleportation station. Only teleportation from the main tower is random. Liu Yuan's credits were naturally spent by Lu Yuan alone. After the credits were deducted, each of the three received a round badge. There is a tower shaped mark on it, which is the symbol of the main god tower. The three of them walked into a randomly teleported portal. Immediately, Lu Yuan only felt a feeling very similar to the spatial fluctuations in the teleportation station. When I opened my eyes again, as soon as the eyes hit it, it was filled with ice. Everything seemed to be covered in cold. In the snow and wind. Even the ancient trees turned into ice sculptures. Plane of frost. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the situation around him. Isn't this a very suitable plane for Liu Yuan? Really? He turned his head and saw a flash of joy in Liu Yuan's eyes next to him. Even the fluctuations of divine power around him became more active. Remember, don't attack proactively, otherwise the surrounding shields will disappear. Lu Yuan couldn't help but remind Liu Yuan when he saw the fluctuation of divine power. Yeah, I'm just more used to this kind of ice and snow space. Liu Yuan nodded seriously. Brother Yuan, it seems that the fluctuations of divine power in this plane seem to be unsatisfactory. Qin Shiance said from the side. I'll let people explore the way first. That's fine. Lu Yuan nodded. Point in this kind of plain battle, you never know when you will encounter danger. If you rashly use your own spiritual power to investigate, you might alarm some gods. When the time comes, it will cause trouble. Point hearing the words, Consciency nodded, and then he opened a summoning door with a thought. Point the door of summons appears. Suddenly, night demons with wings on their backs rushed out from them. Point, although they are not the favorite in the world of ice and snow, they have high-speed flight capabilities and stealth capabilities, able to detect nearby situations faster. Seeing Consciency take action. Point Liu Ruan next to her also spoke, let me help you too. Ice and snow are my home court after all. As she said that, she also waved her hand. Point hundreds of snow eagles suddenly flew out of the summoning gate. Point under the leadership of their leader, they began to scatter around. Point after releasing the investigation unit, Lu Yuan and the other two strolled towards the front. Point walking without using divine power is the greatest help to them. Point among the three, Lu Yuan possesses divine power, and Consciency ignites the divine destruction. Point only Liu Ruan failed to ignite the divine fire because of her failed awakening. Point so they are not very fast. Point but not long after walking, Liu Ruan suddenly saw a snow eagle flying back in the distance. Great goddess of ice and snow, we found a group of snow foxes ahead. Do you want to take action? Snow fox kin. Consciency couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Although the level 3 snow fox is not high, if you take it back and make it into fur and sell it, it will be the favorite of many girls. What's the quantity? 293, about 100. The snow eagle man said directly. Then just do it. Lu Yuan nodded. The snow foxes, who were only at level 3, and these snow eagles could do it with their own strength. As you command. Snow eagle people naturally knew whether to obey Lu Yuan's orders. Subsequently, his figure flew away into the distance. Point not long after, there were roars and shouts of death. Point when Lu Yuan and the others walked over, they saw a cave covered in ice and snow. Point the blood of hundreds of snow foxes had flowed all over the ground. Point in this regard, Lu Yuan did not fluctuate at all. Point the law of the jungle is the law of freedom. Point if it were the other way around and snow fox was strong enough, they might be the ones who died. Point we had already discussed this before coming. Point whoever kills it belongs to him. Point these snow foxes that were besieged to death by the snow eagles were naturally Liu Ruan's trophies after the first harvest. The three of them seemed to be more courageous, started to continuously investigate and search from a distance. Point basically, all I see are small groups of ice attributed races among them. Most of them are animals unknowingly. The three of them had been in the entire plane for nearly 2 days, but just when the three of them thought they could only gain mediocre results this time. Point sudden, Conscience's expression changed and he exclaimed, oops, I had a shadow demon that died. What? The expressions of Lu Yuan and Liu Ruan changed. For so long, there has been no serious problem with the ability of the shadow demon. Point why did he disappear suddenly? But when the three of them followed Conscience's induction, they arrived at the location where the shadow demon disappeared. Point but he found that there was nothing but a pool of blood on the snow covered ground in front of him. Point no trace was found. Point just as Liu Ruan summoned a group of snow eagle people to search, sudden, a low roar spread throughout the land. Chapter 121 Frost Giant Tribe, Level 5 Ice Puppet, Invisible Cold Ghost, Advancement, Iwam appears. Ouch. The roars echoed across the entire land one after another. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and the other two subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Point only saw on a stretch of continuous snow-capped mountains in the distance, giant figures 7 or 8 meters high, covered with ice and snow, suddenly appeared. Frost Giant? Oh my god, it's level 7, it's all level 7, kin. Consciency looked up. Point suddenly a strong look of excitement appeared in his eyes. No wonder I didn't get any results from my exploration here. This should be the territory of the frost giants. TSK, there must be 1,000 of these frost giants, right? He looked embarrassedly at Lu Yuan and Liu Ruan next to him. Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, how about giving me 10, and the rest belongs to you? He notes, these frost giants are difficult to deal with. They have rough skin and thick flesh, and they also control ice and snow. Point he immediately took the initiative to give up most of his gains. Make a deal. Yuan smiled and nodded. But there are more than just these frost giants here. What? More than just frost giants, kin? Xianxi couldn't help but wonder. Besides the frost giant, what else is there? Before Yuan could answer, Liu Ruan next to him suddenly frowned, somewhat surprised. Look, the ice and snow are moving. She raised her hand and pointed. Only saw in the vast line of ice and snow in the distance. Tall figures made entirely of ice climbed up from the ground. They are like quagmire puppets, more than 5 meters tall, and their aura reaches the 5th level. However, the whole body is completely condensed by ice. These figures emerged one after another, so densely packed that there was no end in sight. Why are there so many ice puppets, kin? Xianxi felt his scalp numb when he saw the countless ice puppets in front of him. A thought in my mind. Open the summoning door directly. Suddenly, groups of half-dragon armies with a murderous aura rushed out of it. As soon as the 50,000 and a half-dragon army came out, the momentum of the entire scene immediately rose. Xianxi also knew that the half-dragon was only at the 4th level, and even if he had the status of a professional, he could at best be on a par with the opponent. So, the long-range attack troops of humans and dwarves behind him also followed closely behind. The army of shadow demons is all dispatched, ready to support the ground troops. With a command, 5,000 shadow demons also rushed out from the summoning door, roaring and charging towards the ice puppet in the distance. Ouch. Countless ice puppets looked up to the sky and roared, fearlessly colliding with the half-dragon army instantly. On the other side, Liu Ruan saw Kenru sent an army of half-dragons to meet. Of course she couldn't wait. She also wants to prove that her strength is not a drag. White Bear heavily armored warrior, Snow Wolf light cavalry, calendar, all Snow Eagle people support us. As her oracle fell. A series of roars sounded from the summoning door. Ouch. White Bear heavily armored warriors rushed out first. Behind it, the wolf-headed light cavalry riding a snow wolf followed closely. As soon as it appeared, it quickly accelerated and spread out on both wings and above. The figures of heavily armed Snow Eagle people also rushed into the air. Be ready to support your own troops who are besieged at any time. 50,000 White Bear heavy armed warriors, 50,000 Snow Wolf light cavalry, plus 10,000 Snow Eagle people in the sky. House. Including the army of believers sent by Qinshan before, the total number of troops exceeds 200,000. It has completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Ouch. Boom. A loud noise. The armies of both sides roared and collided. Crack. The half-dragon warrior riding an earth lizard slammed into the ice puppet more than 5 meters high in front of him, sending ice shards flying everywhere. Subsequently, the half-dragon raised the spear in his hand high and stabbed the ice puppet's head in front of him. Click. The spear hit, but it made a tooth-piercing friction sound. The half-dragon's terrifying explosive power could only move forward with difficulty in the extremely hard ice. But before his attack could take effect, the ice puppet reacted and slapped him on the body. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the half-dragon knight was shot back several steps immediately afterwards. More ice puppets roared and rushed forward. Damn it, give me attack and remote support. Where is the mage group? The half-dragon knight leader couldn't help roaring when he saw this scene. They naturally knew that this was a real battle between gods. This is not a virtual battle. Once you're dead, you're really dead. Whizzing. At this moment, a dazzling fire appeared in midair. Finally, at the critical moment, the rear mage group's fireball technique finally arrived to support them. Boom. The first batch of fireball spells instantly fell on the group of ice puppets confronting each other in the front row. Ice and fire themselves are mutually reinforcing and incompatible things. This attack instantly contained the attack of the ice puppets in the front row. Not only that, some ice puppets even had half of their cheeks blown off by the fireball technique. Naturally, this is not the first time that the half-dragon army has fought against gods. Seeing this, he seized this opportunity and directly attacked the ice puppets in the front row. Finally, the first ice puppet's head exploded and a siege point just heard a loud noise. The ice puppet with its head exploded turned into countless ice cubes and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, the half-dragon army couldn't help but roar, and their morale was boosted. At the same time, The white bear heavy armed warrior next to him also made great achievements directly cutting off the joints of the ice puppet point, and with the support of the snow eagle people's long range bows and arrows, they successfully killed a group of cold water puppets. Hahaha, a 5th level ice puppet is nothing more than that. Seeing this scene, Kinchiancy couldn't help laughing arrogantly. However, as soon as his laughter ended, he heard Lu Yuan next to him frowning and speaking. Don't be too happy too early, you guys. He raised his hand and pointed. Sudden, on the ground, countless ice and snow began to gather in the blink of an eye. Countless ice puppets climbed up from the ground. Joined the battlefield. From the beginning till now, the frost giants on top of the mountains just stood there watching the fun. It seemed that Lu Yuan and the others were destined to lose. What's going on? Isn't this enough, Kin? Chiancy also understood the key to what Lu Yuan was talking about. The total number of these ice puppets in front of me has exceeded 500,000. But now, the number is still increasing. These races are as if they were born from the earth. It will not stop until all enemy units are killed. Lu Yuan, I feel this is not a problem of ice and snow. Liu Ruan looked at the battlefield below and said, I feel like someone is constantly casting ice puppet summoning spells, and there are time intervals between their appearance. Clever. After hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but admired. Indeed, he just noticed something strange about these ice puppets. It looks like it was born from the earth. But Lu Yuan felt the aura of spell casting. Only, but they have never found where the caster is. As for the frost giants in the distance, such a long distance is simply impossible. Now, Liu Ruan also discovered the problem. The side also shows the other party's keen perception in the ice and snow environment. It is true that someone is casting spells to summon ice puppets, and their ice and snow spells are very powerful. As a result, this kind of summoning puppet, which is comparable to the 5th level magic, can be used so quickly. Lu Yuan was explaining to everyone like a teacher at this moment. Not only that, I feel that these ice and snow spells cannot be released by one person, but probably by a large number of people, and they are not far away. But we can't see them. Can't see how to fight, Kin. Chiancy was a little speechless. He didn't expect that when he thought he could harvest something, he would encounter such a problem. If we can't find them, won't we be able to kill all these ice puppets? Lu Yuan couldn't help but look at Liu Ruan after hearing this. Ruan, do you know anything about the races in the direction of Hanshu? For example, some can be hidden in the ice and snow. Hidden in the ice and snow. After hearing this, Liu Ruan raised her eyebrows slightly. Suddenly, her pupils shrank and she exclaimed, I remembered. It was the extreme cold ghost. The cold ghost. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, hearing this name for the first time. I have studied the ancient ice-based races. Liu Ruan said thoughtfully, this kind of extremely cold ghost of the ice, Lizao type is called an undead creature with ice attributes. Their bodies are made of ice element, with the resentment of dead souls attached inside them. It takes countless years to evolve into extremely cold ghosts. An extremely cold ghost can continue to divide and evolve into a group. Not only that, they are naturally masters of manipulating the ice element. He has a natural talent for ice spells. When Lu Yuan and Kinchiancy heard this, they immediately felt that the extremely cold ghost described by Liu Ruan was very consistent with the situation at hand. The ghost race has always been in a state of invisibility, and there is natural ice and snow as cover here, so it is difficult to detect them. That means that if you want to deal with these ice puppets in front of you, you must deal with those extremely cold ghosts, Kin. Chiancy frowned, but they are invisible. How do we find them? This is indeed difficult to handle. Liu Ruan also nodded. Just when the two of them were at their wits' end, Lu Yuan suddenly chuckled and spoke. What a coincidence. I happen to have a solution. You have. Liu Ruan and the two subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. In my mind, a prompt message from the god's domain interface came at exactly this moment. Tip, the race of your believers has changed. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, you have obtained a new race, Floating Eye Worm. Chapter 122. The Titan Thunder Beast's first charge, crushing the frost giant, who is the lord of ice and snow. Just when Qin Shi Ansi and Liu Ruan were confused, Lu Yuan received such a prompt message point, so, with a thought, he directly entered the divine space point. Only then did I see a message from the Brood Evolution Laboratory point. What he didn't expect was that the Brood Evolution Laboratory actually evolved all the floating king insects that could originally be carried during this period of time. Point became a floating eye worm. Name: Floating Euglena. Category: Zerg stage 5th level. Ability: Multispectral detection. Main: Mimic Trypanosoma. Main: Pollution. Main: Life. 20. Lower blood volume compared to the rank. Strength. 12. Frontal attack is not suitable for it. Agility. 31. Speed has been horribly improved during mutation. Intelligence. 13. Normal level. Evaluation. After various modifications in the evolution laboratory, the original floating king insect evolved faster and more eyeballs at the expense of its own transportation function. Point can make any invisible opponent invisible. Multispectral detection. The multispectral detection rays emitted through the eyeballs can make any invisible. Stealth, mimicry, etc. All forms, units appear. Mimetic larva. Create a mimic larva that cannot attack. When it is attacked by an opponent for the first time, it will change into the opponent's form and possess all the opponent's attributes and attacks. The rank cannot be higher than the floating king insect. Pollution. Create a ball of expanding material and drop it on the target area, paralyzing it for a short time. Only effective for buildings. The third ability was automatically ignored by Lu Yuan. What he was most happy about was the first multispectral detection. Point with this, can those hidden extreme cold ghosts still escape? So, the moment Lu Yuan spoke, point he raised his hand and waved. Point only saw on the earth a huge summoning door appeared out of thin air. Rumble. Compared to Qin Shi Ansi and Liu Ruan, Lu Yuan's summoning gate is even larger. Subsequently, 363. The two of them saw an ugly Zerg with eyeballs all over its body rushing out of it. Is this a new race? Qin Shi Ansi couldn't help but asked in surprise when he saw Lu Yuan's Zerg. Well, it just mutated. Lu Yuan nodded and said casually. Point Qin Shi Ansi is autistic. Why do other people's races mutate when they say they mutate? It's as simple as eating. Point see eye worms appearing. Lu Yuan looked directly at Liu Ruan and Qin Shi Ansi. Ruan, release all your frost giants later. Lu Yuan deploys directly. My floating eye worm can see those extremely cold ghosts. When the time comes, your frost giant will clear the way in front and tear apart the ice puppet's defense. Point no need to entangle. The half-dragon army and air force behind them directly pursued the arctic ghosts that had been revealed by the eye worms. Clear. When the two of them heard this, they immediately became energetic. Point the ability to make the extremely cold ghost appear is simply unheard of. Point soon, Liu Ruan directly conveyed his oracle. Point time. Huge figures covered in frost stepped out of it. Point there are nearly 50 level 7 frost giants. Seeing the appearance of these frost giants, a large group of frost giants on the distant mountains couldn't help but change their expressions. Why are our people there? Damn humans, have they been imprisoned? Let's go rescue them. Many frost giants began to roar and couldn't help but rushed down. Point, but at this moment, next to him, the leader of an 8th level frost giant suddenly spoke. No, the Great Master said that our only mission is to protect the entire spring of ice element. Our mission must not fail. The frost giants suddenly fell silent when they heard this. That great being is in a critical period of transformation. Point there can be no mistakes. Frost giants, charge. The frost giant who rushed out of the summoning door did not notice the situation in the distance. Point they roared and charged towards the ice puppet army in the distance with their strong steps. Boom. The frost giant, which is 7 meters tall and covered in ice and snow, is as easy as bullying a child when facing these ice puppets while running. They just bowed slightly and bumped their shoulders. Each ice puppet was knocked to pieces one after another in the blink of an eye. The frost giant rushed out of a passage directly on the battlefield. Half-dragon, charge. Seeing the gap open, the half-dragon leader who had already received the oracle shouted loudly. Point suddenly, the earth lizard began to run wildly, rushing through the ice puppets along the passage. Point at this moment, in midair, above the floating Euglena, an invisible light wave bloomed from it. Point multispectral reconnaissance. turned on, I saw a ray of light sweeping across, instantly covering the ice and snow land with a radius of thousands of meters. At this moment, all the troops finally suddenly discovered that behind the ice puppet, rows of ice blue ghosts emerged from the earth point. Their entire bodies float above the ice and snow point. It looks like translucent glass. If you don't look carefully, it can easily blend in with the surrounding environment. Point now, they are still stretching out their humanoid hands, constantly directing the ice element to gather around them. Point subsequently, ice puppets with 5 levels of height climbed up from the ground. Great. It is indeed an extremely cold ghost. A look of surprise appeared in Liu Yuan's eyes. Their spirits are very fragile. Although they are already at the 6th level, they are easy to kill. Point the snow eagle's attack. Qin Jianxi next to him saw this and was not to be outdone. Night demon, charge me. Ouch. Bah. The sound of screaming came. The frost giants on the earth and the army of half dragons as well as the aerial army in midair, they all rushed towards the army of extremely cold ghosts below. Boom. Boom boom. There was a shocking loud noise. Point under the trampling of the frost giant's iron hooves. The Arctic ghost, which was less than 2 meters tall, was as fragile as paper. Extreme cold ghost is indeed a master of ice element spells. Point, but their weak bodies are their biggest weakness. Point so invisibility is their best protection. Point a release spell that allows them to remain undisturbed. Point, but now everything is broken. Point the whole reason is because of the creature with eyeballs in the air. Ouch. The extremely cold ghost outside the range roared furiously. Point next moment, countless ice element began to gather above their heads, turning into eagles whose entire bodies were condensed with ice. Bah. With a long roar, hundreds of thousands of aerial troops gathered in an instant and rushed into the air. Their target is clearly the floating Euglena that can reveal their bodies. Defense, defend, block those ice eagles. Qin Jianxi shouted hurriedly. Point, if this floating eye worm is killed by the opponent without the means of investigation, they will fall into complete passivity. Point, but the moment he finished speaking, Liu Yuan suddenly raised his hand lightly. No need, leave it to me. The words fell. Point then I heard countless low roars coming from the summoning door. Point next moment, a torrent of flames emitted from one of them. Ouch. The vast army of flame lions and dragons roared and rushed towards the ice eagle army in the distance with blazing flames burning all over their bodies. Before, the reason why Liu Yuan did not take action immediately was because he wanted to train the two of them. Point, but the opponent's weakness has now been found. Point how is it possible for the other party to get rid of his eye worm? Ouch. With a roar, the flame lion dragon suddenly collided with the ice eagle in midair. Ice and fire themselves are natural enemies. However, the 6th level flame dragon directly smashed the 5th level ice eagle with its own flame body. Point boom boom boom. There was a loud noise and countless ice eagles turned into powder in the collision. Point under the protection of more than 500,000 troops. No matter how many ice eagles are summoned by the extreme cold ghost, they are just a gift. Point the plan to attack Euglena failed. Point below wherever the Iwam passed, all the extremely cold ghosts were revealed. Point this moment, even if they were eroded by resentment, instinctive fear flashed in their eyes. Regardless of the sky or the earth, the figures of their people being slaughtered can be heard everywhere. No, great lord of ice, are you watching your people being slaughtered like this? Finally, in the distance, a 7th level extremely cold ghost let out a cry. Point, as if calling to their great master. Sure enough, are there others? Liu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately discovered the problem. Point there may be a powerful being behind these extremely cold ghosts. Just as the cry of the leader of the 7th level extreme cold ghost fell. Point behind the distant mountains, a loud and sharp maying sound sounded. Bah. This cry was extremely sharp, as if it could penetrate the entire space. Liu Yuan and the three of them all stared at the mountains in the distance. Point, but at the same time as this cry came out. Point on the mountain range, hundreds of tall frost giants suddenly roared. Point he rushed towards the army. Come on, kill all the enemies for the Lord of Ice and Snow. The leader of the frost giants shouted. Our compatriots, you have been enslaved for too long. We are here to save you. Boom. Boom boom. 108th level, nearly 907th level frost giants rushed towards the army like an avalanche. Point however, seeing their powerful charge, A deep disdain suddenly flashed across Lu Yuan's face. Subsequently, no words are needed at all. In the summoning gate, huge, strong, and ferocious 8th level Zerg, Titan Thunder Beast, suddenly appeared. The head of the head was surrounded by lightning, and it looked like a figure like the god of thunder coming to the world. It was the 9th level Titan Thunder Beast. Ouch. With a roar, the Titan Thunder Beast took the lead and charged towards the opponent with a vast army of terrifying Thunder Beasts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Treasure, Fountain of Ice Element, Boss, Demigod Ice Crystal Phoenix Anivia. Boom boom, ouch. As soon as the terrifying Thunder Beast army appeared, the leader of the Frost Giants on the opposite side was stunned. What's going on? Aren't they just a bunch of 5th and 6th level noobs? Original. He received a roaring reminder from the Lord of Ice and Snow and asked his tribesmen to go to the front line for support. He thought this was a devastating sweep. The only thing that can be seen is a few to dozens of his own clan members opposite. This kind of when the time comes, he will be persuaded to surrender directly and return to the embrace of the Lord of Ice and Snow. Feel free here. Who can resist the rest? It's simply devastating. Okay, but now, Nima hadn't waited for them to rush to the battlefield. A group of figures taller than them actually came out from the opposite side. Is that a cow? Why do cows have 3 pairs of curved horns? And what's going on with that giant beast wrapped in lightning in front? Just the smell made them feel frightened. The point is this too much? Thousands of dollars have been spent on this. Why is it not over yet? However, just as the Frost Giant leader was thinking about how he should face this situation, the army of Thunder Beasts had already taken the step of not recognizing their relatives and rushed straight into the Sunrise building. Click. An ice golem is a bit in the way. He was directly trampled to pieces. The ice eagle swooped down in midair and was shattered into pieces. There was nothing wrong with the Thunder Beast. Ouch. At this moment, the Thunder Beast army was like a torrent colliding head-on with the Frost Giant. Bang, bang bang. A series of muffled sounds came, and the Frost Giant was instantly knocked away by the Thunder Beast. Even the giant hydroelectric giant couldn't resist the impact of the Thunder Beast that was running so fast. Not even for a moment. Ouch. The leader of the Titan Thunder Beast let out a long roar and directly flew the Frost Giant leader away. Subsequently, its huge single molecule blade was swung and swept towards the opponent. Kai. There was a heart-wrenching sound. The leader of the Frost Giants escaped the vital point, but was almost cut in half. Blood flowed out of the wound like a lifeless thing. Dyeing the entire land an icy blue color. Kill me. The Frost Lord will avenge us Frost Giants. The leader of the Frost Giants who fell to the ground roared. However, the Titan Thunder Beast moved its limbs and stepped on his body. Ouch. Weak. Frost Giant, you can choose to surrender or die. A low, echo-like roar sounded from the mouth of the Titan Thunder Beast. It has long received the Master's Oracle to capture these Frost Giants alive. In less than a moment, the army of 20,000 Thunder Beasts crippled nearly 1,000 Frost Giants now. Every Frost Giant is seriously injured and fighting power, but no one died. And not far away, seeing the Frost Giant being subdued by the Thunder Beast army so quickly, the leader of the Extreme Cold Ghost couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Stop it. We, the Extreme Cold Ghost clan, are willing to surrender. No solution anymore. If it doesn't open its mouth, all its members will be killed. The army of nearly 1 million extremely cold ghosts now only accounts for less than 1/3. Humiliation, helplessness. Resentment. But it was of no use. This is the cruelty of plain war. Either you die or I die. Beyond that, there is only surrender. This Thunder Beast is so powerful. Kin Chianti looked at the army of Thunder Beasts that controlled the entire field in front of him, and his eyes almost fell out of envy. But he also knew that this was a race that only belonged to Lu Yuan, and even if it were left to him, he would not be able to control it. And beside, Liu Ruan's eyes widened in surprise. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Man, Lu Yuan has grown to such an extent in just a short time. Before, Although Lu Yuan told her that he was very strong point, but she never expected that the other party would naturally become like this. It turns out that what he said about changing my destiny was not to comfort me. At this moment, Liu Ruan felt a surge of deep love in her heart point. Just when she was lost in thought, Lu Yuan next to him spoke. The remaining more than 200,000 extreme cold ghosts have just been collected. Ruan, you take 200,000 and give the rest to Master Qin. As for those frost giants, as mentioned before, 100 will be given to Mr. Qin, and the rest will be collected by your frost giants. As soon as the words fell, Qin Giancy beside him shook his head. No, brother Yuan, I can't help you at all with this frost giant. I'd better give it to my sister-in-law. I can just take those extreme cold ghosts away. As he spoke, he couldn't help but frown. I just don't know if these extremely cold ghosts are willing to surrender. It doesn't matter. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Wait until we deal with the Ice and Snow Lord behind, and then we can deal with them. At worst, they will all be wiped out. The two men's harmonious words immediately spread throughout the battlefield. Time. Both the extreme cold ghost and the frost giant couldn't help but shrink their necks. Isn't this too cruel? Then, what race is the Lord of Ice and Snow? The three of them naturally heard the cry from the mouth of the extremely cold ghost. Qin Giancy couldn't help but ask Liu Ruan for advice. I don't know about this. Many powerful ice and snow races will call themselves Lords of Ice and Snow when they reach a certain level of strength. Liu Ruan frowned. However, the Lord of Ice and Snow has not taken action until now, which makes me feel very strange. It's really strange. Lu Yuan nodded. But we can just go over and have a look. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and many half-dragons and white bear warriors began to clean up the battlefield, while leaving a group of thunder beasts to suppress these extremely cold ghosts and frost giants. The three of them moved, sitting on the Titan Thunder Beast, and rushed towards the mountains. It didn't take long for the Titan Thunder Beast to climb up the mountain. However, when Lu Yuan and the others climbed over the mountain peak and looked towards the mountains below, Liu Ruan next to him suddenly pointed at a sticky icy lake in the distance and screamed, "Oh my god, that is the spring of ice element." There was a deep look of ecstasy in her eyes. He was even more surprised and said, "No wonder there is such a strong concentration of ice element here. It turns out to be the source of ice element. Moreover, these ice element actually condensed into such a huge lake. How many years does it take to have such an effect?" Seeing her so excited, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He asked tentatively, "So, she has helped your bloodline?" Liu Ruan nodded repeatedly and said, "As long as I can soak in it for a period of time, my physical condition will definitely be greatly improved." It's a pity that the spring of ice element, whether the spring water or the spring eye, can only exist in this special landform. You can't take it out. Haha, it doesn't matter, as long as I can change it here. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. It really doesn't take much effort to get it without trying to find anywhere. Zero, please give me flowers. He was originally thinking about how to improve Liu Ruan's bloodline, but unexpectedly he encountered the ice elemental fountain. It seems that I'm really possessed by the European god, and whatever I want comes to me. In this case, the Lord of Ice and Snow should be hiding in the lake of the ice elemental field. Lu Yuan naturally did not forget that there was a boss hidden in it. As he spoke, he patted the Titan Thunder Beast below. "Give it an electrotherapy treatment and let it come out for me." "As you command, my lord." The Titan Thunder Beast roared and rushed directly towards the ice elemental field. Subsequently, it inserted its single molecule giant blade into the lake water, directly releasing its active ability. Thunderblade cutting. Zilla. Violent thunder current burst out from the single molecule giant blade. It spread from the lake towards the depths in an instant. Just once, Lu Yuan could feel the lake water trembling violently. Subsequently, the lake is rolling. A long roar that penetrated the sky rushed out from it. "You, these nasty reptiles, how dare you repeatedly disturb the great Lord of Ice and Snow, the Ice Phoenix who controls the winter and Anivia's eternal sleep." 0 The Last voice fell. There was just a crashing sound, and a terrifying bird with a wingspan of more than 150 meters and its entire body made of ice rushed out of the lake of the ice elemental spring. Time. A terrifying coercion enveloped the entire place. Oh my god, is this an ice race with semi-god level strength in ancient legends? The ice crystal phoenix, see? That huge figure. Liu Ruan made a surprised sound. Ice crystal phoenix. Liu Yuan frowned and suddenly thought of the ancient race course he had learned in school. Among them, it was mentioned that this ice crystal phoenix was an elemental spirit born from an ancient plane called Freljord. It was very powerful. However, after the plane was shattered, this ancient creature had disappeared in the long river of history. They are naturally dullings of the ice element and must survive in places with extremely high concentration of ice element. Same. Their strength is comparable to that of demigods, making them enough to become the overlord of one party. Horror horror. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings in midair, causing waves of terrifying gusts of wind. It looked condescendingly at Liu Yuan and others. An angry roar came from his mouth. Get out of here, otherwise I won't let you have an easy time, even if everything is broken. Brother Yuan, let's go. We can't take action here. If it really goes crazy, this Titan Thunder Beast can't stop it. Qin Xianxi heard the words of Ice Crystal Phoenix. Couldn't help but suggest. The current situation is still too dangerous not to them, but to the believer race. If this Titan Thunder Beast was lost, it would be very heartbreaking for Liu Yuan. However, Liu Yuan paid no attention to this. He raised his head and looked at the Ice Crystal Phoenix with an indifferent expression. I don't know. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing when you are seriously injured? A cold voice sounded. Liu Yuan pointed at the Ice Crystal Phoenix from afar, said word by word, surrender or die. You choose one. Chapter 124. The magic immune. Niagara, Glacier Storm, and Ice Crystal Phoenix were beaten violently. What? Surrender or die? Ha ha ha. Liu Yuan's words made Ice Crystal Phoenix stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Human, do you dare to offend the great Inavia? You think I don't know that the gods of your main world cannot take action here? A disdainful and cold voice sounded from its mouth. Just by relying on that stupid big guy at the 9th level, I can turn it into an ice sculpture directly. Leave here. It flapped its wings, showing a proud and disdainful look. It seems that Liu Yuan was given an ultimatum. Does it even know this? Liu Ruan couldn't help but be a little surprised when she heard Ice Crystal Phoenix's words. The main world has been conquering countless universes for who knows how many years. It can know that nothing is normal. Qin Xianxi said thoughtfully, it seems that we are not the first group to come here. Obviously the previous gods did not benefit from it. Brother Yuan, no matter how you say it, it is also a 15th level existence point, unless we do it ourselves. Otherwise, no one can be its opponent. That's not necessarily the case. Liu Yuan shook his head slightly. It is standing here with us talking so much nonsense. It is obvious that it has suffered some physical trauma. The fact that the previous frost giants did not take action immediately illustrates this problem. So, it seems to be a semi-god level existence now, and it can actually exert its strength. Maybe only the legendary level. Legendary level? That's also a 14th level existence. Qin Xianxi twitched the corner of his mouth. Among his believer races, not to mention the hard steel legendary level, there are even 9th level ones. Hearing Qin Xianxi's worries, Liu Yuan shook his head and smiled. Only saw he raised his hand and waved. 473 boom. The huge summoning gate emerged out of thin air in the void not far away. When the Ice Crystal Phoenix saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his sharp eagle eyes revealed a vigilant look. Next moment, its pupils shrank suddenly. A dragon roar that pierced the sky came out from the summoning door. Ouch. A roar. A huge figure burning with flames, and with a wingspan of over 100 meters, rushed out of it. Huge flesh wings, ferocious bone spurs, and an uncomfortable abyss burning all over his body. It was the flame tyrant Yagra who had broken through the 11th level. This level 11? How is that possible? Qin Xianxi was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He clearly remembered that on the day of the freshman welcome party, wasn't Lu Yuan's flame tyrant a 10th level aura? Why did we break through again after not seeing each other for a few days? It seemed that he saw his doubts. Lu Yuan said casually, Yajadra had nothing to do in the past 2 days, but he mutated. No, nothing happened, Kin. Xianxi was completely speechless. Brother, don't hit people like this. Are you possessed by Versals? Do you want to be so pretentious? Is there nothing else but mutation? Then he has nothing to do every day, so why hasn't he seen the race of his followers mutate? At this moment, Lu Yuan naturally didn't have time to explain Yagra's affairs to him. Above the sky, as soon as Yagra emerged, he rushed directly towards the ice crystal phoenix. It naturally knows the rank aura exuded by the ice crystal phoenix itself. But Lu Yuan has given it an oracle, hit the opponent hard at all costs for the words of the Supreme Lord. Yagra was not afraid, even if his body was shattered into pieces. Ouch. Yagra roared wildly and turned into a violent wind burning with flames, then rushed towards the ice crystal phoenix in the distance. Don't overestimate your capabilities. The ice crystal phoenix let out a long roar and looked at Yagra with great disdain. Level 11 versus level 15. Even if it is injured, it doesn't feel like it can be provoked by a race that is more than 3 levels behind. So it let out a long roar, and extremely terrifying ice element condensed from its wings. Subsequently, it turned into an extremely cold wind and struck towards the opponent. Innate ability, biting frost. Woo. A terrifying gust of wind carrying powerful icy elemental power instantly enveloped Yagra. Ice and fire collided at this moment. But Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't know if it was his own illusion. It felt that, although it had used the biting frost, it had very limited impact on the other party. Not only did the speed not slow down at all, but it became even faster. Times of crisis. Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't think much about it. Its wings flashed again and rose directly into the sky. In the snowstorm, it roared loudly. An ice cube the size of a meteorite condensed out of thin air. Ice. Shine. Go. The ice cube suddenly flashed and disappeared from the spot. Call out. A piercing scream sounded, and in just a flash, he appeared in front of Yagra. Ouch. Charge. However, Yagra suddenly flapped his wings, and a blazing flame erupted from his wings. Its speed increased instantly, and it instantly dodged the opponent's attack. But at this moment, the mocking voice of the Ice Crystal Phoenix sounded in midair. HMPH, do you think you can escape now? Blow it up for me. Boom. Just heard a loud noise. The chunk of ice as big as a meteorite suddenly exploded into a terrifying ice storm. Terrifying air waves, mixed with a frenzy of ice element that froze everything to death, swept towards the surroundings. Suddenly, Yagra was pushed to one side by this force. Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes flashed with light. It worked. Flying away is just the first step. More importantly, the terrifying frenzy of ice element will turn the opponent into an ice sculpture. How many opponents and prey were caught off guard by its natural ability? Direct serious injury. However, after Yagra's entire body flew away, the expected ice sculpture did not appear. The other party was just blown away. With just a slight sway, he quickly approached the Ice Crystal Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the other party. How can it be? The roar in Ice Crystal Phoenix's heart has not dissipated yet. What greeted it was Yagra's perfect collision. Boom. The terrifying power that could smash a mountain into pieces instantly knocked the Ice Crystal Phoenix upside down and flew away. It hit the distant mountain peak instantly like a meteor. Boom. The mountain peak collapsed, but the figure of the Ice Crystal Phoenix still did not stop. After breaking several mountain peaks one after another, it finally came to a complete stop. Ouch. Yagra roared wildly, and his eyes seemed to turn red. The second level divine art of Bloodthirsty. Abatha's figure quietly appeared at some point, and directly added the Bloodthirsty spell to Yagra. Although it can only increase power by 10%, but it is also a big improvement for Yagra. Call out. Yagra spread her wings and quickly flew towards the opponent again. He is not afraid of ice spells. Kin. Xianxi felt that his 3 views had been refreshed. Aren't ice and fire incompatible with each other? Why is there anything wrong with the 11th level Yagra when he meets his opponent? Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not answer his words because only he knew that Yagdra had magic immunity from the elf dragon. The ice crystal phoenix is indeed powerful, but what makes it powerful is its control over the ice element. And this is exactly what Yagdra is not afraid of. This is also the reason why Lu Yuan wants Yagzora to fight the opponent's hard steel. And there is also an elusive Abatha assistant next to him. Under the alliance of the two Zerg races, there may not be a chance to deal with the other party. Call out. While the three of them were talking, Yagdra had already rushed towards the location of the ice crystal phoenix. But at this moment, just a loud noise was heard, and the ruins where the ice crystal phoenix was buried exploded. Next moment, a sharp roar sounded from its mouth. Die to me, storm. Boom. The terrifying ice storm started to spread crazily around him, with him as the center point. For a moment, an icy blue ball quickly expanded to a size of tens of thousands of meters. Kaka. All living creatures within the scope were completely frozen to death. Turn into ice sculptures. Even the rocks and ancient trees were completely frozen, and then turned into countless powder with a click under the bright wind and snow. The ice crystal phoenix panted heavily. It didn't believe it. After casting the strongest elemental attack spell. Can this hateful race still resist itself? However, the thought of it has not dissipated. Sudden, a figure suddenly appeared from the wind and snow in the sky, and then quickly disappeared into the sky in front of him. Boom. Yagdra's huge body hit the ice crystal phoenix's body heavily. Only a scream was heard. Its figure was knocked down from the sky. At the same time, the forelimbs, which were as sharp as sickles, began to move towards it crazily. Crack, click, click. Large areas of hard-working ice crystals began to peel off from its body. For a moment, he fell into incomparable passivity. Bang, bang bang. Kakaka. Yagdra, who finally got close, attacked frantically. The burning fire of the abyss quickly eroded the body of the ice crystal phoenix. Make it feel extremely uncomfortable. It roared loudly and tried to struggle up from the ground. However, at this moment, a shrill scream resounded from its soul. Ouch. Abatha is indeed a master tactician. At this time, he killed this fighter jet with great accuracy. The majestic spiritual power turned into a scream and instantly impacted the opponent's sea of soul. Hearing the scream of the ice crystal phoenix, the opportunity to struggle was instantly suppressed. At this moment, the Titan Thunder Beast also rushed over without knowing when. The body as heavy as a hill rushed directly onto the wings of the ice crystal phoenix. 6 pairs of single molecule giant blades flashing with lightning slashed hard at the wings. Click, click. Under the continuous attacks, no matter how high the level of the ice crystal phoenix was, it was completely suppressed at this moment. Finally, just listen to a click. Half of the ice crystal phoenix's wings were cut off. Large areas of ice blue blood flowed out from inside. The aura continues to weaken. After cutting off one wing, Titan Thunder Beast attacked the second wing again. The picture at the moment is Yagdra's huge body stepped on the body of the ice crystal phoenix. In the distance, Abatha would give the opponent a mental scream from time to time. The Thunder Titan transforms into an upright boy, constantly waving its single molecule giant blade to slash its wings. Click. The second wing was also completely broken. The entire ice crystal phoenix is now lying there like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Even the struggle is much weaker. Hiss. Kin Shiansi couldn't help but gasped when he saw the scene in front of him. Immediately, he extended a thumb towards Lu Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, come on." At this moment, only these two words can describe his mood. Lu Yuan flew into the air with an expressionless face, looking at the dying ice crystal phoenix from a distance. "Now, you can choose, surrender or die. HMPH, damn human being, I will never believe in you." Seeing Lu Yuan's figure, ice crystal phoenix said still very stubbornly, "Really? Then go die." Lu Yuan waved his hand. Yagdra's figure was about to take action. But at this moment, Liu Ruan next to him suddenly spoke. "Wait, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan raised his hand, looked towards Liu Ruan. "How? This ice crystal phoenix is of ancient bloodline. It would be a pity to kill him like this." Liu Ruan said softly. "How about you capture it alive and sell it directly to the school? You can definitely make a lot of money this way." 5.8. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. "This is a good idea." He originally thought Yuan was going to plead for Ice Crystal Phoenix Point unexpectedly. He was actually asked to catch him alive. Yuan, if you can tame it, it wouldn't be bad to make it loyal to you. Yuan couldn't help but said, impossible, Yuan shook his head. Ice Crystal Phoenixes have always been proud and will not be willing to succumb to the hands of others. Moreover, if they want to continuously improve their strength, they must possess the power of Ice Element, Spring, as a supplement. Yuan said regretfully, this fountain of Ice Element cannot be taken away at all, so we can't even raise it. Is that so? That would be a shame. Yuan shook his head. In this case, drag it into the divine realm. Yagra, you guys, watch it and don't let it run away, as you command, my lord. Yagra said with fire in his mouth. At this point, this divine war has completely ended. It's not over yet. The Ice Crystal Phoenix was captured, and the remaining frost giants and arctic ghosts have not yet been arranged. Whoosh, this time, Yuan moved and flew directly back to the original mountain range. Behind, yagged and dragged the dying Ice Crystal Phoenix and followed Yuan. All you frost giants and arctic ghosts, listen up. Yuan's voice echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Your Lord of Ice and Snow has been defeated by me. All races that are not loyal to me will be completely wiped out. Chapter 125 Yuan Yang Jade, Ice Elemental Body, strengthen the king's body and highlight the plague of bone locusts. The cold words shocked the entire Ice and Snow race. Even the Lord of Ice and Snow has been defeated. The leader of the extreme cold ghost couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that the Lord of Ice and Snow could defeat Yuan and his group. Unexpectedly, he still failed. Even the stubborn frost giants couldn't help but lower their stubborn heads. Defeat means death. They did not expect that the frost giants would face such an end. At this time, Yuan, surrounded by the power of Ice and Snow, suddenly flew over from a distance. A cold voice resounded throughout the entire land. Arctic Ghost Group, Frost Giant Group, I'm the goddess of ice and snow, and there is an environment suitable for your survival in my divine domain. Moreover, in my hands, I still have the allegiance of your kind. You can surrender to me. I will give you a new life and promise not to let you be harmed by malicious means, and the price is faith in me, said, with a thought in her mind. A summoning door appeared. And from it, more than 100 ice elemental elves walked out. They are Yuan's most precious treasures. Ice elemental elves that are more pure than the extreme cold ghosts. Really, as soon as the ice elemental elf appeared, many people looked thoughtful. Even pure ice elemental elves willing to join her, then it's not impossible for us to be loyal to her. Yes, it's better to be alive than dead. Look at those frost giants. They don't look like they were abused. Finally, under the ice elemental spirit and Yuan's divine power, all the arctic ghosts and frost giants completely surrendered. Some of the extremely cold ghosts were taken away by consciency. The rest also began to move towards Yuan's divine domain. Yuan, thank you, Yuan rushed into his arms. This time, if it weren't for Yuan's contribution, she would never have achieved such a huge gain. You're welcome. I also got a demigod race. Yuan smiled. Now, it's time 30 to sort out your affairs. How to use this ice element spring. Hearing this, a blush suddenly appeared on Yuan's face. He said in a voice as loud as a mosquito, you need to take a shower. When Yuan heard this, Yishi's eyes lit up. What if this is a mandarin duck jade under the ice and snow? Isn't it beautiful? But before that, he needs to solve a problem. Ahem. Yuan coughed lightly and turned to look at Consciency. Young Master Qin, your benefits are almost done. Isn't it time to withdraw? Ahem. No, that's right, Qin. Consciency coughed dryly, knowing that he couldn't be a light bulb at this time. Nodded. He cupped his hands towards Yuan and Yuan. Well, I have something to do, and I just need to leave first. Brother Yuan, I'll treat you to a treat when you get back. Good. Yuan nodded. Consciency took 2 steps, and when he passed by Yuan, he couldn't help but whisper, Brother Yuan, although the food is good, you must protect your waist. Roll. Yuan laughed and cursed. This Consciency is becoming more and more deviant. How could you make such a joke when Liu Ruan was still there? Qin Shianxi snickered and crushed the badge in his hand. Subsequently, Lu Yuan felt a force envelope his whole body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. He's gone. Now it's our turn. See each other disappear. Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Liu Ruan with a smile on his face. Liu Ruan's face turned redder. When she heard this, he gave Lu Yuan a hard hammer. He spat softly. It's disgusting. There are so many people here. After saying that, she turned around and headed towards the spring of ice element. Lu Yuan followed slowly and leisurely. Although he said he wanted Mandarin Duck Jade or something, he actually had no such idea. After all, this is the critical moment for whether Liu Ruan can improve his bloodline. How can he disturb the other party? At most, it's just a look. However, just as Lu Yuan was thinking about the wonderful scene of Liu Ruan bathing in the ice element lake, just saw the other party actually plopped and jumped directly into the ice element lake without even dragging his clothes. Lu Yuan suddenly felt extremely disappointed. Wow, the water flow formed by the gathering of ice element rolls on the lake surface. Soon, when Liu Ruan emerged from the lake again, she had arrived at the center of the lake. As for how to transform his bloodline, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know the method. All he knew was that he would be guarded by the other party for the time being. But Lu Yuan stayed there for almost half a day. I found that there was no movement around. Out of boredom, he couldn't help but look at the lake where the spring of ice element condensed. Can't I absorb this ice element? Such or thought could not help but appear in his mind. In itself, he possesses the frozen priesthood. He is also no stranger to the ice element. Since Liu Ruan can improve his blood concentration by absorbing ice element, then if you go in 2. Will it also be improved? Even if it doesn't reach the level of improving bloodline. It won't be a problem to enhance the basic attributes of the body, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but squat down subconsciously and stretched out his hand toward the water in the lake. Catch him. Once inside, Lu Yuan felt a cold touch emerge, and then the ice element began to gather uncontrollably towards his body. Lu Yuan took back his hand. I pondered for a moment. That's right, nothing unusual and can be absorbed. After making sure there are no problems with the movement of his body, he walked into the lake. Wow, the surging spring of ice element rippled around him and began to continuously gather into his body. In this way, Lu Yuan, like Liu Ruan, began to absorb in the lake of ice element. Gudu. Lu Yuan didn't know how long he had absorbed it. Sudden, he felt his body tremble, as if some kind of transformation had occurred, waking him up from his deep sleep. Before Lu Yuan could carefully sense the changes in his body. At this moment, the system beep sounded suddenly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of ice element. Ding. The ice elemental body has been strengthened. The ice elemental king body. How? Ice elemental king body? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the system would actually trigger the reward at this time. But suddenly, Lu Yuan, who had not yet reacted, felt that his body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. Like a hungry wolf that had been starving for several days, it began to crazily devour the surrounding springs of ice element. Woo. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex formed around him. Wow. The terrifying fluctuations of the water turned into waves and surged towards Lu Yuan's body. Even Liu Ruan in the distance woke up. Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Liu Ruan's figure moved and he flashed from a distance in an instant. There was a flash of deep worry in his eyes. It's okay, my body seems to have mutated after being exposed to the ice element. Lu Yuan made a simple excuse to reassure the other party. How is your situation? Will it affect the improvement of your bloodline? Seeing that Lu Yuan was fine, Liu Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he shook his long icy blue hair behind his back and said with a smile on his face, look, Lu Yuan, not only did I directly awaken my bloodline here, but I also condensed the body of ice element. Ice elemental body? Isn't that the physique I had before I strengthened it? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but shrink his pupils be obedient. He thought his ice elemental king body was just average, did not expect Liu Ruan only condense the body of ice element when she had blood point, but he directly turned into the ice elemental king body point. He subconsciously said to the system, ice elemental king body, what's going on? As soon as the thought came to my mind, a prompt popped up from the system. Ice element king body, the strongest physique among the ice physiques, one of the strongest. It can command all ice element in the area for its own use, and is immune to any ice element spell attacks, including regular attacks. After reading this introduction, Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a breath of air. He has learned about the ice element body, and his affinity for the ice element has reached an extremely high level point in the eyes of many people. It is already a very scary physique point, but he didn't expect that this ice elemental king's body would be even more awesome point to command the ice element for one's own use, that is to say, to forcefully recruit the other party to do things for oneself. Point simply put, that is, if he had a head-on fight with an ice god point, the opponent used a killer move such as the terrifying ice magic point result, with a thought, he directly let the ice element disperse point. The magic was immediately broken. Point ice elemental king body, the king of ice element. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that he would completely suck up the entire lake of ice element in the end. Point it is equivalent to a strong man who has just woken up after sleeping for 10,000 years. If he wants to regain his strength, he needs to eat enough. Point the ice element is equivalent to the food of the ice element king's body. Point the ice element lake was sucked dry by Lu Yuan, making him now particularly sensitive to the ice element. Point so he saw at a glance, at the bottom of the lake, a spring with a diameter of less than 2 meters. Is this the spring of the ice elemental spring? Lu Yuan moved and disappeared from the place instantly. Point when it appears again, we have arrived next to the spring. Yes, this is the spring of the ice element spring. Point Liu Ruan nodded. I just don't know how this magical spring was formed. It's really mysterious. It is indeed mysterious, Lu Yuan said, reaching out and touching it. Point but at this moment, suddenly the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding. Found the spring of ice element. Do you want to pick it up? Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the system could even pick up springs. Isn't this too fierce? But he just likes the fierceness of the system. Point so Lu Yuan, without hesitation, he raised his palm and slapped it towards the spring. Point at the same time, he said to the system in his heart, collect. There was just a click, and the spring in front of them suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Ding. Pickup completed. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked towards the system space. Point at a glance, the spring was suspended in the space, and there was even the breath of ice element gushing out. Why don't we see you again, Liu? Ruan saw the spring of ice element suddenly collapse and said doubtfully, did it dry up because the ice element was exhausted? It's possible. Lu Yuan nodded and did not tell Liu Ruan the truth for the time being. Point after all, he didn't think about how to explain it to the other party. It doesn't matter, we can't take it away anyway. Liu Ruan laughed happily. Our harvest this time is really great. If it weren't for you, I would never have the chance to obtain the ice elemental body. Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this and said nonchalantly, actually, we were just lucky. We happened to get injured by the ice crystal phoenix. With that said, Lu Yuan turned around and walked away. Let's go. Let's take a look at the rest. But as soon as he took 2 steps, his body suddenly stopped. Suddenly. Point see the situation. Liu Ruan next to him asked subconsciously, what's wrong? A flash of light suddenly flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and he asked suddenly, how could a demigod level ice crystal phoenix be so seriously injured? For that kind of existence to be injured, either the attributes are incompatible, or the opponent's level is higher than it. Liu Ruan followed Lu Yuan's train of thought. Point but as soon as she said a few words, she suddenly froze. Point suddenly, her expression changed and she exclaimed, oops, are you saying there is a race here that is stronger than the ice phoenix? It seemed to be. To verify her thoughts, as soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. Ouch. Whoosh. Yuan's figure instantly rushed into the air, and suddenly he saw a captured frost giant was wailing in pain. His body was suddenly covered with an unknown race that looked like locusts, but had white bone armor, and was half a meter long, biting madly. There was a click. The ice armor around the frost giants, which is famous for its hardness, was actually bitten into pieces by them. The frost giant subconsciously slapped it away. But the white bone armor actually resisted the opponent's power. They just rolled slightly and then swarmed up again. Completely submerged the frost giants. Click, click. This time, all the ice and flesh were eaten by them, mixed and swallowed directly into the mouth. Actually, I ate it. They gnawed crazily, as if they were treating the frost giants as food. Just in the blink of an eye. A frost giant has been chewed up until no bones are left. Zerg. 5th level bone locust. Yuan's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he instantly recognized the origin of the other party. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.